Imagine you building something extraordinary. Introducing FormById, an AI-powered smart drag and drop form builder. Built with Next.js, GeminiAI, TailwindCSS, Neon Postgres. This tool isn't just functional, it is a game changer. With FormById, you can easily generate blocks like layout, text field, star rating, and much more, all at your fingertips. This is your chance to lead the AI revolution and create tool that really sets you apart. After all, there's no better way to explain it than to demonstrate the application itself. So make sure to hit the like button, share, subscribe, and turn on notification because the future of our building starts right here, right now. User can create an account by clicking on the Get Started button or log in if they already have an account. User is then navigated to the dashboard page where he sees the analytics and all forms created. To create a form, user clicks on the Create a Form button and a bottom sheet appears for the user to fill in the form name and the description and click on the Create button to create the form. The user is then navigated to the Builders page where the user can place blocks on the canvas by first dragging and dropping the row layout on the canvas and then dragging and dropping the form blocks on the layout. To change the blocks property, the user needs to click on the layout on the right sidebar, changes the labels and placeholders and set blocks to required. User can duplicate layouts by clicking on the duplicate icon and copy, and the copy of the layout and blocks will appear below it. User can remove blocks on the layout by clicking on the X icon or delete the layout itself by clicking on the trash icon. User can move layouts on the canvas over other layouts or below. For the best part, user can ask FormById to add questions by describing the question or specifying the blocks the user wants it to generate. User can also ask FormById to generate a new form and it will update the entire form with the new one. FormById is so smart to know when it is asked to generate form or add new question. User can simply save this form by clicking on the Save button and also preview the form to see how it will look or shown to friends or customers. User can publish his form to make it public by clicking on the Publish button. User can share the form by clicking on the Share button and the link will be copied to the clipboard. User can collect response by filling up the form and submitting the form. Lastly, user can view all response on the response page. So let's move on to the project. So I already have an empty folder open in my VS Code. So what I'm going to do now is to install Next.js. So the latest Next.js is Next.js 15. So we can currently install Next.js 15 now for this project because of some of the dependency issue with other React because of it's using React 19 and we need to some other packages need to update on React 19. So we're going to stick with Next.js 14.28. So to install Next.js, just open your terminal as usual. I'm going to close this and let's install Next.js. So I'm going to put npx install npx create next. Let me clear this here. So we have npx create next app at we're going to use the version 14.2.8 and let's install that. So we're going to ask us some questions like the project name. So I'm just going to put dot to use the same directly. I'm going to say no. I will say yes. Let's have say no. Then apparatus yes, and we're going to and give it some minute for you to set up to install. So while it's installing, we're going to also add in the Shanty UI. So if you don't have Shanty UI, you can see Shanty UI. You can go over to shantyui.com and you can see come to documentation. You can go over not here, click on I should see installation here. Okay, see installation here. Click on Next.js. And this is how to go through the install Shanty UI. So I already have npx Shanty already installed, so we need to install Shanty UI like Shanty UI init inside your application. So I have a specific version I'm using for all of this, and I'm going to mention the version for you. So our Next.js here is completed. So what we're going to do now is to add. So the next Shanty UI I'm already using here is version 2 2.1. So let me clear this. And if I paste this, you should see we have npx shanty at 2.1.6. I already have this. If I open, if I clear this and put my version, I should see 2.1.6. Or I have 2.1.7 here. So I don't think we need to. So you can just go over and install the 2.1.6 or 2.17. You know what? Just you can just press the. Let me cancel this. Play this again, and just let's just let me paste it. So just go over and just do nps shanty 2.1.2.1.6 or 2.1.7. So now if you have done that, let's add in shanty UI. Um, we're going to add in the component we're going to use. So I'm going to clear this here. Let's use just I'm using 2.1.7 here, and I'm going to press type in add. So we're going to add in some components that shanty UI provides us with. So let me stick to 2.1.6, and let me see whether it should go through. Yeah, so that means I'm using 2.1.6. Yeah, that's my version. So for here, we're going to select the avatar. So let me just scroll down, press the space key to select. Let me just drag this up more. Then we need to select the button. So just scroll down and the button, I'm going to press space, breadcrumb, card, dialog. So just scroll down with your down arrow key and press space to select it. Drop down menu. We have the form, impute, label. We are going to also select the skeleton. So I'm just going to scroll down to find skeleton here. Pop over. So where can we find pop over here? So just scrolling. Okay, I see pop over. Then we have the text area. Then also the toast radio group. Let me keep on scrolling to find radio group. Okay, I found it here. And also lastly, we have the separator. So okay, we still have some other things to select. We need to select the sheet, sidebar, switch, and also the table. But we don't need to select table, just two tips. And let's press enter to install all of this. Yes. So you can select the style you want to send your intro anyone. Yeah. Would you like to use CSS? Yes. And we should wait for it to install to add most of all these components inside our UI folder. So if we open here, we should see that we see most of our code there, and it has added the leaf folder utilities. So we're waiting for it to add the component. So let's wait for it to set up completely. So the component was installed completely, and if you see the leaf folder and the components already installed inside the UI component/UI. So what we're going to do here is to install some other packages which we are going to use, just some of them, but not all of them. As we're going on, we'll install some other packages as well. So I'm going to install date function. So date function is just npm install date fns at just use version 4.1.0. So I'm going to install that. So don't press the enter. We're going to also install uuid, and we're going to use the version 11.3, and also we're going to also install React rating. So React rating from this user. So I'm going to also install that. And lastly, we're going to install dnd-kit, which we're going to use, which is going to be package for the drag and drop functionality. So this is dnd-kit for version. Let me go this. So we're having version 6.2.0. So I'll just install that. and let me just wait for it to install. So it has installed the packages. So now we are done with installing. So I'm just going to close this. So the next thing we're going to do before looking at the project setup is to change the styling. So we have a custom primary color or brand color we want to use, and to use that with Shanty UI has a theme here, which is not you can actually use custom colors here. If you look at it, if I click on customize, you should see the colors are specified here, but I can't find a way to select to add my own custom brand color. So I'm going to use a different platform, which is called zipperstarter.com. So this is Shanty UI theme generator, which I'm going to use. So you can actually set in your colors here, and it will give you the theme for you, just like the Shanty UI. If you come to your global.css, and you should see the roots, the layer base, and dark. So this is how it's going to also give you that. So yeah, I'm going to pick in my primary color. So before we set the primary color, I want us to go over to our code and just create a folder called constants. And inside the constant, we're going to set index.tx. And I want us to just set this. This is just the default primary color and default background color for the app. So we're going to use this for the builder, not for the entire app. But this is the main primary color. So I'm going to copy this color here. This is C73AB7. So copy it, paste it here. I just going to remove this code, and we should see the colors here. It has given us the color, and you can just click to copy code so you can view it in light mode and see how the component looks like. You can view that in dark mode. So we are going to be using more of light mode. So I just click on copy, and it should copy the code for you here. So inside here, I'm going to, if it does not work for you, you can go over to the GitHub link down and get the color, copy the code here. So once you copy it, don't override it yet, just paste it below. So I'm going to just close this here, post this here, and I'm going to paste it here. So let me just paste it out. So I'm going to just paste it. So I've pasted it my own here. So what you also need to do is to go at the top, the code one Shanty generator was copy this, because this theme does not provide the color, sidebar color and stuff. So I already added to my own here, and also for the dark one. So once you're done with that, you can just clear this one out. You don't need it. So you can clear it out, and we are done with that. So make sure to also save this and set it to export. So what we're going to do now, let's go over to, let me clear everything here, and let me remove this custom font Next.js provider. I'm going to do not from Google, not from not a custom font. So go into your layout, and let's just remove all of this. Then inside the layout, you're going to use Google Font instead. So I'm going to just use the dancer. So I'm going to remove this and change this to the Dancer um font. And I'm going to also change my title to Formy AI, which is a form builder. Then we need to remove all this. So instead, I'm going to just use the class from the font. So it's, to use that, I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to just say DM sun, then set this. Copy this and just go down here, and let's paste this here. And this will give us class name. And let's remove all of this. Save that. Let's also set our background color here to white. Let's save that. And below here, let's put our toaster, because we installed the toaster from our UI, our UI components which we installed. I'll just bring this down here, and let's save that. So yeah, we are done with this setup here. So what we're going to do now is let's go into the page and let me clear everything here, all the boilerplate code. And let me just set this to div home. And let's remove this. So now the next thing we're going to do is to structure the project setup, the project structure of our code. So what we are going to do is to structure how to get the landing page and also the dashboard. So to do that, I'm going to go into my app directory here and I'm going to create a group route, which is also called an organized route or organization route. I'm going to call it route. So this will hold all of our routes. Then we can also have, so to separate it, I'll just have API. So we can have our API here and this will handle our route. So inside the route, we are going to create the landing page. This is also a group. Then inside the landing page, we're going to have our layout.txt. And let's move this page which we have here. So this is not going to be home. This will be landing page. Also for this, we can change this to landing page. And let's move this inside landing page. So now, then inside this route, let's create a different folder again, call it dashboard. So before we go inside the layout, the landing page layout, we are going to also create our layout so we can be able to see page.txt. So inside the layout, I'm just going to, it's just similar to what we have with the layout here. I'm just going to come at the top here and I'm going to place this here. And we're going to just return the children. So I'm just going to return a div. I'm going to call this children. So let me close this so we can see it is a landing page layout. So this is also what we're going to use in the dashboard layout too. So landing page. So inside the dashboard, we're going to also create a folder. This will hold our form. And inside the form, we're going to have a builder folder. And the builder folder is going to get the form ID. We're going to set the form ID here. And there we're going to have our page .txt RAFCE to create a boilerplate, and I'm going to call this, let's call this page for now and change it later. So inside the form, we're going to also have where we view all our response. I'll just call it respond. You can call it anything you want. Respond. And to also take the form ID. Get the form ID as a RAM. And we can set the page.txt x and RASTE. Let's just send it to page for now. Then inside this, you can just get the layout too. TX. And let's paste this here. Let's change it to dashboard layout. Dashboard layout, yeah. So that's it. So we have the API route. The API we're going to do that later. So it's going to be a folder we're going to use more of the server action here instead of the form API. So there's a reason why we have to use the API. So we're going to just create that later. And lastly, it's just to create our server action. So I'm just going to go out here and let's create actions. And we just have our form dash action form dot action dot tx. So let me clear everything here Now we can run our server to test this. It's actually running. So we should see the layout. So let me just open my terminal and let's do npm run dev. Let's drag this down and then let's see that everything is working fine. So inside our landing page, you should be seeing the landing page. So our server is loading. So let's just go over to localhost 3000 here. Localhost 3000. And we should see the landing page showing up. So let's give it some few seconds for it to load up. So now we can see the landing page. You can go over to the dashboard. And we should see the dashboard. Okay. Let's say, I think we made a mistake. Okay, yeah, we don't have. We should have a page in the dashboard. Yeah, so have a page in the dashboard. So I'm going to say page.txx RACE. Let's call this page. Let's call this dashboard. Let's just close this to fix the error. And we should see dashboard here. So let's wait for some seconds and we should see dashboard now. So the next thing we're going to do now is to set up our authentication. So let's head over to work on the authentication with Kinde. So let's work on the authentication side. So we're going to be using Kinde authentication platform. So this is what you're going to be using. You can go over to kinde.com. The link is going to be in the description. So once you're here, we can quickly click on the menu, or you can click to get started. Click on the menu to sign in or sign up. Then you should get an account. So I already log in. I'm already logged in. I already have some active account, some active project I've worked with Kinde. So let's create a new project. So I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to click on add here and I'm going to select. So let's select backend. Let's give it a name. I'm going to call it new form for me AI. So let's select backend web, then click on save. And it should ask us which project we want to, which technology we want to use. So just select Next.js. Let's save. So now we should see that it's telling us if we want to how to use Nest, like a starter kit. So we already have an existing code already. Let's select existing code and let's see. You can see that it asks us to install the Kinde package for Next.js. So I'm going to just close this here. You're not going to be using this. I already have one that's with the version I use. So I'm going to paste it here and you should see it's Kinde. You just copy this and add 2.3.11 version. So let's just install that. So while this is installing, we need to copy this and let's head over to env local. So let's create env. I think we've not created our env. Let's create env.local and let's just also create env.example. Let's leave it like that. So local, I'm just going to paste it inside here and let's save that. So we should scroll down and you should see the process which is we are going to set up Kinde. You can also go to Kinde documentation for Next.js. You can see you just go search it on Google and you should see this here. And it's exactly the same thing you can see here. So it's just the same thing here. So let's head back to it and let's create this part on inside our API folder. Then I'm going to go to the API folder and I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to say auth and let's just copy this. Let me copy this here. And inside the auth folder, let's create another folder and let's paste this here. And then let's create the route.tx and make sure to copy this and paste this inside here. and save this. So the package has installed completely. I'm just going to close this. So now let's scroll down. We should see the components for sign up and sign in. You can just click to copy and let's go over to our layout inside the page.cxx and let's just paste it inside. So I'm just going to clear the landing page and below it open the div and let's just paste it inside. So to paste, I'm going to make sure I move this. So I think I made a mistake here. I'm just going to move this up. So let me clear this. Okay, yeah. I think everything's okay now. And if we go to our page, let me go dashboard, go to localhost 3000 and let's click on sign in. So I find return invalid callback URL. So we need to add a callback URL. If you go over to the documentation for Next.js, you should see it was mentioned there that we need to add the callback URL in the settings. So let's go over to the kind app. Let me go to and let's click on. So let's go back to home and let me select this a project to reason. So now we should see where we can add allow callback URL. So I'm going to just quickly come over here and let me just add this here. So let's copy this. So this will be our redirect URL. Let me see. Okay, let's put our callback URL here. Then we need to add the logout URL. So since we're going to have our landing page, so we're going to log out to localhost 3000. So let's just copy that and paste it here. And let's save this. So let's save. Make sure to click on this button. Save. So now let's go over to, let's try and refresh this. Let me see. So there. So kind app is kind application now is set up already on our application. So you can just create an account. So I'm going to create an account here. And I think we need to add Google here. I don't want to use this. I'll just go over to kind. Let's head over to, let's click on menu and let's select authentication. And let's also enable Google. And let's save this. So it's updated. So I'm going to just refresh this here. And we should see Google here. So I'm going to create and let me select continue with Google. And I'll just select an email and let's continue. And you should be redirected to the dashboard, just like we see. Kind post login redirect URL, localhost 3000 dashboard, and you can see in dashboard. So kind now is set up an application. So now the next thing we need to do is to avoid login user to be able to view the landing page. If you look at, you can go back to localhost 3000 where we see the sign in and sign up. So we need to avoid that. To handle that, we need to go over to landing page. So we're going to make use of the layout. So inside the layout, I'm going to get the session, the user authenticated value from kind. So to do that, I'm going to just come down below here and let me just paste this server session. This is the server side. This function layout is a server component. So I'm just going to import this from kind. Just import this, and here we're going to get the user authenticated value here. I'm just going to say is user authenticated. This is going to, you're going to call this function here, and then we're going to make use of this. So to do that, we're going to use the redirect, which Next.js provide for us. I'm going to just paste and let's import redirect here from next navigation and save that, and you should see immediately we are redirected to the dashboard page. Likewise, for the dashboard, we're going to also do the same thing here. So before we go out, let me just put in the class here with full h auto. So let's go over to the layout for dashboard, and we're going to also implement the same thing for what we did for the layout for the landing page. We're going to do that for that. So I'm just going to copy what we already have there. I'm going to paste it here. So it's just the same thing. So I'm going to just import this from Nest server, and I'm going to import redirect from Nest navigation, and let's save that. And we're going to also add div here. So let me just add this div. Let me drag this down, and let me put it. Let's save this. So this is just flex minimum hit height w view full and then flex color. So let's just save that. And now we should see that our authentication is working properly, and this is just the redirection to the login. Once we log out, we'll log out to the login page, which if you look at kind showed it in their documentation here. So I'm going to scroll down. You can see the redirect. So we can use the login link. Then we can also use this part to redirect user to the login page. So that is it for that. So the next thing we are going to do now is let's set up the header for the dashboard. So I'm going to go over to here. So we need to have the header here. So to do that, we're going to create a component here, which we're going to call header. So we're going to first of all, let's take this down, cut the footprint here, and let me just put header, which we are going to create very soon. So let's just put div class name is going to be widthful flex1 flex1, and we're going to just close this, and let's put a div and let's paste the children here. So let's go ahead and create this component inside the component, the underscore component which we've created, and the inside the comma. So I'm just going to open this, and let's just create it. You don't have it yet, so I'm going to say underscore component, and I'm going to create another one underscore common, and let me just paste it to XX, and let's make sure to create a RAFCE header, and make sure to import that from the header command folder. Yeah, so you see header here, you can see the header here. So now let's create it. I'm going to close this, and so for the header, we're going to have the header. I'm going to just call this header or div, and here we're going to make this to stick to the top. So I'm going to say class name. We're going to have stick. We're going to have top 0, z index of 50, flex height of 16, item center gap of 4, and we're going to give it a background color, which I'm going to get. So this background color is we're going to call it. Let me break this down. And we're going to use 4 3 2 1 7C, and we should see the background color here. Then we're going to give it a padding horizontal to 4, and on last screen it should have px6. Let's save that. So inside the header, we're going to create the nav. Let's just pass. I'm going to say hidden flex lump gap 6 height full text large. I save this, And let me break this down. We are going to also give it a font. So I'm going to say large here. We're going to have a font medium. Then on last screen, we're going to make this flex. And on last screen, we're going to make this flex row. So inside the nav, we're going to show the logo here. So I'm going to just bring in the logo here. So yeah, we're going to have flex item center, margin right 5p, padding right 8, border gray 600, and logo. So I don't think we've created the logo. So let's go ahead and create this logo inside the component. So I'm going to, so let me just go over to here and let's create the logo. So inside component, we're going to create a folder called logo. We're going to create index.txt. And we're going to do REFCE to get the logo. And let's close this. So for the logo, I'm just going to get the component which I've created already. So the logo is going to have a prop URL string, color string, URL to, and so I'm going to using the logo in different places. So by default, it's going to set have the color text white and the registration from the prop. So we have the flex item center, justify center, and justify start from small. Then we had link to the URL which we're going to pass, and also flex item center and then gap 2. Here we're going to set color the div, font bold, size 30, text gray 50, rounded large, flex item center, border 2. On dark mode we have gray 200, justify center, background gradient 2 from bottom to right, from purple 500 to primary. Remember we've set our primary from the Shanty URL color, and we set these two primary to 90%. We set the fonts and then italic. Then this is the style font 19, and we've also set the page 5. We set font bold text 20. Let me see, it's not working. It will work. Font bold text 20. Then tracking. So tracking is letter spacing to minus 0.7 em, and we set the color which we set here. So that's it for the logo. I'm going to just change this to this so I can break this down. And let's see if we can break it. We can break it, so it's visible now. So let's go over to header and let's import the logo. And we should see the logo here. I think I made it hidden. Yeah, I made it hidden. But if I make it visible, so I'm going to make it visible so we can see the logo. Or let's move this up. We should see the logo here. This can be hidden on mobile view. So if I remove the hidden here and remove the MD row, let me remove this so we can be able to see. I remove the flex column so we can be able to see this. So let me just bring this back. So it's going to be visible here. So now we're going to continue our header. We're going to have the list. So below here we're going to have our L, and this is going to have a class of relative, and relative is going to have H full. We're going to have the link. So let's import link from next link. So I forgot to add the UL. So let's add the UL here. And here we're going to just add here. So I'm not going to add the hidden to the navbar. I'm going to add the hidden here. So let's hide the hidden here below here, but we're going to do that for now. So I'm just going to flex row and we're going to have flex. So let's import this. I'm going to put href. So this is going to take us to dashboard slash dashboard. And we're going to add some class name here. And this class name is going to have text white percentage of 90. We're going to have text 15.5 pixel. Let me break this down. And then we're going to have the font normal Z. We're going to make this Z. There's no point for this Z. Okay, let's give it Z 999. Then we're going to also have we're going to make this flex. So center the text here. I'm going to say flex, item center, padding horizontal 3. And we're going to, let's move this justify center. And we're going to have height full for this text, transition color, transition colors over text opacity, and bring this down. Text opacity, I'm going to set this to 90. So here we're going to set the dashboard. And let's save that. You should see dashboard here. So to make dashboard active, we're going to add a class inside here. So that's why we add relative. We're going to make this absolute here. So this is going to be absolute, a div with top left 0. So I'm going to bring it down. So now we have absolute, we have the top position to top 0, left 0, right 0, height 52 pixel, background color primary, transition color easy in out, and the rounded bottom Excel is minus z index of -1. So the reason is because we want to allow it to be like this and be visible. So the dashboard will be visible here inside this div. So this is going to be shown when we are active on this and once the pattern matches this. So to do that, we're going to have to import, you're going to have to get the path name. So let's make sure to name this use client to use path name. So it's the use client. And below here, we're going to just get the path name. Let's import that from Next navigation. And there we're going to just say if this match dashboard, let's just show. So we're going to just do a check. If it match slash dashboard, then we're going to just show this. So let's move this div up and that should work. So let me just, so now we're going to do the next one we're going to do that for the next one. The next one is builder. So let's just copy this. We can copy this, or better still, we can just create a constant here and just call it nav menu. And let's just do like this. We can just call this, let's call this name to dashboard paths or URL path name to slash dashboard. Let's just do a dashboard. Then we can have other ones. We have builder. We have respond. And we have settings. Then for this, we're going to set if it's active or disabled. Is disabled first. So we're going to make some of the parts disabled. I'm going to make this builder disabled. So this will be active once because we can't navigate to the builder if we've not selected a form. So we're going to make this disabled. I'm going to change this to builder. So it's going to be dashboard slash builder slash, let's get the form ID. So this is the path for the builder. So to get the form ID, we are going to just get that from the use param, because that's how the URL is. If you look at the path here we created inside form, you can see builder, you can see form ID, and so this is dashboard, form, builder, and form ID. So yeah, we forgot to add the form here. So let's just paste this here, form ID, and let's import this from Next navigation. Import this and move this. Let's move this too. So this is disabled true. This two is going to be disabled true. And this one is going to be false. So for the response, it's similar to this. So let me just paste this here and let's change this to respond. Yeah. So now let's make use of these nav menus. And let's look through this. We're going to close this here. And I'm just to map. Just open this and let's push this inside. So you're going to get the item IDX. So we need to close this more. So here we're going to have the key. The key is going to be IDX. And let's get the item. The item is going to be this part name, while this is going to be item.name. So inside here, instead of using this dashboard, we're going to just say item ID dot part name if it's matched. So let's save this and see. So we can click on this dashboard. Okay, we need to change this to settings here. So builder, response, and settings. So we don't have settings. That's why settings is 2500. So settings, I'm not going to make it a part. I'm just going to just save it. Do it as slash here, like this. So now to set the builder and respond inactive or disabled, we are going to add that to the class. So for the class, you're going to add opacity and point events. So I'm going to do that here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to open this CN, and let's import CN first from lib utils. So let's paste it inside. I'm going to just open this and let's paste it. Let's make sure to remove this. So I'm going to just remove the space and let's come out here. We're going to check. Okay, can use So let's just open a bracket and let's say item dot disabled. So let me just open this. We're going to call this, for this we're going to say opacity to 80, and we're going to also, I'm going to put the pointed event to none, item dot is disabled. So let's check it out. So now it's not clickable. You can see builder and response are not clickable. Only settings and dashboard is selectable. So that is it. So the last thing we are going to do is we're going to display the other side. So I'm going to just close this here. So we're going to have a div. This is going to show the, let me just close this here. It's going to show the user that is login and also our logout button here. So so we're going to have our drop down menu. So drop down menu, we're going to get that from Shanty UI. So drop down menu, make sure to import that from component UI. I'm going to have our drop down trigger. Menu trigger. So just select that, and we're going to set this as child. And here we're going to have a div. This is going to be a roll of button. And inside you're going to have class name, flex. Let me just open this. We're going to have item start. And we're going to have gap 2. Then we're going to, let's close this. Inside the div, we're going to have our avatar. So avatar, we're going to get it from the UI, avatar from the UI folder. Then inside the avatar, we're going to have class name. Class name is going to be H8, width 8, BG, gray, 200, shrink, 0, then rounded. Oh, let me break this. So inside the avatar, we're going to have our avatar image. Let's import that from components. Make sure to import that from components. Let me just self-close this. Yeah. So make sure to import that from the UI, instead UI components. So inside here, we're going to have, inside here, we're going to specify the source SRC and also the auth. Then here, we're going to have our avatar fallback from components UI avatar. And we're going to have a class name of rounded large. So to get the user information, we're going to use data from kind. So kind has a different package we can use. So I'm going to use user kind browser client. So this is a client side for kind, a client side hook for kind. So I'm just going to make sure to, let's import this. So I'm going to import this from kind here, also with the logout. So I'm going to just paste it here. We can see that from the documentation. And kind, if you go scroll down to where you will see client side, this is the server side. Just scroll down, you should see where they gave us a sample of how to use it in the client side. So this is it here, kind out data from clients, and you can see that is it. You can get the user by specifying user or get user. and you should see the data which was provided for us in Kinde. So that's how we're going to use that. So I'm going to just get the user here, and this is what we're going to use inside the avatar. I'm going to scroll down to where we have those avatar. I'm going to say user dot picture, and this can be undefined, so we just specify empty string here. And for the out, I'm going to just say user dot given name. This is going to be empty string by default. So I'm going to also do for this. So the avatar fallback is going to be a 2 character. So I'm going to get the user given name character at 0 and user family name character at 0. So I'm going to create a div class, we say flex item center tab 2 if then read flex 1. Then we're going to also have the text left, text small, leading tight. So let's save that. Then below that we're going to also have start here. I'm going to go inside the div, and we're going to have a span. The span will show the email and also the name of the user. So I'm going to say class name truncate font semi-bold text. We're going to use the text of F2, F2, F2 again. Then inside we're going to just, so inside this span, we're going to paste the user given name and the user family name. So for the email, we're going to just specify this list. We're going to use truncate block width full, max with 150 pixel, text small, and then text wide. So this is it. So we should be able to see the component showing on the navigation bar. Let me just go back. I think we can see it. We should see it here. This is, but if we try to hide this, I'm going to hide let's set this to hidden. And let me just do MD flex, and we should see this, the username and email showing. Then below that, you're going to just place in a drop down icon below the div. I'm just going to say chevron down, and we're going to just import that from Lucy React. And this is going to have an ML auto size for text white 80, opposite of 80, and you can see the area. So now we're going to let's drop down menu contents, and let's have our drop down menu item from, make sure to import it from components. And now we should see that it's showing down here. So what we're going to do here now, we're going to log out the user. So we're going to show the logout there. So I'm going to just get the logout. So the logout is going to come from the, so I think I've imported this from Kind. We should see it here, logout link from Kind. So let's just go back there. We need to let's pass in the logout here. So I'm going to say logout icon, and let's import logout icon from Lucy React and just put logout. Let's put class name here and let's call it flex item center and gap to 1. Let's see how it should display. So I think the icon, so we need to set the icon to class width 4, height 4. Yeah. So logger should work. If I click on log out, it should log us out and take us to the dash to the landing page. And if I try to log in, again, I'm going to just select this Google. I will select the same accounts I use. So we should wait for it to load. And we should see we're on the dashboard page. So great. So that is it. So for the logo, we're going to just specify flex here to 1. Let's specify flex to 1. And I should position this to the ending. Okay. Okay, I think we need to make this flex to flex row, yeah. And justify between. So this should be flex 1, yeah. And okay, let's add this to width 4. Yeah, so this is width 4. And if you look at it in a full screen, so I'm going to just preview it in a full screen, and we should see it display properly. You can see the logo, the navigation bar, and the drop down here with the logout. So that's it for. So now let's set up our database with Prisma and Neon Postgres. So I'm just going to let's go back to the Visual Code, and here we're going to install Prisma and Prisma client. So I'm just going to put my terminal and let me just close. Let me cancel this. Let's drag, make sure to drag. Let me clear the terminal first. And let me drag this to the right here. So the Prisma we're going to use, the version we're going to write npm install Prisma. So I'm going to paste the npm install Prisma 5.220.22.0. So, and this is going to be a dev dependency. So let's install that. So once that is installed, we're going to install the Prisma client, which is going to that is not Prisma client is not a dev dependency. So let's wait for it to install. So we've installed Prisma already. So what we're going to do is to run nps Prisma. So I already done that. We just put nps Prisma init. Just run this here. And once you run it, it should generate the schema for you. And this should be it here. So this will be schema that will be generated and the env. So let's go ahead and just copy this. Let's copy this, cut this from env, and let's move it to env local, where we already have our kind env values and key there. So I'm going to just delete the env already. We don't need it. So now let's install Prisma client. It's not a dev dependency, so I'm just going to clear my terminal and let's. So I'm just going to paste it here. npm install Prisma slash client 5.22.0. So let's save that. So let's wait for that to install. So now it has installed completely. So what we're going to do next is let's it's the package JSON. So we don't forget about it. One, you want to deploy this project to Vercel, you need to update this. You need to add this to post install Prisma generate to the package JSON. So now let's go ahead and update our schema Prisma. Schema.prisma. So I want to add a different URL which is called direct URL. So I'm going to just bring it in here. So this is going to be like this. So we're going to have the database URL, which is going to be a puller and direct database, the actual Postgres URL. So we're going to get that from Neon in a minute. So let's just go over to env the local, and we're just going to copy this. So I'm just going to go back to my schema, copy this direct URL, go over to env the local, and let's just paste it below here. So let's save that. And so now to set up Neon, we're going to go over to Neon. Just search for Neon on Google. So I've done that. Just search for Neon on Google, and you should see the first link here. So just click on this Neon serverless Postgres. So I already have an account, already signed up already and sign in. So this is the project here. This is the page here, which I've already logged into Neon already. So if you can't access Neon, just go to the GitHub URL. The link is below, and if you see Neon database help, click on this and click on the database.md, and you should see the direction on how to access Neon. So I'm just going to go over, and we should see, let's create our project. So I'm going to call this FormById, and this is our database. You can just leave the database like this, and let's just create this. So let's just confirm, and we should see the database is created. The project is created, sorry, the project is created. So we're going to copy our Postgres URL. So let's wait for it to load. I'm going to just, let me try and click on this and click on it back. We should see the database. So I'm going to, okay, yeah, the URL is here. It has shown the URL. So now this URL is what we're going to use for the direct database URL. So let's just copy it. You can just click on this copy here, and let's paste it inside here. And you should see this here. So then let's remove this SSL mode required, because we have some issue using it with localhost. So I'm going to remove that. You can add that when you deployed. So let me just move this up. And for the URL, database URL, let's remove this default database URL. And if you go over to Neon, and we should be able to see where to select the puller version of it. So I'm going to, so to access the puller version of the puller URL, so just click on, let's go back to dashboard. So when quick start, just click on dashboard, and you should see the same connection string here. Just click on pull connection, and you should see it here. So I'm going to show you the password, and I'm going to copy the snippet, and let's just paste it here. So we're going to also remove the required, you see that's the puller attached to it. So I'm going to remove the required here, and I'm going to add timeout to it. So we're going to add pg bouncer equals to true and connect timeout equals to 10. So for connection. So let's save that now. Now we have our listen. So we don't have any table here. If you click on tables, we have no data or no table in the Neon Postgres. So let's go into our form schema Prisma, and let's write our model here. So let's go down here below, and let's put model. We're going to call form, and let's open it. So here we're going to have ID. ID is going to be init, and we're going to set this to ID, and default is going to be auto increment. Auto increments. And let's call it. So this is called Prisma. So here we're going to use capital letter, not small letter. And here we're going to have our form ID. So this form ID is, we're going to use the UUID. So we're going to also make it unique. So default is going to be UUID. So we're going to also have the user ID, which we're going to set from kind. So we're going to set that to string. We're going to have the name of the form. We're going to set that to string. We're going to have description, set that to string. Then to save the forms or the blocks, we're going to call it JSON blocks. I'm going to set some JSON here. So I'm going to call it JSON block and call it string. And we're going to have our default. Our default is going to be a string of empty array. Then this description, you're going to have a default of empty string. So we're going to have views. It's going to be init, int, and the default is going to be 0. We are going to also have our responses. So the responses is going to be int dot going to have the default to 0. No, the responses is not going to be. Oh yeah, this is going to be total number of responses here. So or the number of responses for this particular form. So we're going to have publish. So publish is going to be Boolean and default is going to be false. And we're going to have our created ads. Created ads is going to be date time and default is going to be now. So we're going to call the now function from here and we're going to have, we can have the creator name if you want. So this is the user that create the form. Then we should have below here, we're going to have the form setting. So we can also have the form setting here. I'm going to call it form setting. So form setting is going to have the same ID. So I'm just going to copy it and let's paste it here. Then we're going to have our primary color. Primary color is going to be string. And we're going to also have the background color, string, created ads, and then we're going to also have the updated ads here. We can also have the updated ads to this. So I'm going to just set this date time and just put the updated ads. Then we're going to also have the form, the list of form here. So you can see, so in order to make this error stop, we're going to have to set the settings here. We're going to call it settings ID. Settings ID is going to be init int, and we're going to a one-to-one relationship. So we're going to settings is going to be form settings relation at relation. We're going to specify the fields, and the field is going to be the setting ID. And we're going to have let me read this. We're going to have the reference. So reference is going to be the ID of the settings. So now the last thing we're going to do is the model for the response. So we're going to call it form response or form responses. Then we're going to also have the same ID. We're going to have we're going to have the form ID here. This is going to be the ID for form, this ID here, not this one. Then below here, we're going to have the created ads here. And we're going to also have the response. We're going to store the response in JSON. So JSON response string. So let me move this up. And then let's add our relation here. We're going to have the form relation field we're going to have form ID, which is reference to ID. So now we need to add that to, because each form will have multiple response. So we're going to add, so this is like one-to-many relationship. So this is it. You're going to have form response and response, form responses. So we are done with the model. Now we need to generate this. So to generate, we're going to use npx Prisma generate, npx Prisma generates, and we should wait for it. And this should generate. So let's wait for it to generate. So we can see we've generated the Prisma schema here. So now let's push this. We need to push this to the Neon Postgres or the DB. So to push our schema to all the generated Prisma schema to Neon, we're going to use npx Prisma DB push. So, and this will push it to Postgres. So let's wait for it to push it. You see that it's complaining that Prisma, okay, database URL not found. Direct database URL. So let's look at seats, env. This is it. Let me look at my Prisma. Why is it not working? So I think it's actually not working with env the local. So I'm going to try it again, and we should see it didn't work. Let's try and change this to, let me clear everything here, and let's try and change this to only env and c dot env. So let's add it to the git now. So dot env, or we can just dot env. Yeah, so it's work. So let me try again and run this, and let's see whether it shows. It will push the nps Prisma DB push, and we can see that it works. So it's loading it from env. So database can be reached. Server is running. So let me check this again. The env, and let's see that everything is correct. So let me try it again. And hopefully it should work. So I fixed it. I fixed the issue with the Prisma not able to push it to Neon. So to fix that, just simply come to your URL, Postgres URL. Make sure to add the SSL mode URL, SSL mode required. This is for the puller. Also, this is the direct database URL. So make sure to add this required. Then add connect timeout to 15. Then add connection limit to 20. Then do the same. Just add for this is for the puller. Add required, SSL mode required. Then add PG bouncer true. Add connect timeout to 15 and add pull timeout to 15. And it should work because mine has worked correctly. So it's working fine. So if I go over to the tables, if I click on tables here and should wait for it to load. Yeah, we should see the tables here and we should see the list of tables we've pushed from our schema. We should see the form settings, and the form response. So let's hold on for it to load. So now we can see the form response, and the form settings. Yeah, so that is it for for the database. We're able to push that and we're able to make sure our database Prisma is connected to the database. So what we're going to do next now is to create we're going to create the API to fetch the stack. So I'm going to run my server first. So let me run my server npm. So let me just run it in this place, npm run dev. I don't know why this one is not working. Well, just going to make use of this instead. And we should have our server running now on localhost 3000 dashboard. And we're going to head over to start creating our API. We're going to be, not API, we're going to be using server action. I'm also using API too. So let's head over to that. So let's create a server action for this, for the fetch form stack. So I'm just going to go to the actions here and we have form action which we've created. So let me just close the terminal and inside here we're going to just label this to use server. Then let's export async. It's going to be an async function. We're going to call it fetch form start and make sure to call the function. Yeah, so now we're going to use a try cache. Let's save that. So to get the user, because we need to identify the user, if the user is logging, like before we can fetch the data. So we're going to use the session get kind server session, which we use in the layout to get the user. So now we are going to check if the user is not found. So we're going to check if the user is not found below here. So I'm going to say if not user, we're going to just return this. So the reason I'm not using true here is because server action has a particular issue with true, which might give some issue. I've tried it, but it didn't work. So I had to use this return function, return object here for me to identify a field uh, response. And so you can make use of the true, try your luck and see whether it works for you. But it didn't work for me when I tried it. So now we've checked that if the user is not defined, just return false unauthorized to use this resource. So then now let's go ahead to start calculating our stats. So I'm going to say constant. So we are going to do some calculation. We are going to sum. So we're going to also count. So this is going to be equals to await Prisma dot. So before we can use Prisma, we can import Prisma from there. So we need to add Prisma to we need to create a Prisma client, a single client for this project. So you do that, we're going to go into the lib folder and let's create a helper function, helper file, just call it file. We just say Prisma db.txt. So yeah, we're going to actually check if we are on production or staging. So this is just I'm going to just get this and I'm going to explain everything. So this is the code here. We say Prisma client global for Prisma. So we check global and we set the global to this the type to Prisma client. So now we call the Prisma client, create a new Prisma client. Then if not in production, then we set the Prisma client, the Prisma to the global for Prisma. Yeah, which is so once in production, this does not set, but in production this set. So but in production, this does not set, but if development, this will set. So if it's not production, then set Prisma to the global. Yeah, so that is how it works. So let's go over to form. You can see this in Prisma documentation. If you go over to Prisma with if you go and search for Prisma Next.js, you should see this added there. So this is the way it is. You can look at it here. So I'll go over to my so let me just import this from the lib folder. And now The next thing we're going to do is to get the form. So we should be able to see the form dot aggregate. So we're going to aggregate this and we're going to set this to object. Then we're going to say where they open this user ID. So we're going to say user ID matches the user. So we know we have the user and the user ID. So yeah, we're going to, so let me just bring this like this. So next line, we're going to check for the sum. So the sum is based on the view, true, and the response, number of response. This is going to be true. This will be returned out. So then we can get the count. The count is going to be, it's going to be set to ID true, ID not IDs. So below here, we're going to calculate constant views. We're going to pass this to response. So I'm going to say sum dot view. I'll just set 0. Then we get total response. Response, this is going to be equals to like this. Then we're going to have constant dot total forms created. We're going to calculate the form. So this is going to be based on the count. We're going to say count dot. So it's going to count the IDs. So I'm going to put constant here. Then we need to calculate the conversion rate. This is going to be equals to, we're going to have the views, which is going to, if it's greater than 0, we're going to set this to total response, not total form, total response divided by views. And we're going to set this to times 100. Then we're going to set it to 0. So if u is greater than 0, then we can get the, we can start calculating the conversion rate. Then for the last one is the engagement. So we're going to say constant engagement rate is equals to total form. If total form is greater than 0, so we've started creating the form. We're going to say response divided by total form times 0, and this is going to be all. You say 0, total response divided by the total forms. So we are done with this. So now let's return this below here. And we can just set this to maybe success. We can put success below it and just say success to true. And you can also add message. Then for the catch error, we're just going to just return false and something went wrong. So we are done with this server action. So let's go ahead and then work on the UI, which we're going to implement this. So this is going to be in the dashboard. So if we go over to our local 3000, this is where it's going to be in the dashboard. So we've already set the layout already. So this is the page for the dashboard. Let's close this so we can see that this is the page. Remember, we've added the layout. We've made some changes to reflex minimum height and then width full column with the children. So for the page, we're going to start working on the page. So for the page, we're going to say class width full, then PT. We're going to give it a padding of 8. So we have spacing at the top. Let's remove this dashboard and let's create a div again. And div, this div is going to also have a width full. Then we're going to give it a maximum width so it stays in the center, 6XL. And we're going to say maximum margin X to auto. And we're going to give it a padding of Y2 again, 1 padding to 1. So now we're going to set the form status here. So for the form status, we're going to, the form starts, we're going to create a session. And this session is going to have constant class name we should just call it start session. This is not functional, just giving it a name, widthful. And we're going to create a div with a class name. Then we're going to give this widthful. We're going to use flex item center, justify between, and py5. Can also put the widthful here. So this is going to, let me just bring this here. This is going to be, going to set the dashboard name. So text 3XL font semibold tracking. This tracking is a letter spacing too tight, and we can set it dashboard, and we should see dashboard should show here. Then let me save this, and we should see dashboard showing here. We can see dashboard here. So let me also add this padding here and say px to 2. Then on medium, we can have px to 0. So we can have some padding here on mobile view. So yeah, we're going to also have a button which we're going to create later on. So this button is going to be the create form button. So I'm going to put create a form. Then we're going to also add in the style. We're going to put the style here with the class name. We can set this to background primary. So I'm going to just put PG primary font medium. Then let's add icon here. We're going to say plus icon from Lucy Reacts, and we should see this showing here. We can also reduce the, I think the gap, we can set it to 1. Yeah. So this should be fine. So now the next thing we are going to do is to create the class which is going to hold the start. So we're going to go down below the div, and we're going to create a component which is going to display that. So we're going to call it start list wrap. Then scroll down below here, we're going to create the function. So this is going to be a server, an async function, I mean, because we're going to use it to load the, we're going to use it to call the form start, the fetch form start from our server action. So we're going to say async function, paste this start list, and let's just call this. Then now we should say constant start. This is going to be equals to await the fetch from start. So make sure to import that from the server action. Then we're going to return the start card, and this card is going to take loading. So first, then we're going to have the data is going to be stacked. So let's go ahead and create this component here inside the, we're going to create it inside the common components here. I'm going to just, not inside the common, but inside component directs new file .cxx race, and let's import this. So inside the start guide, we're going to have some prop. We're going to say props, and props is going to take in the data. And since we don't get the type of the data here, so this data is of any, and the start here, you can see a start data. We're going to just set it to awaited. We're going to set it a return type of let's set it again. We're going to say type of, we're going to get a fetch start from start. So this is going to be awaited. And then we're going to just set the loading to Boolean. Then we can just destructure the props and also get the data. So yeah, we're going to use the grid here. So I'm going to just create a grid. So the grid is very simple. Let me break this down. So we're having grid gap 4 on the small screen. We have grid column 2, medium 4, large screen 2, and then extra large 4. Yeah. So now let's import card from UI components, and let's set it to class name of BG Whites. So we're going to also set the header, card header. Card header is going to have a class of PB2, and we're going to also have the card description. Card description is going to take in the value, and which we're going to set this one as a total form. So we're going to also have a title, and the title is going to set the loader. If it's loading, we're going to just set the skeleton, or you can use normal loading here. We can use loader from Lucy React and just set it to animate to spin. But since our loading is false, it's not going to show. So then we can get the data.total form and set it to 0 if it's undefined. Then for the contents, yeah, the content should be here. Card contents. This will just be like a description about the card. We're going to use the class name TextX small. It's just small text muted foreground, all form created on your account. Then we can just copy and duplicate this. So for this one, we're going to have total responses, and we're going to just also have total responses here. Then this one will just have a different description here. So let's also copy this again, paste it below. We can just give it, let me give it a comment here. I'll just say responses, total responses. Then this one is conversion rate. Let's remove this conversion rate. I can just set this here, conversion rates. And conversion rate is going to be conversion rate here. And we're going to just set this to fix 2. And we're going to also set this to percentage. So I'm just going to copy this out, put it like this, and we're just going to add percentage. Let's put percentage here. I'm going to remove this. Sorry, percentage. Yeah, data conversion rate. And we should also change the description from response submitted for your form to X percentage of views that resulted in response. So if you have done that, we can also copy this, the last one. This will show the engagement rate. So I'm just going to change this to engagement rate. And engagement rate is going to be fixed, and it's also going to be percentage. And we're going to change this to percentage of form that receive response. So I think we are done with this. So it's just similar, just pass all the values we should return from the server action, and we should see everything here, total form, percentage. We can also change this to 1 instead of 2. Like this, we can change to 1. and this should change to 1. Okay, that's changed already. So now the next thing we're going to work on is we're going to list all the forms which we have on, which we've created, but we've not created any form, but we're just going to first of all list the form. So let me go back to page. So we're going to, so instead of working on list form, let's first of all create a form first. Let's create the API or the action, server action to create form. So below here, I'm going to put in this a separator here. And this separator is going to become imported from components UI separator. Border with this color and background with this color. Then I'm going to just create the section first for the all form. Then we can come back to it. Let me just all form, and let's also just copy this. Let's get the header and let's set it to all form. So here I'm going to put class name of widthful 57 and pb10. Then for the here we're going to just, this is just flex item center, and this is text extra large with tracking tight. So this is to show all the forms, but we've not worked on it yet, and we've not implemented that. Then we're just going to, let me just also create a div and say no form created, and let's set this to class flex item center justify center, and let's put it full. Okay, there's no need, so you can see no form created, no form created. So now let's go ahead and work on the server action for the create a form. So let's go ahead and create the server action for create form. So I'm going to go back to form action.txt, and there we're going to just export async, and we'll call function. We're going to name this create function, create form. So create form is going to take in data, and this data is going to be of type name, which is going to be string, and we're going to also have description, which is going to be a string. So only 2 parameters, and then let's call this, yeah. So you're going to have try your catch, patch. So inside here, we're going to also do the same thing. We're going to get the user from the kind server session. Then we're going to also do the same thing we did. We're going to check, which we did here. We're going to check if the user doesn't exist, then we return success false and the message. Then for the create form, we're going to say constant. So in order to create a form, we have to first of all get the settings, set the settings, just like in our schema. So let me just open the schema. We should see that we have settings, the primary color and the background color. So we can do that here. You can do constant form settings. So we're going to get the settings and pass it to the newly created form. So here we're going to say await Prisma. So Prisma.form settings dot create. So we're going to just open this, and we're going to set data So data, we're going to have the primary color, which we specify here, primary color and background color. So we're going to set the default primary color to the primary color which we had, which we set in constant. So if you go over to constant, you should see a primary color here and the default background color. So I'm going to set that here, the primary color, and also we're going to also have, let me go over to my schema and copy this. I'm going to have the background color and the background color. So let me just import the default primary color from constant, and let's also set the background color from also from constant. So that is it. So now you're going to just go below here and let's create the form. So form or new form is await is Prisma dot form dot create. I'm going to set data name is going to be data dot name, description which we specify here. Description is going to be data dot description. Then we're going to set the user ID. It's going to be user dot ID. Then for the creator name, the creator name is going to be user dot given underscore name. I'm going to say this is empty string. Creator not create. So and the last one we're going to have the settings. So settings ID is going to be form. Let's get the form settings here. Dot ID. So let me put comma here. So we've now created the JSON block. So this is going to be created later on. So I'm going to do that later. We're going to get the JSON block return. So I'm just going to put it here. So it's going to be like an empty array. So I'm just going to comment this out. We're going to come back for that. So let's save that. And then we're going to check if this did not create if it did not create the form. You're going to say if not, let's return false and not create the form. Please try again. Then lastly, we're going to just return the success response or the success object here. When success true, the message form created successfully and the form. And lastly, we're going to just put the value. We're going to also return just like the fetch starts. You're going to just return a false and something went wrong. So we are done with the create form server action. So we're going to go ahead and create the UI, which is we're going to call this create form inside. So let's go over to let's close this here. So inside the components, we're going to create a component called create form.txx and RASCE. Then we'll scroll up to where we have the button. So I'm going to just copy this here or cut that. Then let's just put it inside here instead. Let's make sure to import the button from your components UI and also the plus icon from Lucy React. And let's just copy the create form over to page.tx. Let me close this page.tx and let's replace this with the component which we've created. And let me just remove this unused component and make sure to import the create form component from the underscore component folder. So let's go over to create form. So for the create form, we are going to be using the bottom sheet to handle. So before we do that, we're going to use input and the React hook form. So we're just going to create that here. So we're going to create the state first for the bottom. So it's open. I'm going to say set is open. and this is going to be equals to use state from React with a type of boolean, and let me just set it default to false. So let me remove this. So for the bottom sheet, we're just going to let's remove the div and set this to fragments. And let me call this and say sheet from components UI sheets. We're going to have open to is open, and let me remove this and set on open to set is open. Then make sure to close this. And then we're going to say sheet trigger from components. I will set this to as child, and let's close this. And let me paste the button here. So this is the button for the graph. Then below here we're going to have the contents. So sheet contents, and this is going to be side bottom. So we're going to say div class name width full max width of 5 XL. Then we have margin X photo. Then inside the div, we're going to have our sheet header and then sheet title. And here we're going to have create form, create new form or create a form. For the description, we just give it a simple description inside the header. So we just say this will create a new form. Let's import the sheet description. And then we're going to have the content. So the content is going to be a div. So let's say div, and let's just say let's do it like this. So inside here we're going to put our form. So let's import form from React hook form, and inside here we're going to have our form. So let's go over at the top and let's set up the React hook form. So before we do that, we're going to use Zod. I think we installed Zod. Yeah, Zod came in with the form one installing from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to undo my schema here. So we have form schema Z. So Zod object. So let's import Zod. So let me just import that at the top here. So let me move this button down and return, push the hook form up. So now we have the name. So you can just put name, not username. Name must be at least 2 characters. Description is not required. Then you're going to set the form. So below here we're going to say constant form, which is going to be equals to use form from React hook form, and this is going to have a type dot zod dot infer. Then we're going to give it a type of form schema. So a type of form schema, and let's close this. Let's open this with an object, and let's add our resolver here. Our resolver is going to be zod resolver. So I'm just going to get that here. Our Zod resolver is going to be our form schema. So let's make sure to import Zod resolver from hook. So I'm going to paste that. So it's at hook form resolver Zod. Yeah. So this error should stop. Then we're going to just set the default value. So I'm going to put in comma here. And the default values is going to be the name, empty string, and then description, empty string. So now let's go below here and let's create okay, before we go down, let's create our on submit. So this is going to be async, and it's going to have a argument of z dot. We are going to also use the same thing in fair type of, and we're going to use the form schema. And let's close that, and let's just put this. Yeah, so this is okay. So in the form, we're going to destructure the form here. We're going to just get the object on the structure form inside it. So here we're going to also add on submit. So on this is going to be form dot handle submit. I'm going to pass our created on submit function to it. So let's add some class name. At the top, class name is going to be space y4, and inside the form we are just going to have our form field. So form feed from our UI, and we're going to just say control. So control is going to be the form dot control. So let me close this tag. Yeah. So we need to add in the name of the field. The name is going to be name, and we're going to also add in the render. We're going to render the component. So I'm going to say all the field. So I'm going to say feed. So we're going to just, so let me just do it like this. Now we're going to just form item from UI component. Then let's close this and let's save it like this. Then we're going to add our form label from component UI form. We're going to, the label is going to be name, and the form control is going to be from this. Then we're just going to add our input, and so the input is going to be a simple placeholder, and we're going to destructure the field inside it. So let's import this from component UI input. And lastly, we're just going to, in case of any error, can just display the error with form message here. So let's just copy this. Let's import this from the component UI form. I'm just going to copy this again, paste it below here. And we're just going to change this to description. So description, and this is going to be TextArea. TextArea from UI, TextArea, and TextArea is just going to be let me say form description, and like this. So let's also change this to description. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and let's change this to description, the description. So lastly, we're going to just do the on submit, the button, which we handle the submit. So I'm going to say button, and button is going to have, we're going to say create, name create, and inside here we're going to have type of submit. Then disable. So we're going to disable the button once it is submitting. So I'm going to say form dot form state dot submitting. Yeah, so we're going to also add some class. So class px5 place. So we're going to say flex place self. So I want to position this to the end. Place self end, and then just give it a background of primary, and it should be important. So now we're going to also show a loader here. So form state is submitting. Then we're going to show a loader, and we're going to get a loader from Lucy React. And we're going to add in some class name, set the width to 4, height to 4, and animate spin. So yeah, so we are done with. So let's test this out. So if you click on the create form, you should see this. So let me reload this. So I forgot to add use clients. So it's asking us to put the use client because we're using some hooks here. So I'm going to label this to use clients. And let's wait for it to load up. So now let's try it out. So I'm going to click on create form and you should see that it's having some issue here. Saying component UI gets from states. Not the structural property get from states. So let me look at the issue here. Get from states. So let me see. So make sure to let's remove the form that was here. So I'm going to remove. So make sure to remove the form from the React hook form. So the form is supposed to come from the component UI form, and I think that is why it was giving an error. So let's try it now. And yeah, we can see the create new form and the description. Yeah, so the bottom shape is showing. So let's go ahead and complete this by completing the onSubmit. We're going to call the action here. So inside here, we're going to call it try and catch. So I'm going to say constant first, constant response. So try and catch because we're not showing any error. So I'm going to say constant create. I'll wait just create form. So create form from action and it's going to take in data. So the data is an object. So inside here, we're going to pass in the name values.name and then description, value.description. So here, I think that should stop. The error should stop. So you should get an if response dot. So this will get success. So let me just close this. You should say set is open to false. Yeah. Then we should give a toast that the form was created. So I'm going to get the toast here and say title success. Description form created successfully. So let me just import this toast from hook use toast. Then else if it didn't go through, so let me spell this well. If it didn't go through, we're going to just return the same error again. Or we're going to make this a structure or destructive here. So error, title error, description, response, message, or something went wrong, and we want to save that. So we want when we create the form, we should redirect the user to the builders page. So to handle that, we're going to call the router. So I'm going to say constant router. Router is going to be equals to use router from next navigation. And inside, once it's successful, we want to redirect the user to the form page. So we're going to get the form ID from the response. So the builders page is simply like this. Inside here, we have the dashboard, form, builder, and the form ID. So this is it. So rather than push dashboard, form, builder, response form dot form ID. So we're going to first of all just okay, let's the video. Right, so let's try it and see if this work. So I think everything's completed. Let me just create a new form. So I'm going to say a survey form and I'm going to give it a description. This is a survey form. And let's see. We should create and we should see a successful toast or we're redirected to. So we're redirected to the builders page. So that is it. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to have to go back and let's list all the form here. So I'm going to create a new form. I'm going to call this contact contact form, contact us form. And I'm not going to pass in description. I'm just going to create. So we have like two forms showing. So I'm going to just create this form, and yeah, so this is the two form is created. So the next thing we're going to do, let's just go ahead and work on that. So let's create the so let's go over to form.action. I'm going to click on action and select form action. So below here, let me just close this, and let's say export async. We're going to have the function. So the function, we're going to name it fetch all forms, and this is going to take any params here, arguments. So I'm going to just try and catch here the same way we did it before. And let me just close this. So inside here, we're going to also get the user. So we're going to check the user and also check if the user is not authorized. And now we're going to just say constant form is equals to await Prisma. So Prisma.form, and this time we're going to find many, and we're going to get it where user ID is equals to user ID. Then let's also include the settings to true. Now we're going to arrange this or order by created date. We're going to order it by the created date, and we're going to set it to the descending order. So now once that is successful, we should be able to return a successful message and then the response. And lastly, we're just going to also return the error difference. So I'm just going to remove this, and let's say return successful false message, something went wrong. And let me just save that, and we are done with it. So we're going to go ahead the to the page. Let's go over to dashboard page, and inside here is where we're going to list all the forms. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to remove, let me remove this for now. And here we're going to just say, okay, I think this is inside the section. We're going to create a div here, and this div is going to have a class name of grid gap for on small screen. From small screen, we have grid dots with the columns. We're going to have a maximum of let's say 2, and we're going to have on medium screen, we're going to have grid, let me see, grid columns, and we're going to set it to 5. So this is to list all the form, and on last screen we are going to have 2. So I'm just going to copy this, and let me just break this down, bring it up, and let's say large, and here we're going to have extra. So last screen we are going to have 3. Yeah, then extra large we're going to have 5. Yeah, so medium 5, large screen column is 3, and then extra large 5. So here we're going to now list the form. So we're going to create a component to show the form. So I'm going to say form list, and this form list will be created here. Let me just async function form list. So form list, we're going to just call it like this, and let me just put a return for now. So inside the form list, I think it's not taking anything. It should stop. Okay. So here we're going to add a suspense from React, and let's move the form there. So for the fallback, we're going to just do a fallback here. So to show the loader. So fallback, we are going to just the structure, and let's do 1, 2. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do at least 4. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to map this dot map item, and we're going to just return the loader from Lucy React. And the loader is going to have 3 R RAM and then fast name of animate spin and spin. So that will show the spinner below the here. So let's go over and complete the form list. So the form list, we're going to call and destructure the form from the async, let's say from the fetch form, the fetch or form from our server action. And let's just get the form. And now we're going to create in a components. So let me just, and let's say form. So we're going to destructure this, not the structure, we're going to map this data. So I'm going to just say form dot. So we can just call this forms. So this is the forms that we return here. Remember we call this form find many. Or we can just call it all form. So anyhow you want to name, you can name it. So I'm just going to say map form. So we're going to just let's just open this. And inside here we're going to say form item, which we've not created. So I'm just going to complete this. So we're going to create a form item. The form item is going to be inside a common. So let me just create that inside the common. .txx. I will say RAFCE, and let's import that from the from this here. So inside here we're going to pass in the key, set the key to form ID. I'm going to ask in the ID to form ID. We're going to also pass in the form ID name and publish here. So the form ID name and publish. I'm going to also pass in the created at and the view response. So created at response and also views to form views. And lastly, we're going to pass in the background color for this one. So background color is form setting dot background color. So now let's go into our form item and let's set the type for that. So for the type, we're going to just say, let me just go into here props. Let me just set the type also. So it's type of props type. So we're just going to set it. So we're going to have the ID form ID name response to number view to number created out to date publish to boolean and background color to string. So I'm just going to say prop type and let's set props type here. So inside the form item we're going to just destructure this. Yeah, so let's destructure this and get the from the props. So response is going to be equal to 0 by default. So yeah, we're going to get the router because once we click on a form item, we need to route the user to the builders page. Router is going to be equals to use router from next navigation, and let's set this to use client. So inside below here, we're going to set the on click. So on click is going to be a use callback from React, and we're going to just return the router dot put push, and we're going to just specify the slash dashboard slash form slash builder slash form ID. And let's import the this callback from React. Okay, yeah, we need to empty array here. So now we're going to just call this on click to on click here. And we're going to set this to row to button. Let me just switch here. Row button. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to just have a class name to just set this to width full and height auto. Page auto. And inside the form, inside the div, you're just going to get the div. You specify the background color. Last name is width full, relative, flex, item center, justify center. So justify center, and we're going to set it to over. Yeah, let me break this down here, and we're going to just have overflow hidden. Then we're going to have the height of this to be 150 pixels, and we're going to have rounded top XL. We're going to have border. So if you have border gray 300, and we should have our gradient BG gradient to bottom, and we can just give it from primary opacity of 10 to primary, from primary to primary opacity of 10. So here we're going to create a div, and this div will hold the is going to hold the name of the. So I'm going to just specify that inside here. And we have the width absolute bottom 0, flex item center, flex column. Then we have the padding horizontal, padding S, padding C to 6, height of 32, rounded top X, extra large, PG white, and shadow. And here we can just put our H5, and H5 we have the class name text small. Then we have font medium, margin B1, text center. Then we should bring this down as a text gray, then gray 400, and truncate. We should put block here, and I think we should give it like a width of 200 pixels, something like that. Let's see. Then they should just take in the name of the form. Then we can just give like a skeleton loading here. So this is just import this. So this is going to be flex item, gap 1, margin bottom 2, skeleton with height 3, which the rounded full, string 0, skeleton class name of height 11 pixel, and then width 75 pixel. So we should see it showing here. So I think it's not yet showing. Okay, it's not displaying here properly. Let me try and load this. And let's just continue. I think we should be able to see this. So below this two div, I think yeah, we're going to close from this gradient. So we're going to just create a div of width full, then Padding. Let's see why is it showing error. Okay, yeah, we need to move this up. Sorry. So I need to put this up. So I think yeah, you have a two div here. So we have the div. Inside this div, we're going to have a div, another div with a class name of flex widthful item center justify between and py1. So inside this div again, we should have span. Why is this doing like this? Okay, let me put like span class name, and let me just close this first. Then we set text small flex item flex item center item center. Then we have gap one and font medium. Then inside here we're going to just show the label, I mean the publish. So we're going to specify here if it's published, then we're going to display the glow. If it's private, like if the publish is true, then we'll show the globe icon. So let's import the globe icon from let's say React. Then if not, it's going to be a lock key, which is going to specify that it is still a private form. So let's bring publish here. So I'm going to just bring publish here. And we should be able to see this like this. So let me just put this there. So now below there, we're going to also call the name of the form. Yeah, and we should see it now showing. Yeah, we can see it now. So it's showing on mobile view. So this is going to display. So below the span, we're going to add in the ellipse icon here. So this is like an option for drop down. Below here, we're going to also have a different div now. And this div is going to have a class name of flexed with full border. We're going to add border here to the top. And the border is going to be border gray 300. So let me break this down. And we're going to add in the item. So below here, on the item. So let me change this. So full items center. We're going to have justify between and then P top and bottom one. So now we're going to just have a div again inside this div. And this div is just going to have flex item center and then gap. Then inside it, we're going to have a span, which is going to show the total number of responses for this form. So I'm going to just say span, class name. So the class name for span is text muted foreground item center. We have put flex. Let me put flex here. Let me break this. Then inside we're going to just say gap one and then font. We say font 14 pixel. So inside the span, we're going to just show response. Yeah. So we're going to put an icon there, and this icon is going to be a message square icon, indicating it's a response. So from Lucy React, we also set the foreground and also the size to 14. So let me bring it down. So it's going to also be the same thing. We're going to also have the same thing for the view. So we're going to have text muted foreground, flex item center gap, text 14 pixel, the same thing with it. Then the views is going to come from our props. So I'm just going to set view, and this is going to be 0 by default. Then let's come down and let's import activity icon from Lucy React. And this is also the same style with it. You say text foreground size 14 pixel. Then lastly, below here, we're going to add in a span or a paragraph. Anyone, you can just put anyone you like. So this is going to have text muted, foreground, flex, and we're going to have a gap one text. This is going to be 13 pixel. So now we're going to specify the created ads. So created ads, we're going to get created ads from here. So let me just put created ads here. So for created ads, we're going to show the number of days ago this particular form was created. So I'll just say format distance. So format distance to noun street. So format distance to noun street here like this is going to come from our date function which we've already installed. So I'm going to import it here. Let me move this to the top. I'll move navigation to the top. Move our skeleton down and let me just bring this inside. So we've installed date function. If you go to package.js, you should see we installed it in the beginning of the video. So inside here, if we go scroll down to the ending, then we're going to call this and we're going to set this to new dates. We're going to pass in the created ads. So now for the created ad, we're going to pass in another value. So we're going to open here and say add, add suffix true. So now we should see this and 1 hour ago, 1 hour ago it was created. So now, why is it showing error? Let me try and reload this. Okay. So now this is showing one column here. We need to change. You can change it to 2 columns for a smaller screen. So I'm just going to go back up here and instead of adding small here, I'll just remove this. And you see that grid column is 2. So once you save that, this should show by the left and right here. So, or rather, let's do, okay, I think we have, there is no smaller one than small. So let's just leave it like 2. Yeah. So this one is okay like this. And once we click on any of these cards, it should take us to the builder straight away. So I think we are kind of wrong here. Yeah, we're wrong. Let's go and change this. Instead of builders, it's builder. So builder. So let's move this back. Let me take this back to dashboard. To dashboard. So once we click on this now, it should take us to the direct builder space. And we can contact us and yeah, you can see. So we are done with the all form. So let's go ahead and work on the builder itself. So now let's work on the builders page. So to get started with it, I'm going to try and let me clear everything here and let me close this. Then come over to the app, the routes, and go into dashboard. Then inside this form, I want to create a layout that holds the sidebar for both the builder and the response. So I'm going to create a file, what's called a layout.txt. And this layout is similar to the other layout. So I'm going to put a div. It's going to be a form layout that holds the sidebar for both the builder and the response. So yeah, we're just going to create a div. So let me just quickly put the div here and then the close div. So inside here, we're going to have class name, flex, height, and then we're going to calculate the height. So the height is going to be 100 VH minus, so put underscore. 65 pixel. Then we're going to have a widthful, then flexible. So inside here, we're going to have a div, and this div holds the sidebar, which we are going to the navigation bar, or you can call it side navigation bar. So this is hidden, so I'm going to remove it so we can be able to see it. Then flex relative and the width. Then inside here, so below this div, I'm going to just call the main element, so class name, width, and then flex one. So inside here, we're going to create a component for the side menu. So I'm going to create it inside the common. So inside the components, go into common, and let's just create this and put cxx, and let's do RAFCE, and let's go over to layout and import it inside. So now for the for the side, so inside here we're going to have the class name. Let me close this class name of fix height auto for now. Then let me just put screen. Then z40 minus l minus 1 dash 1. Let me close this. Then we have minus top 1 margin top minus margin top bottom 1 2. Then we're going to have width of 50 pixel. Then we're going to have padding top of 5. We have to have border right. Then we have shadow small, BG black, then text white. So we are done with this part. So we're going to just call the let's remove this. So this is going to be the list that will hold the menus. So padding 0, flex, item center, flex colon. So now we are going to, let's go ahead and create the nav menu. So at the top here, I'm going to create a type. So type nav type is going to have a title of string, URL of string, an icon of Lucy icon. Then let's get the form ID from the use param, or from the params. Oh, sorry, params from next navigation. Also, let's get a router. The router is going to come from use router from next navigation. Lastly, we're going to get the path name. The path name is going to be equals to use path name from next navigation. And let's not forget to label this as use clients at the top. So here I'm going to just bring in the menus. So we just have the nav menu or nav menus. Then we have builder, dashboard, form builder, and the path. Then we're going to import the icon from Lucy React. So then we're going to loop through them here inside the list. So I'm going to say nav menus dot map. So it's going to be menu. Let me open that. I'm going to use item. So we're going to just open this, and let's just list them inside here. We're going to have a key. This is going to have a key of item dot title. Then we're going to have the button. The button is from the HTML button. So we're going to also set the icon and the label here. So inside here, we're going to have the icon. So item.icon is going to be here. So let's just add the remaining brackets here. So you can add item.icon class name size 18 pixel. Then we're going to have the span of class name only, and we're going to just give it the item dot title. Then for this, we're going to identify which of the nav bar, which of the nav or which of them of the item here are active. So we're going to use cn. So go class name. So make sure to import cn from utils. Let's just open this. So inside here, we're going to have outline of none, transition, colors. We're going to have easy, in and out, p2. Then we're going to have over, yeah, so here we're going to have over, bg white, over, text black, and then we're going to have rounded, medium. Also, let me move the comma outside, not inside there. So we're going to do a check. So this should be background white and text black, ck. Then this will only work to only show once the item.url is equals to the path name. Then we are going to now make this button unclickable, so to the item URL. And let's go ahead and click on any of these. So let me click on contact us, and we should see the sidebar showing here. Great. So that is it. Then also on the global.css, make sure to gain the body to height 100%. So we are done with this. So we're going to work on the let's work on the form builder. So the children there, these children, we're going to create a form builder that hosts both the menu. So we're going to have inside the menu, we're going to have the sidebar. The sidebar holds the blocks. Then we have the canvas component. The canvas is where the blocks are placed, and we have the property, which is going to be on the right side. So we're going to have the three components by in this children. So one to hold the blocks, one to the canvas, which we drag the block and drop, and then the property of each of the blocks. So let's go over to inside the page. So click on builders and click on page here. And inside here, we're going to get the form builder. So I'm going to just place that here. And let's just call this builder the start of page. So let's just copy this and let's go over to components. And let's just create this here. .txx. So let me refce, and let's import this from the builder. So save that and let's close this. So let me close this. So inside the form builder, we're going to label this to use client because we're going to use some use clients. So inside the form builder, we are going to first of all create the sidebar. So this sidebar is a sidebar from, we're going to use Shanty UI sidebar, which we installed from Shanty UI. So to use the sidebar from Shanty UI, we need to wrap the places where the sidebar is going to hold with the sidebar provider. So that's why we have to wrap the entire project here with the sidebar provider. So I'm going to create a div for here. And inside here, we're going to create the sidebar. So let's make sure to get sidebar provider from the UI. And this is going to be a closable tag here, and here we're going to have open. So we are going to set a state. So we're going to have a state. So here we're going to just create a state constant. We're going to call this is sidebar open, and here we're going to have set is sidebar open. So this is going to be equals to use state from React, and this is going to be set to false. So now we are going, so inside here we're going to have the open. Open will be set to is sidebar open. Then we have open change on open change. It's going to be set sidebar. It's sidebar. So you're going to just give it a class name of the exact thing we did here. For the layout, we're going to just give it exactly like this. Height with 64. I think that's what you calculated in the layout. So we use 65 here. So let's just change to 65 for now. And we're just going to add some styling here. So inside here, we can add some custom styling to the provider by specifying the width and height of the form of the sidebar itself. So I'm going to just say, so let me open this here. I'm going to say dash dash sidebar width. I want to give the width of the sidebar a width of 300 pixels. Then let me see issue. Why is it showing error? Okay, we're going to fix that. So let me just say, yeah, we're going to say sidebar height, not width. So the height is going to be 40 pixels for now. And let's just put, let me just break this down, and let's put as React the CSS properties. So we're going to look at this later. So let's just leave it like this. So we should be able to see, okay, we can't see anything here for now. So this is moving. I think it's because of the sidebar. And the next thing we're going to do is to create the builder sidebar. So I'm just going to so let's create the builder inside here. So I'm going to create a builder. This builder will be inside the sidebar that will house both the sidebar. No, this is sidebar provider that is created for both the sidebar and the main content. It house both the sidebar and the main content. So I'm going to create a builder component that hosts both the sidebar and the main itself. So I'm going to just go inside my components again. Let me create it inside here because it's from builder. So let's just create builder here. Builder, and let's just do RASCE. And inside here, let's import builder. So we have imported builder. Then inside the builder, we're going to pass in the prop of is. So we're going to pass in the props here when the builder is open or closed. We're going to set is sidebar builder. We're going to say if it's open or closed. So I'm going to go into my builder and let's just create a props, and let's say, let me just say is. So I'm going to just copy that. I'm going to say is sidebar. We're going to call it boolean. Set it to boolean. Let me close this. Let's save this. This should stop. Why have you not stop? So let me use a fragment for this. So we're going to create a component here. This is going to be builder sidebar. So this will just hold the blocks. While we have a component from the sidebar component. So the sidebar essence with the class name of. So make sure to import that from UI sidebar, and let's just close. This will house the main content, while this will create the sidebar inside here. So let's just create a component for this. So inside common, let's just do this.tsx race, and let's import that from. So inside the sidebar, inside we're going to put a class name. So I'm going to close this, and let's put the class name of padding 0 flex 1. And inside here we're going to create a div, and in this div will have a class name of widthful, heightful. Yeah, so we're going to also give it a style, and let's give a style here. I'm going to say style is going to be background color. It's going to be the default background color from constants. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to also set the sidebar trigger. So we're going to set the sidebar trigger not inside here, or let's open this and let's set it here. So import sidebar trigger from sidebar components, UI component. So I'm going to move this up. Then we're going to create components for the builder canvas. So this will be the where the blocks will be placed on. So after we are done with the canvas, so I'm just going to build a component like this. So let me just comment this out for now. We're going to come back to it. So let's go ahead and implement this first. So to do that, we're going to just go inside this builder sidebar, and we should look at it that the builder sidebar is showing here. So inside the builder sidebar, we're going to have we're going to open this, structure this, and we need to pass in rest. It can be prop, or you can just use rest. So it's the same thing. If you look out for the, let's go to Shanty UI and go over to sidebar. Then we click on sidebar here. So if you go to sidebar, let me open the components. Okay, yeah, you can see the new sidebar components here. If you click on it, and it should take you to, and now this is it. So if you go over to look at some example here, you should see how it's been done inside the sidebar. So just go over the documentation and also some of the examples, and you should see how the sidebar is being created here. So inside here, I want to pass because I'm separating the sidebar from the provider. So I'm going to the structure, we can pass in prop. So I just pass in the rest. And inside this rest, I'm going to add the type here. So I'm going to set rest. I'm going to set it to undefined. I'm going to set it to React dot components props component props. Then we're going to set the type of sidebar. So sidebar, the type of sidebar. So inside here, we're going to do sidebar. So sidebar is going to have a class name of border right, left 12, and PT system. So we're going to just structure this and just set this rest inside it. So here we're going to just have the sidebar header. Sidebar header, we have the class name of BG White, then by the X0. So inside we're going to set the header. So header, we have a class name of, we're going to have border bottom. So this will just show the name of the form, like a breadcrumb we're going to use here. We're going to say border gray 200. I think it's 200. So inside the header, we're going to also pass in. So for the class, we have width full, pt1, pt bottom 2, then flex, then shrink 0, item center, and gap 2. Save that. So inside the header, we'll have a div, and this div we have a class name of so so inside the class, inside the, let me just close this. So inside this div, the class name, we're going to have flex item center, and we're going to just have gap 2 with padding 4, padding x4. Then inside the div, we're going to just have an icon called home from Lucy React. So this is just going to be home is going to have a class name of minus left 1, width 4, and height 4. Then we're going to also have a separator, which is going to be here. So this is going to be vertical, and let's import that from component UI and margin right 2 with height 4. So now let's do the breadcrumb from this, and we have breadcrumb list. Breadcrumb lists. Then inside the breadcrumb list, we're going to have the item. So inside here, we're going to just have the item, just import this. So let me just move this to the left. So for the item, let's just close this. I set this to hidden. So we're going to just have the link to the home page, to the dashboard. We can call this dashboard, or we can call it home. So I'm just going to import the link. So dash breadcrumb link, and dashboard. So this is going to identify the home. Then we're going to also set a separator again inside here. So we're going to set separator here again. So breadcrumb separator, to import that. So this is going to be hidden to with medium block. So on small, it's going to be hidden. So if you save that, you should be able to see that. Let me go back to my local host, and let me just reload this. And you should see this showing, and you should see that it's showing the image, the home icon and stuff like that. So let's continue. So here we're going to have, below here we're going to have another item. This item will show the current page we are. So I'm going to just, let me open this, and we're going to just call it import breadcrumb page. So breadcrumb page is going to take a class name of flex item center, and then gap 2 or gap 1. Then here we're going to just give it an icon to identify that this is a file. So I'm just going to specify file here, and let's import this. So this is file text icon from Lucy React width 4, height 4, then margin bottom 3 pixel. Then let's just put h5, and h5 is going to have a class name of we're going to call truncate. We're having flex. Then we're going to give it a width of let's say 110 pixel. Then text small. So inside here, we can just call this for now on title or title form, or you can call the contact form for now. So we are done with the top. So now the next thing we are going to do, this is the header. So we're going to start working on the content. So for the content, we're going to import sidebar content. So let's import that. So cyber content, we have the P2, PX, and background white. So inside the content, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to just be a width of full, and we're going to also have another div, and this div is going to have a width of flex, a width and also a flex. So a width of full, flex, row, gap 1, then height 39 pixel. So inside the div, so let's just complete this class name. So rounded full bg gray. So we're going to call this gray 100, then p1. So this is going to hold the tabs. It's like a tab that will hold both the blocks and the setting. So I'm going to say button here. So we're going to have two buttons, and one button will be named as blocks, the other one will be named as settings. So now we're going to set class name, so we identify which one is active, cn. So import cn, and let's just put this. Then we're going to basically do the same thing with both of them. I'm going to just say p5 pixel. So let me add it inside the square. Then flex 1. Then we're going to have pg transparent. Then transition colors. Then we're going to, let me break this. Then let's have easy in and out. Then we'll have rounded full, text center. Let me break this so you can see that. So text center, we're going to also have the font medium and text small. So now inside here, let's just put comma. Object will say bg white is going to be active when lab is equals to blocks. So let's go ahead and create the state that holds the blocks. So I'm going to just create that up here. So yeah, I'm going to just bring it in. So it's very simple. It's going to hold both blocks. Import that from React. So let me move this to the top. And let's set this to use clients. So yeah, we're going to have a tab with blocks and settings, and blocks is on the default side. So if it's block, we're going to have a background color of white. Then we can now use an on-click. So if it's been switched, if we want to switch, so it's an on-click set tab to blocks. So we can just copy the same thing from here and bring it here. So it's the same thing. So here we're just going to see settings instead. So let's just do settings. And here settings. So now if we test it out, let's click on this and we should see block, and then you can see the settings. So you can switch between both of them. So now we should be able to, so let's go ahead and work on the showing the tab panels, or to identify once we click on block which div should display or which item should display. So I'm going to just call this form blocks. So let's use a comment and we can duplicate it to say, let me just call this here. And let's say this one is from settings. And let me just comment this out. So inside here, we're going to say tabs. If tab is equals to block, then we need to let's create a component for form block. We can call the form block box. Form blocks. Yeah, form blocks box. Or you can just call it anything. I'll just call it like this. Then we can have this one. We can just name this. This one is going to be easy. So form settings. So I'm just going to say settings here. So let's go ahead and create this component. And this component, we're going to create them inside the underscore common. So we're going to say form box. So let's just do RAFCE. And let's do for the font settings. .txx RAFCE. So inside the settings, let's just give this to class name of P7 for now. Leave it there. So inside the builder, let's import both of them. So import the settings too. So now we're going to work on the form blocks. We're going to create a UI for that. So let's go into form block. I'm going to close this. And let's have a class of widthful. And then we're going to have a div class name of flex. So flex is going to have a gap of 2. Then we're going to have py4. Then we're going to have text small. Then we're going to have input. So this input is going to be searching. We're going to use to search for blocks. So I'm going to create a state here. So this is going to come from React. So we're going to search for the block. So use client. So inside here, let's import input from component UI input. And here we're going to have the placeholder and the class name. So search block placeholder is TextScript 400 and shadow small. We're going to set the value of this to search, and we're going to have unchanged to E and set search to a target of value. So let's just leave it like this, and we should see the input here. So why is it doing like this? Let me look at it inside here. I think the problem is coming from so I think the problem is we need to move this away from the div, and now you should see that it works. So we can see the search blocks input. So now inside the form blocks box, let me go back. We are going to have a div, and this div is going to be here. This div is going to be a flex div below this here. And we're going to just say flex column space y3 widthful. So inside the div, after we've written the widthful, we are going to create a div here, and this div is going to have a class name of mb2. Then here we're going to just we're going to just name this. So we are going to sort this by categories. We want to differentiate the layout from the blocks itself, like from the field itself. So the heading for this is going to be the text. It's going to be text, which is H5. It's going to be text 13 pixel, text grade 500, font medium. So we're going to add a separator here. So to separate between the layouts and difference. So below this div, we're going to have a separator. And this separator we just have background. Let's just import this from UI component. So bg grade 200. Then likewise, the way we did this, we're going to also do for the other ones section. So I'm just going to remove. So we don't need the margin button for this, but we just need the heading. So I'm just going to get the heading here, which is H5. And here I'm just going to call this form, or you can call it field if you want. Not the fields or form. So I'm just going to call it form. So this will just be the title of both of them. So I think we are done with the form block box. So now we've separated both of them. So now we're going to later on create the blocks itself for the for the form block. So let's go ahead and work on the main contents here. That is the canvas. So I'm just going to go back to our builder. Remember we commented the builder canvas. So let's comment it and let's create the components for it. So I'm just going to copy it and let's go ahead and create the components inside the components underscore component folder. So we say TFSS. Let's have RASCE and let's make sure to import that. So for the builder canvas, we are just going to have simple div around it. So I'm just going to go into the let's go into builder canvas. We should move it inside the not inside the common, yeah, inside the component. Save this and let's also save this. So let's go into the builder canvas, and this should just have a class name of relative width full. Then let me just also, we're going to also do the height which we did for the layout here. So I'm just going to go back to the layout, form layout, and this height, I'll just copy it and go over to builder canvas. So it's only builder canvas that will be scrollable in the app. So the sidebar and the left sidebar and the right sidebar shouldn't be scrollable. So only the builder canvas will be scrollable to see the entire form. So I'm going to do it like that. Then we're going to have PT4, and there we're going to also have padding for bottom here, and we can do that to 120 pixel. Then we can add overflow auto. So this will be scrollable. So now we're going to also add uh, let's add transition or and duration 300. So we're going to add scroll bar to this so we can see that it is scrollable. But we can customize this scroll bar for the builder. So we know that it's builder. So I have a class which I'm going to bring out the class here. So inside the global.css, I'm going to bring in some class here. You can copy that from the GitHub repo. So I'm going to just copy it. So let me just copy that. And I'm going to paste it above here. So we can see that this is a scroll bar. So custom scroll bar style, overflow while auto with scroll width thing, the color, scroll color, this color and this, then transition, then scroll width, then scroll bar track, then scroll bar thumbs, and then scroll bar hover. So I'm going to save that and we should see it. Okay, we can't see it now. I think this is the window one. We need to hide this. Let's go back to canvas and then we can let me just create a div here and call this canvas. And let me just call it multiple times so we can. So let me remove this and let's see if this is. So I think we have some error here. Let me remove this. And now we can see can see the scroll bar custom scroll bar we created. So we need to find a way to hide this div from scrolling. So let's save. So I'm going to change this from 65 to 64. Also for the layout, we're going to also change that to 60. No, not from the layout, the sidebar. So I'm going to click on form build. I can click on builder. I think it's form builder, not builder. And let's change it to 64. Then we're going to also change. So in order to fix that, I think this is coming. This default sidebar is coming from the sidebar provider. So we can change that inside the component. So the beauty about Sanji UI is because you can customize your components. So I'm going to go over to my UI and let's go over to sidebar. And I'm going to look for let me just search for desktop here. So we're going to find desktop. Okay, we can see this. So this is going to be the I think this is a sidebar provider. So this is sidebar here. So inside here, we're going to we're going to customize the height here. We change it to the height we have here. I'm going to change to the calculated height. And let me save that. Then we should also look for, let me go over to the sidebar as work. Let me look for if there's any other height again. So we have minimum height. I think we should also think we are going to also change the minimum height for this. So now this one we're going to let's just remove this height. Or we can just set it to auto here. Let me see whether it will work. And let me find for another one. This will be the sidebar, and so let's just set it to auto and let's see if this will work. Okay, we can see that it works now. You can see the the scroll bar is removed. So let me try and remove and set this back to the let me scroll back up and let me set this back to the SVH and let me see whether it's okay to show. So this is going to show. Then for the sidebar itself, let me see if we can change this back to the SVH and let's see. So let's just remove this. It's just better. Let's just this. Or we can set it to auto if you prefer. So that is it. That's going to fix the issue we have with the high scrolling. So let's head back to Canvas. Let's close our sidebar and let me just remove all these paragraph I put here. So now, so that is it. So inside we're going to now start to create the component. So here we're going to have this place is going to we're going to have a place called we're going to call it droppable canvas. So this is where we're going to be dropping the blocks on the canvas. So this is the entire div, but we need to create a separate div that houses the form with a maximum height. So for that, we're going to create a div, and this div is going to have a class name, and this class name we can just use CM for now, and we're just going to open this. We're going to have widthful for this, relative, and we're going to have background color, background. No, let's say to transparent. Going to have px2, rounded, medium. We're going to have flex column. So the whole blocks is going to be arranged in column. Then minimum height to SVH. Yeah, so this is going to be SVH here. Item center. So we are going to also have justify stats and then padding. Justify stats. And we're going to have padding to padding top to 1, then padding bottom to 14. Then I think we've added rounded. So We've added rounded already, yeah. So let's just add rings to it. So I'm just going to add some rings here, but we're going to remove the data so to identify the div. So we can see the ring is showing the div. So I'm going to add this to medium. Then a small, we can just put x5. No, not here. Here we're going to just say p x5 and p medium p x0. Yeah, let's see. So now we can see the canvas. So we can also make it, I think it's supposed to take the result. Okay, yeah, this is not complete. So you should take the height, the full height. You can see it now. You can specify the full height like this. So it's scrollable by default. Or you can just give it 50h to x. And give it a minimum width, just you can give it 3.5, 2.5, and SV, or let's say LVH. Oh, this is too much. Or can I just give 50 VH for the minimum, yeah. But I'm just going to leave it as the SVH. So even though it's called the scroll bar, there's no problem there. So we are going to also add inside the div, we are going to add an image, a background image. So we're going to have widthful MB3. We're going to have BG white. Then background, we're going to have background image. So we're going to have URL. It's going to be from images slash form background or form header background JPG. Then we're going to have BG center. We're going to also have border and border shadow. So this is going to be the top of the each of the form. Shadow, small height. We're going to give it a height of 135 pixel. We're going to give it a maximum width of 7668 pixel. Then we're going to give it a rounded of medium padding horizontal to X or padding X to 1. So let's just remove this closing and let's self-close this. Then here we're going to just have, this is going to be a div that has, this is going to be the div that will hold the blocks. So we can just put blocks here. Or you can call it layouts or child blocks. Let's put layout blocks. Because layout blocks will stay on the canvas while the other form blocks or child blocks will be in the layout. So let's get this image. So we can see the card showing here and look at the layout. So we're having the size of our form here. So let me get, so to place the image with this URL, the image from BG. So I'm going to create a folder here. I think I'm looking for the public folder. I can't find a public folder. So I'm going to create a public folder. Yeah, and inside here, we're going to create another folder. I'm going to call this images. And I'm going to just paste this form. So this is a form. You can get that from the GitHub. Just go to public images and form BG. And you should see that the image should show. So I'm going to the canvas and let me save this. So yeah, so we can see the image. Why is it showing that it's okay? It's fine. So I think we use BG center. Let me just do BG contain. Let's see. and bg no repeats. Okay, so let's just do cover. Yeah, cover is okay. This is okay. So now let's save that and let's. So the last thing we are going to do is to build the other side by where we show the block property. So I'm just going to create the components, but later on we'll work on the implementing and showing the block property. So it's just going to be the components. We're just going to create a component for that. So later on we'll work on it. So I'm going to, and the property is going to be inside the builder. So it's going to be inside the, so it's going to be inside the builder. So let's go into builder and let's create it here. So we're going to call it builder block property. So I'm going to just copy this and let's just create it here for now. .txx and let's do RAFCE. So let's go into builder and import this. So this is going to hold the save button, the publish button, and other buttons here. So I'm just going to go inside it and we can see the builder block property. So let's go ahead and implement some of it. I'm going to show some black images, black data there. So I'm going to say class name relative, and we have the width of 320 pixel. Let me save that. You should see, you should give it like this. So I'm just going to show this width. So small width, I don't think it should be showing on the mobile view. So I'm going to also add a div here, a class name, and this is going to be fixed. So it does not follow the content. Let me see. Okay, it's not scrolling with it. Yeah, but let's just put that fixed for now. Then we'll say right. Then we're going to give it the same width 20 pixel. Then we're going to give it a background white here. So let me just open this and say background white, border left, shadow small, height screen, then PB 36, so MT0. Because this prompt is going to be scrollable, so we're going to add the custom scroll bar which we created, overflow auto. Then we're going to have a div here. So this div is going to house the content inside the fixed div. So I'm going to have class name, flex column, width full, item center, then height auto, and then we're going to have minimum height full. So now we're just going to create this div inside here. So this div is going to be let me close this. We're going to have the width full, flex full, item center, background white, padding bottom 2, padding top 3, stick it to the top, border B, border grade 200, top 0, gap 2, and then padding X2. So this is going to hold our button. So we're going to have like 3 buttons here. One for preview, one for one for preview. So I'm just going to do eyes. Let's get eyes from the series. And let's just call this size of small. And this is going to have a variance of outline. So variance outline. So let's just have a class name here. Or shrink 0, Let's leave it as I say, height of 8, text primary. Let me break this down. Text primary, we're going to also have a background color for this. Background color primary, the opacity of 10, and border primary. Let's save that. So here we're going to just have, we're going to call this preview. Yeah. So we're going to also create the one for, let's copy this and let's create the one for, and just paste it here. It's going to be the same thing. We're going to have for the save form button. So the save form button is going to just have save and the icon of save to from Lucy React. So it's going to be the same thing with this. Going to be the same thing. We can just remove the height for here. I think when you can also remove the height too from here. We don't need the height, just the colors. So we should see that we have the preview, save, and the last one we're going to have is the publish form. And the publish form is just going to have send icon from Lucy React, and we're going to just have publish. Let's save that. So inside here, we're going to just have a class name of just have text white for now. So let's save that. And we should see, and we should also put the size to small too. Yeah, so we have the preview, save, and publish. So this will be scrollable to just like this one is. So let's go ahead and work on the API to fetch the form. Remember, we click on the contact us form and the ID, form ID is specified here. So let's go ahead and get the data so we can show the name of the form and also get the publish and other information. So before we go ahead and work on the endpoint, we need to go over to Canvas first. And we see that I omitted something because if we let's try and hide the property. So I'm going to go into property here and let's set this to hidden. So if you see that this is wide, it's supposed to place the item, the canvas into center position. So I'm going to go back to my canvas here and we need to add a width apart from this. So this is using a full width. So we need a div that will position this to give it the maximum width. So I'm going to give a div and this div is going to have width height with the maximum width to 650 and we're going to move this div inside it. So now you can see that it's positioned. So if we go ahead and look at this in full screen, we should see this in, so I'm going to move it to full screen and we should see the position here of this div. We can see the sidebar and the form and look at how it looks like. Then we can show this if we make this enable. So I'm going to go ahead and let me let me so let me make this hidden. So we can just go back and make this visible. So I'm just going to go into my code and let's just make this hidden so we can look at, let's make it visible. So I'll go into my block this and let's remove this from hidden so it shows. And before we go ahead, let's go ahead and into the form builder. Is it form builder? Yes. And let's set this to open to true. Let's set this to true. So it's open by true. And then let's preview this. So we can see the sidebar and the right side by the left and the right sidebar. So this is it, and this is scrollable. This is great. So everything works fine. If you click on the response, we can go back to response and the dashboard. So let's go ahead and work on the endpoint to get this data. So we are not going to use server action for the API to get the single form. So I tried using it. It works. You can make use of it. It works. But once you deploy it to Vercel, it starts giving some issues. So I had to probably use what works. So you can go ahead and work on it with the server action, but I'm going to use API for this. So I'm going to close all this first, and let's go into app API. And inside API, we're going to create a folder. We'll say fetch form by ID. And inside the form by ID, we're going to call routes.txt. So yeah, let me just close this and let me close this find. So we're going to export async function, and this is going to be a post. Oh, I don't think this is going to be a post. This should be a get. And we're going to have requests. Okay. We can use post here. Let's see if this will work. So let's get a request. Request. So since we're going to be passing form ID, we're not going to get user ID. So I'm going to convert this to get. So it should just be to get fetch a particular endpoint here. So inside this, we're going to create we're going to use trial catch here inside here. So let me just put trial catch here. So now we're going to also do the same thing we did for the server action. We're going to get the user like we always do. So then we're going to check if the user is available. I'm going to set this to but this we're going to use next response instead from the next server. We're going to just set error to, let me just return this back. When I said unauthorized to use this resource, then we're going to set status. So first we'll create the first object which has the error unauthorized, and we have the define the status to 401. So now we are going to also get the form ID. So the form ID is going to be attached to URL, but this is a GET request. So we're going to just use the search param to get that from the URL. So we're going to say new URL request.url. So then we're going to get a use search param, and the search param we're going to get the form ID from the search param. So this is the form ID, and this will be the form ID from the search param. Then we're going to just check if this form ID is available. If not, the form is required, and let's throw a response saying form ID is required. Then we're done with that. So now let's fetch our form. It's going to be equal to await prisma.form. So let's import Prisma from our lib folder. Form.find first. So we're going to define that where user ID is equals to user dot ID. Then we're going to also match when form ID is equals to form ID. So we're going to include our settings here. Settings to true. Then as usual, we're going to check if the form is not default. If the form did not return, we're just going to throw an error saying for form not found, form not found. Then but if we found the error, or if we found the form not error, so we're going to just return success true message form fetched successfully and the form. So this is just going to return the object here. Why this is going to return the success true and the form fetched successfully. Then we're just going to also return the response for if any error is being caught here. So we're going to say response and just So let me just put any for you, any here. So this is not true. So I'm just going to also use this. The error message internal server error, and the status is going to be 500. So we are done with the API. This is the only API we're going to create. Yeah. So to use this API, we are going to be using this API in. We're going to use the data in all the form. We have both the sidebar, the builder canvas, and the builder property. So in order to access this data in all this page, so we're going to use the React context to handle that. So let's go ahead and create a context. So I'm going to create this. So I'm going to close all this. Let me remove everything here. And let's create a folder. So we'll click on this. Let's create a folder. Let's call it context. And inside this context, we're going to create the context file. So we'll call it builder provider, or I'll call it builder context. Anyone, we'll call it builder provider. Let's see, XX provider. So inside the builder provider, we are going to create our context first. So let's set the context type first. So context type is we're going to have loading. So we're going to specify loading to Boolean. We are going to specify the form data. So form data is going to be form with settings. Form with settings. I think we've not created that. So let me go to type and let's create that. So we've not created our type. So let me create types here. Add types. So inside the type, we're going to have form type here. I'm going to just create form dot types dot form dot type dot tx. So form setting is going to be, we're going to export form and we're going to combine it with the setting. So this is it. Form with setting is the form. We get the form from Prisma client and the form settings from Prisma client. So we're just adding these settings inside. Remember, we set settings to include to true. So we need to match with the type of both of them. So inside the provider, we just use this and import that from the type. So we should have the set form data here. So you can also use the set form data in every part of the app to update the app, to update the data. So I'm going to say set react.dispatch, and this is going to be a type of React. So this is going to be a set state dot set state action, and the set state action is going to be of let's get the form page settings and let's put it here, or we're going to just get, if it's not defined, it's going to be no. So it's either form setting or no. We're going to just add no here too. Yeah. So we are done with that. So we are going to also have the block. So the blocks we're going to, so once we get the data from this, I'm going to go into my Prisma and explain some things. If you're going to Prisma, the Prisma schema. So when we forge the form, we should see that we also return the JSON block. So we want to also pierce this JSON block, which is in form of string. So once we pierce, it's going to convert to JSON, and we're going to update the block. So we're going to create a state for that to update the block. We'll update the form and we'll also update the block. So we're going to create a block here. So blocks is going to just be an MC this for now. And set block, we're just going to use the same thing here. Just copy and paste that. And let's just say set block. Set block is going to be, we're going to remove this. let's just put an empty array here. So now we've created the type. So let's create the context itself. So let's say export constant builder context. Builder context is going to be equals to create context from React. So create context is going to have the type of this builder context type or no. And default value is going to be no. So we're going to call this and default value is going to be no. So let's now create the builder, the provider itself. So say export constants, say default function. You're going to say builder context provider. Yeah, context provider. This is going to take in the children. And we're going to set the type for the children. So children is going to be React. Yeah, React node. So now we need to just call this. And we are going to just return. So first of all, let's create the state. So I'm going to get the state for, let me see. Yeah, we're going to have return here for now. So we're going to create a state here. And this state is going to the use state with the type. So this is where we're going to update our form data, the set form, and also the form with settings no, yeah, or no. So then we're going to also set the loading. So loading here, loading state. We're going to also have the block. So let's just copy this and paste this here. And let's just call this blocks and set blocks for now. Yeah, so that is it. So now we're going to just call our endpoint. So to call our endpoint, we need to get a form ID. So to get the form ID, we can get it from the params here. If you look at here, we have the form ID in the URL. So let's get the form ID from there. So let's just import this from next navigation and let's make sure to label this as use clients. So now we're going to just get the form ID from the params of form ID as string. Then let's use our use effects here. So inside here, we're going to use effects. I'm going to come down here and say use effects. And I'm going to just say this is going to take a form ID. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to create a function. So fetch data, which is going to be equal to async and an arrow function. Then we're going to have our try or catch here. Then we're going to set loading to true. Then we're going to say if not form ID, let's just return. So it's not going to go further. Then if there's a form ID, we can say response is equals to await fetch. So fetch, we're going to get it slash API slash forms. Let's see. Slash API so form ID, not forms. Form by ID, which we created here. So we just say form by ID. And we're going to just do question mark form ID. ID is equals to. So let's just change this to from the normal put, and let's just set this to form ID. Yeah. Then let's set the method to get, not post get. So now if the response is not okay, we just throw an error that fail to fetch form. Then if it's okay, we're just going to say constant. We're going to get the data. So data is going to be equals to await response.json. Then now we can return we can get our form and the structural form from data. So now if form, because form is going to be undefined because of any, so we're going to just console the form here so we can see its form from use effect. Then we can set form data to form. Let's remove data here. Then we're going to just then pass the block, the JSON block is going to be empty by default. Pass from the form JSON block, and we say if form.json block, we're just going to say constant pass block dot, we'll just say JSON dot pass form blocks. Then we can now set the block to the PS block. So we are done with it. So now we should also set the catch. We're just going to console that to the console error fetching. And finally, we are going to just say our loading to false. Let's go through our loading to false. Then lastly, let's call our function below here. And now if I try to inspect, we should see the data. So let me click on console, and if it does not load. So if you try and refresh this, you should see the API. Let's check if the API will work. Oh yeah, it's not going to work. Sorry guys. We've now wrapped this. So let's complete um the builder provider. I already forgotten that we've not wrapped this. So let's just run this. Let's complete this. Let's say builder context dot provider. Going to pass in the children here. So inside here, we're going to just pass in value, loading, form data, sets data, blocks, and set blocks. No, it's not of type. Let me see. It's an empty array. Oh, sorry. Let me set this to empty array. Okay. Hmm. So it's saying it can't put an any. Can be never. So let me just leave this. Set this to any for now. Let me see if it works. If it works. So we're going to change that later. But for now, let's just leave it to any. Then below this, we're going to do export function use builder. So we're going to create a use builder. Sorry, function use builder, and let's get the context. This is going to be equals to use context from React. I'm going to pass in the builder context. So let me get this out for me and paste it inside. Then we're going to say if not context, we're going to just throw use context inside the provider. Then if not, just return the context itself. So we are done with this. Now let's go ahead and place we're going to place the builder provider inside. So let me just copy the builder context provider. So let's go into our form layout. Let me close this here. Open our route dashboard form. So inside the form, we are going to wrap it here. So let me just move this up here. So this, I don't think the builder context provider does not really need this. Does not really need this. We can use this inside the form. I think it's inside the form page. It's okay. Yeah, we can use this inside here. Let me check. Let me just import this first. I'm going to layout and let me just remove this now. Because we don't need it inside the side menu and we don't need it inside the response. So let me see whether it works. So let's open and we can see the data is coming out here. So we can see the name of the user, the name of the creator, the form ID, the JSON block, the publish, the settings, then also some other stuff again. So why is this encoding multiple times? So let me just try it first inside the layout and see how it will respond. Let me see. Yeah, so it open it once. So okay. It's still the same thing. So let me just remove it from here. And let's go back to page and let me just call it back there. So we are done with this. Let me close this. So now what we're going to do is to go over to update our title. And also I think we have the color there. We're going to also specify the color. So let's go into form builder. Let's go into components. Let's go ahead and set the name. So inside I think it's inside form block. Oh yeah, builder sidebar. So the builder sidebar, we're going to just show, I think it's here we have the breadcrumb. Yes, this is where we have the breadcrumb. So I'm just going to get the data from the builder. So let's go up. And here we're going to just say form data from use builder. Save that. Let's just import use builder from our context builder provider. And now we can just set the title here. So the form name, and if I open this should update. Why is it not updating? But yeah, we can see contact us here. So that is working perfectly. So we're going to also in the form builder, we're going to also set the loading. Remember we passed the loading, so we're going to set that inside the form the form builder. So here we're going to also get the we're going to also get the builder from the context. So let's import that. And let's also set this, let's set loading. So copy that. Let me bring it here. Set loading. Then we're going to just get loading. So that is going to be if loading. So this is going to be down here. We're going to say return. We're going to just have a if. This div is going to, let me open this. So we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have width, full flex, height 56, item center, justify center. And we're going to have a loader here from Lucy React. Self close that size. We're going to give it a size of 3 RAM, and class name to animate spin. So if it's loading, it's going to show that. Then we're going to also pass the, yeah, we're going to also update this from true to is published. So we're going to get the is published from the data here. So I'm going to just set this is published for form data to publish. We're going to set the if it's published. We don't want it to show the cyber, so you say false, else true. Yeah, so false, else true. So we've done that. So we're going to also update some other places. That is all the API to fetch the data, the single form data. So we're going to go ahead and work on the drag and drop functionality, and also create our first block, which is going to be on the for the layout, which is I'm going to call it the row layout, or you can call it layout. So let's go ahead and work on that. So now to create our very first block, which is the row layout block, we need to create our type. So if you remember in the block builder provider, in the block, we didn't have any type, we set it to any. So we need to create a type to identify which block and what is the purpose of the components for this block. So let's go ahead and go to our type. And we're going to create this to say form dash block .tx. So inside a block, remember we specify the category of the block. So we need to first of all identify the category of the block. So we'll say export type, we say the type of the category. So we're going to have form category. Category type is going to be, so we have two type of category. We have the layout for now, and we have the form. So I'm going to just specify the two category here. Then we also need to specify the type of the block itself we want to create. So the type of the block now we have. So this is going to hold all the block types which we have. So everything matches with a type. So I'm going to just say export type form block type. This is going to be row layout. So remember, we're creating our first block, and the first block is the row layout. And layout will be dragged to the canvas. Then the other form block, the other blocks which we will create, not the layout, not under the layout, but under the fields or the block, anyone you call it, will be dragged onto the row layout. So that is how it's going to work. So this is the type of the category and the form block type. So now we need to now create a type for the actual block. So each block we have an object type. So not type, but an object that has so many information in it. So now we're going to create a type for that object. So we're going to say export type form block. So this is the actual form block, but this is, you can call this a form block type, or you can just call this form block itself. Anyone you can call it type, or you can just differentiate this from this. So here we're going to just pass in we're going to name this block. Um, I'm going to name this, what am I going to name this now? I want to name a block category. So instead of form category, the block category is going to be of type form category type. So I'm going to say block category. So now we are working on a single block. So block category is going to be of type form block type. So where is the train error? Cannot form. Okay, form. Sorry, form category type, not form block type. So form category type. Then we're going to have another one called the block type. So these are values which will be inside every block which we create to identify the category and identify the block type. So the block type for this is going to match, we match any of these. So now the next thing we are going to do is to create the button itself. So this object is going to house the it's going to house the type for the button here, and it's going to also house the type of the once dragged to the canvas, going to house the type of the components on the canvas too. So what we're going to display here is going to be a button. So we're going to have to identify the button elements like the icon and the label of that button. So once dragged to the canvas, that will not be a button. It will be the component itself, like a div of the particular form which you drag to that particular to the canvas itself, or yeah, to the canvas. So I'm going to come down here and let's create all these block button elements. So I'm using element to differentiate it from the main. So here it's going to have icon. We're going to use React elements type dot elements type, and we're going to have label. Label is going to be string. So this is going to be, sorry, label. So this is going to be the icon of the button and the label of the button, which is going to be dragged to the canvas. Then we're going to actually now create the component for this. So this is going to be a canvas component. So this, once you drag the button, we identify the button you drag and create the canvas, create the object for the canvas, or we create the canvas component for that. So we also have, this will be the canvas component is going to be what we are displaying on the working on the builder. Then we also have the form component. Form component is what, once we publish this form, what the user will see, by the customers of who you share it to is going to see. So this will be interactive, but the canvas component won't be interactive. You won't be able to click inside of the form itself, like the input, the radio button, you can click on it. But the form component, you can click on it. You can have validation on it too. So then we have the last one. This is going to be the property, and the property is going to be a property component is going to identify the list of the property of each of the components or the blocks we're going to create. So now we're going to now create the form in block instance. So we're going to just come down below here and let's say type form block instance. So form block instance, this is what we're going to be saving inside the Prisma JSON block. So this is going to house it. So we're going to say, okay, inside this form block instance, each of these block created. So once you drag the block button, a form block instance will be generated or will be created for you, and all we have a unique ID. Then we have a block type. So we're going to also identify the block type of this form which we want to create for you. Then we also have the attribute. So this attribute is what is going to be displayed inside a property. So every form has its own unique attribute. So we're not going to have a type for this. We're just going to call the record string and any. Then we are going to also specify which component or which canvas component is locked. So it can be clickable, can be accessible, and can edit. Like something that yeah, can be moved, or you can call it anything you prefer, but I'll call it is lock. Then remember we're working on the row layout. Each row layout is a row layout button, block button is dragged to the canvas. It's dragged to the canvas. It's dragged to the canvas. So the row layout will also have it's like its own child, it's like its own canvas its own. So the block row layout will be dropped to the canvas. Then we have other field or form field which we display here. Those form field won't be dragged to the canvas. Instead, it will be dragged into the row layout. So each layout has its own, we call them its own block. So we call those block child block. So I'm going to now, so we're going to specify that we're going to now create a, and we're going to just say child blocks. So child blocks, this is going to be modified because it's going to be empty by default. So not every, like the other form field, we want to have child blocks. Only the layouts we have child blocks. So I'm going to set this to form instance. So it's just like this old data will also be shown inside the child block. If we have a row layout, for example, and we have heading or radio button. So the radio button will have the row layout. The row layout will have a list of form field. Those form field can be this form block instance of a radio layout of a radio button. Heading can be heading, can have both text field, both text area. So many it can have so many uh block. You can add so many blocks inside form field blocks inside it. So it's going to be of a type instance, but it's going to be an array. So that's how we're going to specify it. So inside this export type form block, we need to add a helper function to create block so we can access this object to create a new instance. So we say create instance, and we're going to pass the ID string. So that's the reason why say of we're going to pass the type to form instance. So we see that we have our form block here. We specify the form block value. So these other one are optional. If I remove this, so it's going to be required all the time. So I'm just going to make it optional for now. So now this create instances. Anytime we want to create a new form block instance, we call this function and pass the string, the ID, and it will be generated, which will be saved inside our block. So if we go over to our provider, yeah, see provider, those data will be saved inside the blocks. So now we are going to just call the type here, form instance, form block instance, which is going to be of a list. So we can also update it here too, and also update this here too. So that is how it's going to be. So inside the so let's go back to the type which we're working on. So we can just change this to Yeah, I love putting type here, type. So I think we need to also update the block, the context. I mean, let's save this. Yeah, let's go back again. So now we've prepared everything we need. So we have the block category, block type, the block button elements, the canvas component, the form component, and the property. So the only thing that's going to remain is to identify each block. So I'm going to say form blocks type is going to be the block type and it's going to be attached to this block. So once we get this, we can use the key. We say row layout, this form block, we can use the form block type. So this, you can look at inside there, you see, we can click, type this. Let's say we have the form block. So the form blocks is going to house the row layout, which is the key. And this key will point out to this object. So to access this object for each of the blocks we're going to create, we will use this form block type, form block, which we're going to create. So this dot row layout dot form block. So let's go ahead and create this inside the lib folder. So inside our lib folder, we're going to just create form block. We're going to say form block dot tx. So for the form blocks, we're just going to, let me close this, export type form blocks, and we're going to get the form blocks type. And remember the form blocks type, let's import that from the type. And if you look at this, we need to specify layer, row layout, and the form block. So now we're going to specify row layouts. So now we need to specify the form block for row layout. If you specify anything, it's going to throw an error. So it needs to match with the type of the form block here. We'll over this, see the type here. So the row layouts need to match this type. So now the next thing to do in order to fix that error is to create the form, the row layout itself. So let's go over and create the row layout. So I'm going to go inside my components. So let me close everything. Inside components, we are going to create blocks. This will house every blocks we create. So I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to call this blocks. Then inside here, I'm going to specify differentiate blocks from layout. Say layout. So inside layout, you're going to just name this row layout dot cx x. So now inside row layout, let's close this. We are going to first of all specify the block type. So, and let's create that object. Say export constants row layout block. So this is going to be type of form block. So I think we need to change this type. Let's go ahead and change this type from form block to uh form block type. Or should we name this into block type? And name this into form block type. Hmm. Let's name this to block type. And this should be form block type. So this will be block type. So form block type and block type. Yeah, let's do like this form block type. So this will house the, so this is going to be the block type and this is going to be the form block type. So it's very easy for you to understand. And the form block. So the form block type is going to be like the object, or we can call it object block type. the object block type. So let me just change it to like this. I think this is better. Let me set this thing back to form block type, form block type, form block type, and object block type. So let's go over here and let's change this to the object block type. So it's very easy for you to identify. So let me just import this. So inside here, we're going to specify the block type here. Remember, it must match this. We have block type, block category. So we need to also specify the block category. So I'm going to just put it here and let's import form category type. And let's also put this here. So now what we need to do now is for us to specify the block button. So for the block button, you just say block button element. You need to specify the icon. So the icon is going to be from Lucy. We have the row 2. I think it's row 2 from Lucy, and the label is going to be row layout. Then we're going to specify the canvas components. So the canvas component, we're going to specify it here. It's going to be a React component itself. So I'm going to say row layout canvas components. Just specify that here. That's it. Then for the form, I'm just going to just copy that and just paste that here. So form components is going to be we're going to just duplicate this and let me just paste it here. So this is going to be the row layout form component. And lastly, we're going to have the property component. And this is also going to be a React component. So I'm just going to just copy this and let's paste this here. So now I think the only thing that is left is the create instance. So for the create, we're going to show the function here. So let's call the function create instance. So create instance is a function that will also take in the ID, like as usual. Then this is going to be a function of we're going to return an object. And this object, we're going to specify the ID. We're going to differentiate it by saying the ID will start with the prefix of layout. Yeah, like this. Let me put in comma here. So we need to specify the block type. We need to also specify, okay. So let's just put this will be false by default. Sorry, this will be is block false and attributes. So row layout will not have any attributes, but radio option will have attributes when we're doing, and this will have a child block, just empty array. So row layout will have a child block. So I think we are done with the row layout. So now let's go over to the form block on the leaf folder and let's import this. So let's go into row layout and let's copy row layout block and let's just paste it here and let's import this from component block this, and the error should stop. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the button itself. So we can we can show the button under the layout. So under this layout. So let's go over to inside our component. We are going to create a component that will be used for all the button or the blocks button. So to create the components, we are going to call this block button element. So let's just call this here block button element. Elements. elements.txx. So inside this block button elements will be RAFCE. So this block button is going to have taken some props, and this prop is going to be the form block, which we're going to get from the we're going to use from the row layout. So if you open row layout, we are going to get the block itself. We're going to pass the block itself. We're going to get this out from the form block. So remember, this is an object block type. So this is a form block, and this form block has a list of form block row layouts, video options, and a lot. So now inside here, we're going to pass the form block, and inside here, we're going to also pass to define if this should be disabled, if you want the button to be disabled. So let's specify the type, and the type is just going to be a type of form block is going to be. So I'm going to say so object block type, and let's just say disable boolean. And now to get this object from the row layout, the icon, the label, we're going to pick this key and pass this row layout into this block button elements. And if we pass that, we can destructure the form block to give us the button. We can see the type here. So we have the icon, and we're going to set this icon to icon like this. So we can call this as a React component. So inside here, we're going to just have our button. So let's import button from UI button. And let's inside here, we're just going to say icon. So icon is going to have a class name. Let's just specify the class name like this. So I'm just going to do like this. So width 8, height 8, stroke 0.9, and now the button should be a cursor of grab. Then we're going to just specify h5 here. So h5 is going to have a class name of text. We're going to call 11.4 pixel. We're going to have minus top 1. I'm going to have text gray, so 600 like this. So let's just put style. So we're going to just put the style here, 500, and let's just set this to be the label. So now let's add it disabled to disable. Then let's add a class name. So class name is going to be CN. So let's make sure to import CN from utils. So I'm going to import that. And inside here, we're going to just have flex column, gap 2. Then we're going to also have h75 pixel. So the height, and we're going to give it a width of 20. And this will have a cursor of grab. Then we're going to say BG white, put a border to it. And text is going to be gray 600. Then once we hover, we are going to set the background to white and also a ring. Once we hover BG white and over again, we're going to have ring one, then hover again. You're going to have ring primary. Yes. So now in order to make this button draggable, so I think we've done it. So we can go ahead and call this and come back to implement the draggable. So we see the button first before we start working on the draggable. So I'm just going to go over to the form block here. So yes, app just going to go out, going to dashboard components common, and we have the form block here. So inside the form block here, we are going to also get the data. So let's just get the data from this. So this is just going to get a publish. So this is what we're going to pass. We're going to use this is publish to pass if the button should be disabled once it's published or not. So this is it. So in order to implement this block, form block, and the input, so we can search for block. So below here, we're going to just say constant filter. So filter blocks. We are going to also is going to be equals to objects, because remember form blocks here is an object. So we're going to do form block object dot values. You're going to pass in the form blocks from our lead blocks form. And inside here, we're going to say dot filtered. We're going to say blocks, block dot. So you can see the values from inside each of the objects. So you can see the types here. So we're going to select the block element since we're working on the block element. So the block element, we're going to get a label, and we're going to convert this to lowercase. So it's so we can search through the label. And we're going to just say dot includes the search keyword. So we say dot to lowercase 2. And let's just close this. Yeah. I think let me bring this down. So yeah, so we'll be able to filter this. Why is this thing? So let me okay. So let me just paste this back. Mm. Because of the return disappeared. I removed the return. So we've done the filtered now. So we need to filter, we need to get the groups. So we say constants now is equals to layout. So let's get the layout button, layout blocks. So remember we have two categories. We're going to get the filter block, the filter. So this is going to be filter to get the layout blocks. So we're going to say filter blocks. Let me update this. Filter blocks of filter. So blocks to block category. If is equals to layout is identified as a layout block. Then the block form block, we are going to also specify that if it's form block, we just specify it to form block. So now we're going to just list it here. We're going to say if form block is empty. So yeah, remember this bottom. So I'm going to just paste this here. Now let's move this up. Let me just close this here. So yeah, we're going to list out the form block here. So what we're going to do is to There's a div. Under this div, we're going to create a div here. So let's say div. This div is going to be a grid. So div, inside this div, we're going to have a class name of pt1 grid and grid columns 3. So we're going to have gap 3. Let's save that. So now let's look through the layouts. So for the layout block, we're going to map the blocks. Then let's get the block. And we're going to call the block button. So block button from the components. Then inside we're going to pass in the form block. So let's first of all pass the key. So the key we're going to use block type as the key. Then for the form block, we're going to pass in the block. So let's pass in the entire block inside. Then disabled, we're going to just say, so the disable is going to be if it's published. So you can get that from this from the form data. So we check if it's published. If it's published, we're going to just disable the block button. And let's save, and we should see the block button appear here. So let me try and refresh this to see. Let me try and reload that. So we are going to also do the same thing for the form or field. Let's just copy this. Let's come down here and let's paste this here. Let's call this field fields. Okay. Block layouts or layouts. So yeah, we're going to, instead of this, we're going to just let's call this fields block. Field block. So let's copy that and let's replace this with field blocks. Then we can change this inside the, let's go ahead and change the type to, so instead of form, we can change it to field. So let's go into the type, form block type, and let's just change this to a category to field. Then it should stop the error. Yeah, it should stop the error. So now we should try and click on this and we should see the row layout showing here. So we don't have any fields, but we have the row layout displaying under the layout. So now we need to work on the drag and drop functionality. If you look at, we can't drag the row layout. So this is because we need to use the dnd-kit. So remember we installed a package. If I go into my package.json, we should see that we installed dnd-kit/paul. So this is what we're going to use. The package we're going to use to handle the drag and drop in our project. So inside the block button. So before we go ahead and work on the block button to implement the drag and drop functionality, we need to wrap the entire project with the form with the DND context. So let's head over to form block. So form builder is where we're going to wrap the entire project with the DND context. So just say DND context. So let's just inside it. We're going to just move this entire side provider and we're going to import dnd-context from. So let's import that. We're going to just move this to the top and let's move this to the top soon. So inside here, we're going to say import dnd-context from at dnd-kit. So let's save that. So now we can make use of the D&D hook in our in the inside of any of our component, any component that's being passed inside the builder. So before we go ahead, we need to add in the mouse sensors. So to handle the mouse sensor, so to differentiate between the click and the drag. So I'm going to say sensors. Sensors is equal to use sensor. Is equal to use sensors, not sensor top, sensors. And these sensors, we're going to pass in the mouse sensor. So I'm going to pass mouse sensor. So now we need to define the mouse sensor. So the mouse sensor, we're going to find it here. The constant mouse sensor is going to be equals to the use sensor. So this is just going to be sensor, not sensors. Sensor. And we're going to say mouse sensor from the dnd-kit. And let's set activate constraint to distance of 8. And I think we are done with this part. So we've added this. Now let's head over to the button element. So let me just go to the button element, the block button element. And inside the block button element, we're going to pass in this. So what we're going to do for the block button element, we're going to make this a draggable component. So in order to make it, so we need to say constant draggable. This is going to be equals to, we're going to use the hook draggable from the dnd-kit. And inside here, we need to specify ID. So I'm going to identify the block button to block button. Then we're going to specify the type. So we're going to use the type to identify each block button. So I'm going to say form block dot block type. So every field or any block create has a unique block type. So I'm going to say disable to disable. Then you can set data here. You can set anything as data. This data does not specify to anything. You can just label it anything. So we want some data which let me go over here. Once we drag this, we need to be able to track what block field or block type do we drag. So we're going to use this data inside here to get the data of the block button we drag to identify it. So I'm going to use some things. I'm going to say, okay, let's use the block type. I'm going to say our form block type. We're going to use block type. Then we're going to say is block. So it's block button element. If it's block button, so we're going to use this to also specify, okay, if it's a block button element, then we know we have to create a new form block instance or instance for this. So now we've created the drag. We can initialize the use draggable. So let's just pass it to the button. So inside the button, we are going to just, let me go down here, say ref. So ref is going to be draggable dot, we should say passive, or let's say set node ref. Yeah. Then below here, we are going to, let's just the structure draggable dot listener. Let's bring it down. Let's say draggable dot attributes. Yeah. So inside here, we need to define once a block is dragged. So we can identify, we just say if draggable dot is draggable. Okay, sorry, not like this. We can do this. Draggable dot is dragging, if it's dragging, let's use ring to ring primary. Then we're going to shadow Excel. So let's put comma here and let's say if disabled. So we want to specify if this is disabled, also default. Then we say point event none. So now we can move this here. So this is it. So if we look at our code, once we try to drag, it does not show. You can see that once we try to pull this, we can see the shadow is showing. So now we need to find a way to identify once this is dragged. We should the block should follow the mouse. It follow the mouse anywhere it's moving. So in order to handle this, very simple, you're going to have to create a new component, and this new component will be called the block button drag over. You can call it drag overlay. So I'm going to say block button button drag overlay. Sorry, overlay .txx. So we're just going to copy everything here inside the yeah, let's just copy everything, but instead we're going to remove all this. We're going to remove the disable. We're going to just remove the disable. We're going to remove this. We're going to remove this. Yeah, so that is it. Then we're going to also specify ring. So we know that this once it is dragged, we are moving this. So I'm going to say ring and put that inside there. Ring two. Then we're going to also say then we're going to give it ring primary 80. So let's remove this hover. We don't need this hover. We don't need over there. Then we're going to give this. So we have the width, we have the cursor grab, and then we have border, we have text width, we have ring, and I think this is fine. So now we need to find a way to okay. Let's also change this to let's change the component to lock button drag overlay. So let's remove all this. So let me copy that. So now we've done this. Now if we try it, it seems that it's not working. We can't see the block button moving with the mouse. So this is because we need to the block button drag. Sorry, this should be drag, not drag. So the block button drag value we've not specified, so we don't know. It's not being placed in anywhere. It's still a component. It's not yet used. So in order to use the block button drag overlay, we need to create a like say create a separate builder drag overlay that handles anything dragging or anything overlay on the app, whether we are dragging the row layout or we are dragging the block button or we're even dragging the canvas component. So this builder block overlay we handle everything within that. So in order to do that, we need to go ahead and create a component for that. And we are going to use this block button drag overlay inside the component. So let me just move this here and let's go over to our code to this place where we have the builder block, the builder canvas, the builder sidebar. We are going to create that now. So yeah, we're going to just create, let me close this. And inside here, we're going to create the builder. Either drag overlay. So let's do RAFCE. So now this component we will place it inside the form builder. So inside the form builder, we are going to place it. Yeah, we're going to place it here. So let's place it inside. It should be inside the context, the DndContext. Context. So I'm going to place it here. I'm going to place it here. So let's import it from. Okay, so we're able to do this. So you should see the builder drag overlay here. So let's go over back to the builder drag overlay. So now we are going to replace this with drag overlay from dnd-kit. So let's copy this and paste it here. And then we're going to create a fallback node. So class name, I'm going to just call this. Let's just give it a div of, let's say, okay, let's come up here first and let's just create a value here and say let fallback node. This is going to be equals to a div specifying no block drag. So if there's no problem, so we're going to just copy this and let's just paste it here. And let's give this a opacity of 95. So let's save that, and if you try, you should see, so we can't see this, the can't see this being, it's not displaying here anymore. So that's because this is, we're using the drag overlay from DND, and if you drag, you should see no block drag. You can see the mouse, no block drag is following the mouse anywhere it moves. So now the problem now is we are not seeing the role layout. We need to see exactly the role layout following the mouse, copy of the role layout. So in order for this to work, we're going to use our button, we're going to use our button block, our block button drag overlay. So once we try to drag the block button element, the copy of this block button drag will be the component that will move with the mouse. So let's go over to our drag overlay. So in order to achieve that, we need to track, we need to monitor the over. We need to monitor the D&D. The D&D need to monitor the mouse movement and the item drag. So in order to monitor that, we need to go to the top. Now we have a hook from D&D called D&D monitor. So D&D monitor, we are going to open this, and what we're going to do is to say we're going to undrag start. We're going to get the event, and we're going to just let's console log the, say let's go item drag. We're going to now call the events. So yeah, so below here we're going to say on drag end or drag cancel. Let's remove this event. We don't need this. We can just console item cancel drag cancel. Let's just put cancel here. Let's remove the events from here. Then we can also have the last one. Let's just copy and paste this. And let's just change this to once it has end, that is once the user has dropped the drag item. So yeah, we used to track that. So when it has end. So now if we try to move this, we should try and see the movements. Okay, let me just try. Let me inspect. So let's inspect this. Let's click on console, clear this, and let's try to drag. If we drag, we can see item drag, and if we leave, you can see item drag cancel. If we drag item, so we've not placed it to the, we're going to work on that, where we're going to drop the drag item. So if we open this and click on active, you should see the ID of the item we drag. Remember, in the block button element, we specify the ID as block button and the type. So now we can see this block button row layout. Then we can look at this data. This data, you can see current. Then we specify the block type, and we can see the block type here. We specify is block button element true, and we can see is block button element true. So that's how we're going to use to track and know which which block was dragged. So now let's go over to the builder drag overlay and let's complete this. So now in order for this to work, we need to set the item being dragged to a state. So we can track it and display this. So what we're going to do now is to say constant drag item. Then we can say set drag item. This is going to be equals to, we're going to save the item, the event active. We're going to save the active, this active, we're going to save it to the state. So let's call use state. And let's give it a type of active. So we're going to get active from the dnd-kit. And is either active or no. So let's just save no here. Let's save that. So now this is, so we're going to just copy this, come down below here, and let's just set this to event.active. Then here we're going to just say if it's cancelled, just set it to none. Then we can also set it to none once we reach the end, once it's being placed or being dropped. So now we've gotten that. So let's also check if we say if item does not exist, so there's no point moving forward to this. We say return no. So if there is no item being dragged. So now the next thing we are going to do now is to get the is button. So I'm going to say constant is block button if it's a block button element. You say drag item dot, we can get the data here. Let's just say data dot current. So from the current we can get this block is a block button element. Yeah, so this is true. So if it's true, let me just scroll down here. You can say okay. If it's block button element, then you can get the block type. So let's get a block type from drag current, and we can get a block type. So block type, as you can just specify the type. Remember block, we're going to get from block type. So if you open block type, so block type is going to take this block type here. So let's cancel this. Then we need to update the fallback node. Yeah, so I'm going to change this back to type. So we're going to say fallback node is going to be equals to block button overlay. So let's get this. So now block button requires to pass the form block, and the form block is going to be very easy to get at. So we're going to go over to, let's go over to form our lib. So what we're going to do, we're going to get is copy this, and we're going to pass in the key. If you remember the type, we'll pass in the key, which is a block type, to retrieve this, and this will now give us the block button type. So let's go over to the type. And we should see, let me go over to the type and so if you use, you can get the object block type from it. So let's go over back to our builder overlay. And here we're going to just see the form blocks. Let's import that. So let's pass in the key. The key is going to be our block type. So now if you over this now, you should see we are passing the object block type. And inside the overlay, inside the object block type, we cannot get the block button element, which is the icon and the label. And let's save this. So once we save this, let's try it now. Let me close this. Or let me drag this down. If we drag it, you should see, okay, let me try. Oh, we didn't save this. So let me save this now. And let's drag. You should see the row layout is moving with the mouse. You can move it anywhere. And when we leave it, you see I can drag down. So because there's no place to place it. So we can say everything works properly and everything works very fine. And lastly, we can search for the row layout. Let's type in layout. Okay, we can't see it now because we've not created in other blocks. Okay, so you can see that it disappears. So now the search is working. So now the next thing to do is to work on our canvas component. So inside the row layout, we have the canvas component. So we're going to work on displaying it. Once we drag the block, we're going to place it on the canvas component. So we're going to place it on the canvas here, canvas component. So this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create a different component that will handle, which is this canvas components here. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's set up the canvas component. So inside the builder canvas, inside the builder canvas, we're going to handle the droppable. Like we mentioned, the canvas is for droppable, dropping the block layer, the block button. So no, the block button won't drag to the canvas. Once it's dragged, we drag the block button type. Then we create a new instance and then loop through the instances which we save in the block inside the builder provider, the context, and then loop through and create our the row layout canvas components and display it on it. So let's see how it works here. So in order to do that, we're going to just let me move this up and let's come down here and let's create constant. So we're going to call this droppable. We're going to get that from the dnd-kit. Use droppable. And let's open this. So now we're going to specify the ID of a droppable. We're going to call this builder canvas. Then we're going to call it droppable. So yeah, we're going to say data. We're going to specify the type of this droppable. This is going to be is builder canvas droppable area. We're going to spend that to true. So once we are done with that, we're going to specify this droppable inside this div. So this div handles the droppable. Yeah. So let me open this. So let me move this inside. So this is the droppable canvas. So here we're going to specify the ref. We're going to say droppable.node set node ref. Then we're going to also inside here we're going to specify once it's droppable. So I'm going to put comma here. I'm going to say droppable dot is over. Once it's over here, we're going to say and. Okay, let's just do like this and let's put the type. Let me put this. Why is it not working? Okay, and so we're going to say ring 4. Okay, we've done it before. Let's just copy this here. So we're going to copy this and paste it here. So now once we drag item over here, we should be able to show this ring 4, and this will identify that okay, we're dragging something over here. So now we also want to also check if the block button. So we're going to, let's just leave there for now. Below here, we're going to have to handle and loop through the blocks here. So once we drag block button from the drag a block button, we're going to save the instance inside the block, inside the context, and then we're going to loop through those blocks from the context. If you go into builder provider, so once we drag, we're going to save the instance, the form block instance inside these blocks, and we're going to get this block and loop it into the canvas, loop builder canvas. So let's go over to builder canvas and let's get this from here. I say constant. We're going to just get the canvas here. So this is going to be equals to use builder our context. So then we're going to just get the block, and we're going to also get okay, let's just get only the blocks for now. So now we're going to loop through these blocks. For now, it is empty, so we're going to just loop it. So once we try to drag item there, we'll be able to see the item being dragged on it. So inside here, we are going to first of all check if this dot length is greater than 0. We're just going to, oh sorry. So let me move this. Let me move this div inside. Yeah. Yes. Then we're going to have to loop this through. You see, blocks dot map. We're going to get the block. So yeah, we're going to get the block. But let me close this first. Remember that each block here saved on the form. If we go to the builder, let me go over to the provider. So what we are doing here is inside this block, we can refer to this as block layout instead of blocks, because most of the item is saved here, or the form instance saved here is going to be the block layout. So let's just change it to block layout so to avoid confusion. So this is going to be the block layouts. So block layouts will be saved here. Then inside the block layout is when we'll have the actual child block or the block. So layouts first stays here, and inside each of the objects is where we have the child block, like where we specify inside the form instance. If we go into form instance, you should see child block. What child block holds the blocks like the text field, the heading, other blocks we'll create later on. So I'm going to just quickly change this to layer so we don't get confused. Let's change this to layouts, block layouts, and let's say just set block layouts. So let me just return this. Let's put this here. So that in order for us to understand that this is layout, not actual, not all the blocks. Yeah, you can do that if you want to, but every block will be every field. I'll call the block field. Block fields will be placed on the block layout. So let's go over to canvas and let's just change this from blocks to block layouts. And let's just check this and check this. So we can get the block layout, and now layouts will be looped through. So we need to create a component called canvas. We are going to call it canvas wrapper. So canvas block wrapper. And let's call it block layout wrapper. Yeah. So we're going to just pass in the key, which is going to be block layout dot id. Then we're going to also pass in the active block. We're going to specify active block layout. We're going to okay, now we're not going to pass in this. Sorry guys, it's the block layout we're going to pass. Block layout is going to be equals to block layout. Yeah. So let's go ahead and create this below here. So I'm just going to call function canvas block layout wrapper. I'm going to say block layout. So let's get the block layout here. And we're going to just specify the type block layout form block instance. So yeah, we're cutting the single one. So now we need to return this. Let me see. So now let's say div. Yeah, so you should stop the error. So now what we're going to do now is to get the canvas component first. So let's get the canvas component. So say canvas. Let's use capital letter canvas block layout is going to be equals to, we're going to get form block. Then we're going to specify the type. We're going to say block layout dot the block type. And we're going to get the canvas components. Then I think this needs to remove. Let's just do the return again. Then let me remove this div. So what we are going to do is to just pass this. I think that is it. So I'm going to wrap this inside a div. Let me open this. Yeah, so that's it. So we are done with this. So the next thing to do now is to test this and see if it works. So it's actually not going to work now because we've not saved the item being dragged and we've not created the instance and save into the block layout. We need to create the instance. So in order to do that, we need to monitor when an item is dropped so we can get that item and check if the item is a block button type, block button element. Then we know we need to create a new instance and save that instance into the block layout. So we're going to also check if this is a layout, then we can create an instance. But if it's not a layout, we are not going to create any instance. So in order to handle that, we need to come below here and let's say use DND monitor from DndKit. And let's open this the same way we did it. We do drag events, drag start. Yes, on drag start. And this is we're going to get the event here. Now we need to create a state to hold the default or the active block. So before we do that, and specify the active here. Okay, let's just switch once and for all. Let's get the active block. So we know, let me import useState. Let's just get this useState. And let's import the active from dnd-kit. And let's just set active here to event dot active. Yeah. So now for the drag end, you're going to get the event from drag end. So you're going to just let's import the type from dnd-kit. I think you're not going to track the cancel. We're just going to only track the start and the end. So at this end is where we're going to do a functionality. So in the end, we're going to let's just console the drag end and let's try and test this and see if it works. So I'm just going to move over to my preview and let me just refresh this. So let's wait for it to load and now we can see that. So let's try and drag. Let me inspect first so we can see this and you can see the console here. So this is the data that's coming. So let's just drag. If we try and drag this, you see item drag. But once I drop, you can see drag end. And if you inspect, we can see the event has both the active item and the current. Yeah, so the same thing we have with the item drag here. This is coming from the block button. But drag end is coming from the canvas component. You can see the so builder canvas and this one is coming from the overlay. So now let's go ahead and look and get this. So if you look at hover, hover is showing the builder canvas droppable and the data which is being placed to. So we're going to get this active item from this. So let's go over to our code. And inside our code, we're going to get this. So inside here, we're going to get the active. So a constant. So inside the event, we are going to get active and we're going to get over. So we're going to know which because the row layout is also going to act as an hover too when we are dragging the fields on it. So here we're going to say if not hover or not active, then we need to just return like this. Then we can just let's just say active to now. Let's just set active to now for now. Then we need to get the if it's block elements. Then let's get the active dot data dot current dot is block button. So let's change this to is block button elements and let's change it to element. So we need to also get the block type. So say constant dot is let's say is block layout. So we need to check block layout. So what we are finding here is to check if the block type here, if the block type is a block layout. So the block type can be any field like button, heading, text field, layouts, row layout, so anything. But we are trying to find if is a layout. So we're going to do that check. So now we need to also check the hover or the droppable. So we need to check this. If the droppable is a canvas, so we need to say if is dragging over canvas. So we need to say over dot data dot current. So if this is canvas draggable or drop area, yeah, if canvas drop area is. So now we've gotten if this is a block element, yes, if it's a layout, yes, and if it's drag over canvas, yes, then we can create the instance. So we're going to do check here. We're going to do if check here. So if is a block element, block button element, and block. So we need to create the block layout. So to do that, we're going to go into constants. Let's create constants. So inside this constants, we are going. So inside instance, we are going to just set the type like different a list of the block layouts. We can just say um all. We can call it all block layouts. So I'm going to just check row layout. You can also, maybe you want to create other layouts. You can have column layout here. You can have column layout here and any other layout you want. So I'm just going to you can also have grid layouts. So any other type of layout is being placed here. So you can leave it like this. So I'm going to say all block layouts inside canvas. We're going to check if this is included inside there or it matches this. So I'm going to say all block layout dot constants dot include this block layouts. So this here is simply, let me put it on. This here is simply telling, it's just like I'm checking this next example. Say if this is equals to row layout. So the reason why I am avoiding this to do this is because I can have different layouts. So using hard coding this row layout inside here isn't great. So that's the reason inside the constants I needed to like list it in a list so we can have check so it matches anything layout. So any of these we match and we pass through. So I'll just cancel this. So then the last thing we're going to do is going to say check if drag over is from Vercel. So now if it match, let me cancel this. So if it's match, let's open this here. Then we need to get the block type now. We need to get a block type. So I'm just going to just get the block type. So this is the block type. So this is the block type from active data, current, and the block type, similar to where we said we wanted to get the block type from. So since we are checking, and let's say we're able to pass through this check, we get the block type. Now it's for us to create the instance. So to get the create the instance, we're going to say, okay, constants, new block layout is going to be equals to the form blocks. So we get form blocks from the leaf folder if you look at here. So we're going to pass the key and the key will be the block type. So we're going to just come down here and let's say, let's pass the block type. And now we're going to just set this to, let's set it to as form instance, block instance. I mean, no, not form instance, sorry. Form block type. This is a type, so it should stop. Then we should get the create instance here. Okay, yeah, we can see the create instance here. So now when we get the create instance, remember, if we go into create instance type, you should see that the create instance require a unique ID to be passed into this form instance. And form instance is going to pass in the ID and then we'll get a block type already. Then we've already set a block type already for the row layout. So we just get the attributes which is empty and try block which is empty and then it's locked. We can set that to false, which is I think by default it should be false. If we look at it, if we go to row layout, we should see that yeah, its lock is false. So this is the data that is going to show in a block layout. So let's go over to our block builder canvas and let's create this. So we're going to call this and now we need to generate ID. So to generate ID, I'm going to create a helper function that will generate a unique ID. So I'm going to call this generate unique ID. So let me open this like this. So generate a unique ID. So we're going to create generate unique ID. So let's go into the leaf folder and create that helper function. So I'm going to just copy the generate unique ID here and let's go into leaf folder and let's create helper. cx. And inside here, I'm going to import UID. So this is how I'm going to say import v4 on UID4. Remember, we've installed UID from the package.json. If I go into my package.json, you should see that we already in the year 11.0.3. So inside the helper function or helper lib folder, we can just see export function with unique ID. They will return the unique UUID v4, then replace the dash to empty string and just get at least 25 strings. So we are going to save that and let's import it inside the, let's import it here from the helper file. Then now we've gotten our new instance. So I'm going to console the new instance here. We can call a new block. I'm going to just create block layout or new block layout instance. So we're going to see this. So now we need to find a way now to update this. We need to set this, right? Add this item to this new block, the block in the context. So over to context. So let's go over to builder provider. So yeah, we're going to come down here. So we need to find a way. Let me close this. Let's find a way to update this block. So we might want to use set block, but I prefer to not use set block. I'm going to create a helper function. Let's create a function here that will handle the block, and we're going to call it add block layout. So let's come down here. Let's say constant add block. Add block. You can call add block layout or anything you can call it. I'm just going to pass in the block. Say block layout. This is going to be equals to form block instance. So it's going to match the instance. Remember, it's an instance we are saving into the block, just like the type we have here. So we're going to just do our arrow function here. And then the next thing we're going to do, we're going to say set block layouts. We're going to get the previous, and we're going to just, so want to set the block. So we'll say constant new block. We're going to just previous, we get the previous one. Okay, we should say instead of new block, we should just put blocks. Then we should say blocks dot push block layouts. Yeah, block dot push or update. You can call, okay, let's do updated block. Then we can return the updated block. So now this is it. So we are going to add a type for this in the type here. So let's go up here and let's set the type. So we can set the type here. Let me just bring it below here. And let's say block layouts, add block layouts. Then we can set block layouts. And block layout is a type of form block instance, and return void. So let's get this add block and let's pass it to the values here. So inside context, builder context, we can retrieve it from here. And now we are going to, let's pass it here. Let's call it here and let's pass the new block layout. And let's just return, let's just do a return here. Yeah, so that's it. So we are done with the adding new block. So let's try and test this and see if it works. So make sure the server is running. So let me make sure that this server is running properly. Yes. So I'm going to just test it now. So let me go to the preview mode and let's test it out here. So I'm going to reload this and we should be able to see the canvas components once we drag any from there. So let's try it. Let me wait for it. So now we've refreshed this already. Now let's test this out. I'm going to clear my console and let me drag this. If I drag this now, we should see canvas components. Then we should see new block layout instance, and you should see the ID, the block type row layout is not false, and then the try block empty. So we can drag as many as you want, and you can see that it's being added to the canvas components. So now it is working fine. So we are going to go ahead and work on the row layout canvas component. So once we place and we add the item to block, the canvas component for row layout will display on the canvas component here. The row layout canvas component will show on the builder canvas component. So let's go ahead and work on it. So now let's move over to work on the row layout canvas component. So I'm going to open my code and let's go over to row layout. So let's go over and select row layout. So I'm going to close everything here. And inside here, we're going to work on this. So the row layout, we're going to just have a div, and let's clear this out first. So we need to get the block instance for row layouts. So we are going to pass block instance. We're going to pass the block instance inside the row layout. We're going to use that to identify when the if the instance is the row layout is locked or stuff or something like that. So let's go over to I think to builder canvas. Now we should remember that we didn't pass it, so let's pass the block instance here. So we are going to get let's pass the block instance here. We should say block instance is equals to the block layout. So remember block layout is a block instance and this is a block instance. So let's go over to our type. Let's save that, go to type form block type, and now let's go over here and add this. So we need to add the type to this so that we know that this React components can take in the prop of instance. So this is going to be form block instance. So sorry, I think I did this wrong. We need to open an object here and paste it inside and say form block instance here. So the error should stop. So inside the row layout, we need to pass it here. So we need to get it here. So I'm going to just see instance and let's add a type to it. So block instance is a form block instance. Form block instance. Let's import that. Yeah, so we've gotten that. So let's go ahead and work on this. Let's do the class name is going to be max with full. And I'm going to just open a div. And inside this div, we are going to check if block instance or lock. There is lock. We want to show a border. But for now, okay, let's create a border immediately. Border. So I want to set border at the top of this. I'll save that. So let me create the border component below here. So the border component is going to be here. So it's a function border and return div. So div is going to be div and it's going to be a self-closing tag. Then we're going to have a class name of widthful Then we're going to have rounded T, medium. Then we're going to have a minimum height of 8 pixel. Then we're going to have BG primary. So now I think the border error should stop. Then if you come back to, let me bring this down. So let me bring this down. And now let's get the card components from components your card. And inside here we're going to have a class name. And when we say class name is going to be, let's open CN. So let's just bring it down. And we're going to have width full, BG white, we're going to have relative border, we're going to have shadow small. So below that is shadow small, we're going to also have minimum height to 120 pixel. So don't forget to add the dash here. Let me cancel this. Then we're going to have maximum width to 768 pixel. Then we're going to have rounded medium. So rounded medium, and we're going to set padding to 0 with non-importance. Then inside we just put your comma and let's check if block instance dot is lock. Then we're going to just give it a style, say rounded top to none. Yeah, so the border will show it and this will be none. Then inside we're going to call the card content. So let's make sure to import that and close this. So let me import card contents from UI components UI, and let's open this. And here we are going to create a div that will check if. So let's create a div here first, and let's see if we have a class name of flex wrap and gap2. So we're going to also create a div that we put the grip, because the row layout will be movable. It will be draggable. So I'm going to say class here, and let's say row to button. And let me expand this. We're going to have flex, then item center, width full, height here will be 24 pixel. Then we'll have cursor move, then justify center. And we can just set the icon here, grip. So this is a grip, horizontal, and we're going to have size of 20 pixel. And we have, let me just close this. And we have class name of text muted, then muted foreground, sorry. I want this to only show when the form, when the row layout is not locked. So I'm going to set it to not lock. Then let me just open this, and let's move the grip inside it. So it shows that it should show that it's movable when it is not locked. So then we're going to also have inside here, we are going to have a placeholder that would show that the whole layout is like a droppable place. So let's just create whole layout. Say placeholder, and let's of course that. So this will only show when the child if there is no child inside. So I'm going to say I'm going to let's first of all get the child block from inside this. I'm going to just get the child block. So child block. So let's say constant child block. Remember this is a row layout. So it's very informative. So let me just make this capital letter. And let's say block instance dot child blocks. Then we're going to check if this is length is equal to, so you're going to say block dot length is equals to 0. Then we can show the placeholder. So now let's create the placeholder below here. So let's just come at the top and let's say function placeholder, and let's open this and let's do return. So we should have a div here, and let's say if we have a class name of flex column item center, then we're going to have justify center border, then border dotted. Then we're going to have border primary. Then we're going to also have BG primary, return opacity 0.1 opacity, hover is going to be BG primary 5, then widthful height of 28, text primary, font medium, text base, then gap 1. So inside here we're going to have a p tag. This p tag will have a class name of text center and then text primary 80. Then inside here we should just say drag and drop a block here to, we can call it block field, but here to get started field, drag and drop a field. Or let me just leave it to block here. So that is fine. So let's go over to continue this. So inside the we are going to we're going to just do a check. This should be a check. Then we should have, yeah, so like this. So we're going to have a div, and this div is where we're going to loop through the child block. For now, we don't have any child block. We're just going to put empty something. So I'm going to put a class name inside here, and inside class name we have flex item center, justify center, gap 1, and we're going to also have widthful. So I'm going to add widthful here and flex column. So let me bring this down and save that. So this will be justify starts, not justify center. Then we're going to have, then this should be gap 4, then py4, then p3, px3. So let's save that. So inside here we're going to have a div, and let me just close this here like this. So this div we're going to have a class name of flex item center, justify center, and gap 1. So this is going to house the child block here. So this is going to house the child block here. So you can just call it child So let's make sure to save that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to come back to the child block. We're going to work on the card footer. So we're going to just have card footer. So on the card footer will only show when the when this is not locked, when the block instance is not locked, so it's not equals to it's locked. Here we're going to just open this. So the card footer will hold the duplicate and the delete button. So we're going to have the card footer will have a class name of flex item center gap 3 justify and moving them to the right. Then we're going to have border. Let me break this down. So let me do the same thing for this. So we're going to also have border. So we're going to add border to the top. And we're going to have PY3, so spacing. Then inside here, we're going to have a button. A button will be here. So let's import button from UI, component UI, and let's duplicate this one. So one button will be for duplicate of the row layout, and the other button will be for delete, remove, or move item to trash. So I'm going to also get the icon for trash. So we have copy and trash icon from Lucy React. So two icon buttons. Then so for now, this is going to not be click. We're going to work on uh the unclick very soon. So let's test this out. I think we are done with that. So let's test it out and see how it shows. So let me move to the preview view, and let's try and then reload this again. So I'll wait for it to. So now it has loaded successfully. So let's try and see this in action. I'm going to draw my rule layout and let's see. And we should see this thing. This is not showing properly. And this should not show. It should be hidden onto the selected. So we're going to work on the selected. So let me just try and drag that again. You can see this is working very fine. I'm going to close the terminal and we can see we can move them, and it's showing down here. You can hover over it. So let's try and fix this grip. It's not showing properly. I think this is showing properly the copy and delete button. The copy and delete button. So now let's work on the make the delete functional and also make the copy or duplicate functional. And let's fix this. So let's head over to the code, and I'm going to try and look at this. Yeah, let me scroll. Let me save that. So before I go ahead and work on the delete the trash, so let's go ahead and hide this block property. So I'm going to just go there and let me just put hidden here. I'm going to save that, and this should hide. So now we can do that. So then if I try to drag block here, it's not going to work. So let's go ahead and temporarily hide this, remove this overlay from the sheet. So if you go back to sidebar, you should see it's mobile. Just search for it's mobile and you see sheets. Just go into sheets, and let's just temporarily move this to 0. Remove the 8 here, and this should fix it. So we'll come back and replace that back. For now, we're going to use that so we can be able to see what we're doing here. So I'm going to go back to my row layout, and if I try and drag, we can drag it inside and we can see. So I'm going to close this. So let's go ahead and see why the grip is not working. Okay, yeah, I think because I didn't put a height here. So this should be 24, not 28. So let me save that, and that should work. So now we can see that is working for. So let's go ahead and work on the delete button. So for the delete button, we are going to call a function called remove delete. So inside here, we're going to do an on-click. So on-click is going to get the events, and let's just open this. And inside here, we're going to stop propagation. Then we're going to do remove, and we're going to pass in the block instance i.id. So now let me just save this, and let's try and create a function up here. So yeah, we're going to just create a function at the top. So I'm going to just call this here. So function remove block. So this is going to be a. So we're going to just let me just remove this. Run this a again. We're just going to get the ID. So we're going to say ID or string, and then we're going to just call this. So what we're going to do is to update the block. So no, we're not going to do it inside here. So let's go and do it inside the provider. I think it's better to do it inside the provider and get it here. So let's go into block provider, and let's work on that inside here. So let's go over to below the add block, and let's so inside here. So let's also constant remove. So remove block layouts, and let's pass ID string. Then let's call this, and let's set block layout not to empty. We're going to just get a previous state. So previous state dot filter, and if I let me move this and say block. So we're going to check if block dot id match id. Then if match id, so we're going to just remove this. So let's also do for the duplicates immediately. So we're going to just do the booklets up here. So I'm going to just call this remove here. Let's label this to remove block row or block layout. Then we're going to just say constant duplicate block layout. And block layout will also take the ID string. So the difference between the duplicates and the duplicate is not, we're not going to just copy the layout, but we're going to copy both with the child blocks. Any child block it has, we go to the next, to the copied one. So we're going to do set block layout. And we're going to get the previous blocks, and let's just open this. So now we're going to do a check. We're going to say constant block to duplicates is equals to previous. So we're going to use previous to get it. Previous of find block when block id is equals to match with the id we passed. And we're going to check if this is not found, we'll just return the previous block. So if not, if the id does not match, we're going to just return the previous block. Yeah. So below that, we're going to have to deep clone the block and generate new ID, right? So I'm going to just put a comment here so you understand. Deep clone the block and generate a new ID for that. So we're going to say constant duplicated block, okay? So we are going to the structure, we're going to get the block to duplicate everything there. And then we're going to just do ID, and let's get our generate unique ID. unique ID and this unique ID. Then the next thing we are going to do is we are going to say blocks. We're going to say block to duplicate dot child block. I think this should be child block. Not block, sorry, it's child blocks. Child blocks dot map because we want to also generate unique ID for all the child block. So we're going to just say map. And so let's just put this to this like this. So map child block. So child block. We're going to just open the object and let's get all the child block, the data from the child block, and let's set ID to generate unique ID. So I think we need to also go over to row layout. So if we go over to row layout, we should see that so let me see. Yeah, you should see that we added row layout ID. So it's not a must. You can okay, let's just do it like this. Let's call it layout ID. And let me just copy this from this. And let's go back to builder and let's just update this like this. And let me just copy this. And let's just do it like this. Yeah, this is okay. So to identify this layout, and we can just leave try block like this. Now we are done with this. So let's add the block to the. So now we have to add the duplicate block after the original block. So then we need to pass this after the original block. So we say constant the new block layouts, the new blocks, or sorry, the updated block layouts. Then this is we're going to get the previous block from it. And inside here, we're going to try and insert this. So we're going to say constant insert index is equals to the previous block dot find index. So we're going to say block dot id is id, and we're going to do +1. So now we've gotten the index for this. So now we need to update it. So we're going to say updated block dot splice. So let's insert this to index 0 positions, and let's put duplicate block. Where is the duplicated block? Let's just pass this. Okay, let's put duplicated layouts block. So you understand that it's layout you are duplicating. Then let's return the updated layout block. So sorry, let me yeah. So now we've been able to work on the duplicate, we'll be able to work on the remove. So add this to let's add both of them. So I'm going to go ahead and add comments so you guys can understand it. Change this to layout, not raw layout. So let's say remove block layouts. Let's go over to this place and let's add it to yeah, let me add it below here. So remove block layout is just id string and void. Then for duplicate is the same thing. Just add it here. And now let's add it to this and let's add duplicate block layout. So now we are done with this. Let's go over to row layout and let's add it here. So in order to add it to the row layout, we are going to get the builder inside here. So let me just get the builder constant and say use builder context. And let's get remove block layouts and then duplicate block layouts. So we've done that part. So let's go ahead and plug in the duplicate on. I'm going to just copy this and let me just paste it here and let's change this to duplicate. So now we are done with this. So let's go ahead and so now let's test it out. I'm going to just open this and drag it inside. Why is it not working? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to drag as many I can. So now let's try and click on remove to see if it works. So I'm going to click on remove. And I think we have some issue here. So let me drag it again. And let me remove. So I think it is removing more than one. So let me close this first. So let me just close this and let's try to remove this again. So we're having some issue now. Let's go ahead and fix the issue. So I'll go into my builder provider and let's see. The remove is having say previous block is equals to ID string. Why is it showing some error here? So let me try and reload this. So I've been able to find the issue. The issue was because I didn't do not. I was using I did equals to. So that was the reason why I had that issue. So let me save that. Let me just remove this console from here. And if you try and check it on your end, it should work now. So after you not equals to issue, fix the issue with the um, delete. So I'm going to try and then test it out. Let's see how it works. So I'm going to paste it here. So let me drag it very well and paste it. Let me paste it. So I have three. So I'm going to just drag it again. And let me close that. So have three card. So I'm going to just drag this out so we can see. I'm going to delete this one now. And we should see that we have two, which is working fine. So let's try and test the duplicates. I'm going to copy this, and this should be two. I'm going to copy that, and you see it's three, and you see it is four. So the delete and duplicate is working now. So let's head over to row layout, and everything should be working perfectly well. So the next thing we are going to do is to click and select a particular. So this delete and copy should will not show until a card or a layout is selected. So how are we going to handle that? We are going to create a state inside the builder provider to handle to store the selected layout. So let's go over to block provider and let's come down below this and let's set this to selected. Selected block layout, set selected block layout, which has a form block instance. So we need to also add this to. So I need to say if remove, if for example, why is this not showing? Okay. If for example the selected layout is to want to be removed, we need to update the selected state to null. So I'm going to just do this if selected ID is equals to ID here. Then let's set selected block to null. So that should fix that. So let's pass this inside. Let's go ahead and pass this. I think we're going to pass the two of them inside the state. So okay, we're going to create a function to handle it instead of passing the set selected block. Let's come down below the remove and let's just create constant handle selected selected layouts is equal to ID. We're going to also pass the ID, and these two should have not the ID, we're going to pass in the block itself, block layouts, and this will have either form instance, one block instance, or no. So now we are going to set the set selected to block layouts. So now we're going to add that to the type. So let's go up here and let's add it here. So, okay, let's add it below here. Undo selected layouts. We're going so we're going to put no here, and we're going to set that to void. So let's save that, and then let's go through to this and let's add this there. Let's add selected block layout and hide block layout. So inside the row layout, we are going to get it from here. So let's get both of them, the selected block layout and the handle selected block layout. So I'm going to also do a check so I can get if it's selected. So I'm going to use it so I can return a boolean check. So I'll say if selected block layout is equals to block layout ID is equals to block instance ID. So it is selected is going to be we're going to add to the footer. So only item or only layout selected will show the duplicate and the delete button. So we are going to also show the layout, not the layout, the selected. So I want a way that we can show a border that shows that this layout is selected or card is selected. So we can do that here, and it should only be selected once it is not locked. So I'm going to say block instance dot is locked. If it's not locked, then we can create a div. So let's create a div, and this div is going to be absolute. So it's going to be a self-closing div. And let's just bring it down and let's say class name is going to be width 5 pixels. Is going to be on the left side. Absolute left 0, top 0, rounded medium. Then we're going to have height full. We're going to have PG primary, PG primary. Then we're going to also set this, I think that is all. So we can try it out and see if it's going to work on the left side. And I think for now that is it. So let's test it out. So let's go, let's wait for this to load and let's see it works. So we should see I think it's showing some error. Let me check my server. I think something is wrong. Okay, let me save this again. Let me reload this. So let's wait for it to load again. So that's loaded completely. So let's test it out. So I'm going to drag the row layout. And let's go like 3 there. And let me close this. And let's try and select this. Okay, yeah, we forgot to add the handle select. So I'm going to close this and let's pass this. We didn't use the handle selected block, handle selected block. or something like a layout. So we need to add that to the card itself. So I'm going to add that here. On click, and let's just pass this like this. Or let's just pass, let's call this out, and let's pass the block instance to it, not ID, block instance. So let's save that. So the reason why we need to add the listener is e propagation is because of this click. So let's test it out and let's see. So I'll click on this block and you should see the border is showing by the side, and we can see the copy and then delete. We can copy this, and as you copied it, you can select this one and you can see that everything is working. Selected is working fine. So now let's go ahead and work on the next. So what we're going to work on is dragging the row layout from the top and placing it to any of the other position. We can move the selected one to to the top of this position. You can just move and drag any of these over the canvas and application. So to handle that, we are going to add our DND draggable. So let's do that here. So I'm going to add that to the grip. So it's going to be attached to the grip. So this grip button. So here I'm going to just say constant draggable, which is going to be equals to use dragable from dnd-kit. And let's open this. Sorry. Let's just open it and let's set ID to block instance ID. We're going to just give it like a plus, and let's put it underscore drag area. So let's also set disabled to block instance disable, or no, not disable, it's lock. Then we're going to set the data for this is going to be block type, which is going to be equals to block instance or block type. We're going to have the block ID, which is going to be equals to block instance dot ID. Then we're going to have is canvas. So we're going to set this canvas row layout. So we know that this is the row layout that we're moving. So we set this to its canvas row layout. So now we're going to just set this is draggable to the grip button there. So we're going to just come down here and let's say if this dot is drag, let's just return. Oh, let's first leave it first. We're going to come to that. So let's go over to this and let's add it to this button. So to add it to the button, we are going to add a listener and everything. So I'm just going to say drag able dot listener, and let's duplicate that and let's say draggable dot attributes. I think that is it. So the last thing we are going to do is we are going to also set the draggable ref. So before I forget that, ref, yeah, we're going to say draggable dot set node ref. So I think that is it. So now we should be able to see no block drag once you move this. We should be able to see no block drag. So now we need to go ahead and work on the overlay so that we move the item so to have the similar components which we have here when we are moving this over. So we are not going to create the same way we did for the button where we had to duplicate the components and create a new a new block button drag overlay. No, we're not going to do that. We are going to do that inside. We are going to get a copy of this and display it there. So let's go over to the builder drag over, and let's add this here. So what we're going to do now is, so let's in the row layout, let's go over to row layout and let's change this, quickly change this to this canvas layout. So I don't want to be using the row layout to identify them. So we can use that in any places. So I'm going to close this and let's come back here. So yeah, we're going to not button builder drag overlay. So inside here, we're going to also get this. We're going to say constant is canvas layout. If is equals to the draggable item dot data dot current dot is canvas layout. Then we need to do a check here. If is canvas layout. So now we need to get the block. We need to get the ID. So that's the reason we had to set the ID there. So we are going to get the ID, which is current block ID. So if we console this, let's try and test it out and see the ID there. So I'm going to drag this up and let me just go to console and let me cancel this and let's drag this. So I think here we should see, let's do item drag active. If we go into current, we should see the block ID here, block type, and its canvas show. So these are the data we added to the row layout. If we go to row layout, we should see we added it here. So now we're going to cancel it and let's go back and get so we're going to get the ID. Now we are going to find the block from our blocks. So since this layout is already existing inside the builder provider or the context, so it's already existing there, we're going to create a new copy. We're going to create the same component. Like we're going to get the canvas component for that row layout to show as the overlay. So we're going to get that here. So let's just get constant use builder. And let me just move all this up here. Let's make sure to set this to use clients. And let's move this up. So yeah, we're going to just get the block layouts. So now I'm going to find that block layout with the block ID. So we're going to say constant block layout is equals to block layout dot find block layout dot ID if is equals to the block ID which we've passed. So now we're going to say if not block layout, if not block layouts, then we need to set fallback node to div no block drag. So if it does not matter, that means we say no block drag. But if so, we can just do else here. Else, if this if the block layout has the data, block the block instance here, we are going to get the canvas component from this. So how are we going to get the canvas? We're going to say canvas block components, which is going to be equals to, we're going to do form blocks. We're going to get the block, we're going to say block layout dot block type. So we can now get the block type. So we can get the block type here. And the block type is going to have, we're going to get the dot canvas components. So now we're going to set the fallback node to the canvas component. We're going to say fallback node is going to be equals to, we just set if, we're going to just set this to this, and let's pass the block layout to this. So inside here, I'll just say class point invert none. So now we are done with this. So let's test it out and see. So I'm going to close this and let's drag the selected one. And you should see that we are moving. You can see that it's moving. So we need to find where to drop it. So we can be able to drag it all over everywhere. But now the problem is once we select it and drag it, we should see a copy of it see on the pad or on the component. So once we drag this, the one that is on the canvas builder canvas component should not exist. So let's go ahead and fix that. So we are going to fix that inside the row layout. So I'll just search for row layout, and inside row layout, we are just going to add that if draggable dot is dragging, let's just return this. So now once we try it now, you should see that this has been removed. We can leave it back. We can take it, but I don't know why it's giving space there. If you see, we can move this one too and paste it anywhere. So now we should need to work on how to drop this inside and insert it in different position, or you can say different index. So we move this bottom one to the second position, and once we place second position, this the one on the canvas component move to the third position, while the one I'm moving move to the second position. So let's go ahead and work on the droppable. So now let's move to canvas. So in order for this to work, we need to track the top of each of the row layouts and the bottom of each of the row layouts. So we have to be able to track that. So once we move to the top of this, we indicate we want to drop this row layout to the top side, that is the above or the bottom of the row layout. So we track the above and the bottom of each of the row layouts once we hover. Similar to the way when we drag this and builder um the builder canvas component show that ring border. So we can also do that to the same thing. So this once we move it to the top here, the row layout or the layout which we move over, which will show the border at the top, and if we move it to the bottom, it will show the bottom at the bottom. So we know whether we are moving it to the top position or to the bottom position of it. So let's go over to the canvas components and let's handle that. So inside the canvas component, we are going to track the top position. So how are we going to do that? We're going to have to create different droppables. So for us to get different droppables, we're going to set the top position and the bottom position of each of the cards or each of the layouts. So we're going to say constant top corner, or we can say above corner, anyone, top corner is equals to use droppable. And use droppable, you will have the ID of, we can say the block layout dot ID. I will just give it like, we can call this underscore above. So we add the position. Likewise, we are going to do that too for the bottom bottom corner. And let's set this one to below. So I'm going to just click on this and let's set this to below. So we have top corner and bottom corner. So inside the above, we're going to track some data for this. So we know that we are dropping it on the top corner or we're dropping it on the bottom corner. So for the data, we're going to track the block type. So block layout plus block type. We're going to also track the ID of the block. So we're going to have the block ID, the block layout.id. Then we're going to also check, we're going to also add above true. So we know that this is from the top um corner. Then we're going to also do the same thing for the bottom. So for the bottom, instead of above, we're going to just have below is below true. So that's it. So now we are going to come down here and let's display an absolute div with the ref of the droppable. So I'm going to just click div and we're going to have this should handle for the top and this should handle for the bottom. So I'm going to just say this one below we handle for the bottom half drop zone. So here we're going to have ref. Ref is going to be equals to top corner dot set node ref. Let's also copy that and do it for the bottom. It's going to be the same thing. Then we're going to have some class. So the class is going to be absolute. Let me open this here for the top. Absolute. Then we have up to 0. Then we have width full, height 1/2. We have rounded T, rounded T medium. Then we have pointer event to null. So it's going to be the same thing too for the bottom. So we're going to come back to the bottom side. So now we need to also show a div here. So this will be the div. So this div is going to be absolute 2. So this is the main div that display when it shows. So we're going to say absolute width full top 4 pixel. Then we have height 6, height 6 pixel, 6 pixel. Then we have our background color primary. Then we have rounded top medium. I think this one should not be half. We should just set this to auto. Let me see if this will work. So this will just remove this closing the and let's make this a saving as self close type. So we save that. Then for the bottom, we can copy this style here and let's bring it here. Then also for the bottom, it's still the same thing. We are going to also throw the same div here, but instead it's going to be bottom. So I'm going to change this to instead of top, we're going to set this to bottom. And inside here, think we should remove this because this is not going to show any button. Yeah. Let me just remove this type. So inside here, we're going to get the div. So this one, we should change this to button. And let's set it to absolute. And this is going to be bottom, not minus. We're going to have bottom 1 pixel. Then we're going to have height 6 pixel, background color, and then bottom medium. So this should be it. So lastly, we're going to make sure that this corner does not show for certain. So we're going to check if the top corner is hover, then display the top corner is. If the bottom corner is over, then we can show this. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say if top corner dot is hover, then we can display the top div so that it does not show all the time. But let's look at this to see if it works first. So let me try and move it. So let me try and make sure our server is running. And let me try and refresh. So let's wait for it to load. So it does load. So let me try and drag the row layout here and we can see why is it moving away. So let me just try it again. So we can see the top corner there, but the bottom corner is not showing. Let's see reason. So let me see, bottom corner is 1 pixel. Height of 6. Let me give it minus. So let's give it like 2 or 4. So I think so. Let me just give it like, I think 4 is okay, or 3 is okay. Then for here we should give it 3. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do the check. So let's enable this and let's move this div to the top. Then we're going to also check if this is not locked. Remember, we don't want to show the lock block. Then lastly, we need to also check if block layout include the the active. So we need to know that okay, if it include the active, then there's no point showing this. So how are we going to achieve that? Remember, we set active here, active block. We set the set on block for the tracking for the drop the on drive start. So we're going to just pass in the let's pass in the active block inside of the each of the row layer. So I'm going to just pass it inside here, and I'm going to pass it here. Then let's bring it inside here. Then we can set it to active or no. So inside here, we're going to just check the active. So we're going to come down here and we're going to just set it. So we'll make sure that block layout. So we're going to just do all block layouts. All block layouts dot includes. So we're going to get the active block dot data dot torrent. Then we'll get the block. We're going to get the block type. So it's having some issue. Let me see, it's not callable. Okay. Yeah. I think I may test something. Yeah. Yes. So I think this is it. So we check the attribute if the block type. So if the block type include any of these, then it's going to show this and not if it include the block type of full layout or any layout, it's going to show this. And it's going to also match for both the top corner. So even though if we try to drag any field over there, it's not going to display this. So we can also do that for the bottom. So below here, we can quickly just check that the bottom corner, and we can quickly just get this, bring it inside here. Let's move this inside. I think so. Now let's try and test it. So it's not showing by default, but once I move this, is so the half is not showing. So let me try and check this again. It's not supposed to show if this is active. So let me try and inspect this, and let me see on drag active the ID layout, block type, row layout. So it's matched. Then this should not show. Let me look at it here. So it's not supposed to show for the active one. So we need to make sure that this, so all layouts include the block current tab here. Bottom corner is not locked. Then top corner. So I think I found a mistake. So I used top corner here. I didn't use the bottom corner. Yeah, set ref. So let me set that here. And let me just set this back to auto. So let me to change this there. So let's save that. Let me try and drag this. The top corner is showing, the bottom corner is still displaying. It should not display once you've not over. So let me try and reload this again. Let me try and reload this. So this is supposed to only show once we hover over bottom corner, yes. Once we so let me check this. Oh sorry guys. This is over. So we need to put this over here. That is over. Sorry guys. So I think that is it. So let me try again and drag this. So let me drag the row layout. So let's try and drag this. So let me select this so we can see the active one. And let me move by the top of this. So this is not showing. It's supposed to show the active. I'm moving over the top. It should have showed the top. I think it's not showing this. It's not showing this. So let's look at this. Why is it not showing? Because it's supposed to track the hover. It's supposed to track the hover. And remember, we said if this is any is a layout, then it will show this borderline there. So let me look at this. Why is it not showing? So let's change this to one. Let's change it to 50%. So let's set this to 50% to 1/2, and let's try it and see if it will work. So I have to change this to one of the set of auto, and let's try this. So I'm going to drag this that is active, and you should see the top is showing, the bottom is showing, the top is showing, and if I go over the bottom, you should see the bottom. If I move over to the top, we can see that we can move. Once we hover the top, we can see the border there, and we can see the border, the top corner and the bottom corner. So what we need to do now is to track if this is the top corner, we drop it in, then we need to know that this is the top corner. If this is the bottom corner, we're dropping it, it will move straight to the bottom corner. So to handle that, we need to go over to the DND monitor on the canvas. So here we need to track this here. So we've done an if check for the previous one. Then below there, we need to also do a different if check to check if the. So let's go ahead and work on that. So here we're going to get constant drop is dropping over canvas block layouts. So it's dropping over canvas block layouts. Let's track above. So this is going to be equals to, we're going to use the hover. So we're going to use this to check. We're going to check this here. We're going to say hover does data. Then we're going to get the current. We're going to get dot is above. So let's go ahead and console this so we can see hover as the data it has. So let's also do that for before we go ahead and do that. Let's duplicate this and get the bottom and below. Below, then we can have is below. So let's save that. Let's check this out. Let's check this out and let's see if. So let me inspect this and let's see it in action. So I'm going to go over to my console. Let me clear this and let's drag this and see. So I'm going to drag this down first and let's drag this. I'm going to hover over here and we should see the item I'm trying to hover. I'm trying to hover this row layout here. And if I click on current, we can see the row layout and it's above is true. If I try to drag this and move below this one, let me move below. We should see hover and we should see current layouts, then is below is true. So that is how we get this data current is above or is below. So now let's go ahead and check if this is a canvas row layout. So we're going to get that from the active. If you go over here, if you see let me see the item drag. The item drag if is a row layout, yeah, you can see if it's a canvas layout, sorry, if it's a canvas layout. So we need to check that too. So I'm going to check that here. So let me put that down here. So this is going to be here. You see if it's dragging, so this is we track the droppable if it's above or above. Now we are tracking the drag block. So you want to track if this is a, I'm sorry, canvas, not row layout. So if this is a canvas layout, then we need to know that we need to be able to add this particular reposition the blocks. So now inside here, we're going to start to check. Let's go ahead and get as a constant dragging canvas layout over another layout. This is going to be equals to is dropping. So we're going to track is dropping over canvas layouts. So it's dropping over canvas layouts. So it's dropping over canvas layouts. We are going to get that from here. So let's just define that here for the dragon. So we're going to say okay, let's do constant. So it's dropping over canvas layout. So we need to say equals to the above if this is above or if this is below. So let's just click the below. So now we just want to use this to check both of them. So if it matches any of these, then this will be true. If not, it's going to be false. So we use this to check. Then we are going to also check and then we're going to check for the dragon. So now this is going to be true if the dropping over canvas layer matches any of this. This will be true. Then this is going to be true if the dragging canvas layout matches this. So if it's true, if it's a canvas layout, it's going to set this to true. So now we know that we are dragging canvas layout over over another layout. So then if that is true, then let's go down below here and let's just say if. So we need to check if this is true. If this is true, then let's get active ID is equals to active. We're going to get a block ID dot data dot current. We're going to get the ID of the current block being dragged. So we get the ID, then we get the hover ID. So the position we want to drop is so hover that your block ID. Then you're going to also check, say let position equals to above or sorry, not equals to. Let's just set this like this. Below this will be the type. Then we're going to set it to equals to. So we're going to set it to below for default. So now we're going to say below here, so if I'm going to track this now, if this is above, then we can just set position plus to above. And then let's come down here and let's return this. So now we need to define a, a function that helps us that takes the active ID and the over ID with the position. So I'm going to call this reposition block layout. So reposition block layout will take the active ID. The active ID is the ID I want to reposition. The hover ID is the ID of the block which I am placing it over at the top or that the ID of the person hovering over. Then position is either the top or below. So let's copy this and let's go over to the builder and let's pass it here. So let's go inside the builder and let's go inside the builder and let's define the function here. So let's define the function inside. So let's do it below here. So I'm going to just let's paste this here. Constant reposition. So reposition, remember, reposition will take in the active ID. Let me just say active ID, which is a string, over ID, which is a string, then position, which is going to be equals to above or below. So let's just return this like this. Oh, sorry. I need to set this like this, and let's put the arrow here. So now we've defined that. I need to label it to reposition block layout. So now to reposition this, we need to set block layout, and let's get the previous state. So now we need to find the indexes of the active block and the hover block. So that is it here. We need to find the indexes of the active block and hover blocks. So we're going to say constant active index is going to be equals to the previous dot find. So these blocks are already existing inside the block layout. So we're going to say find index, and we're going to say block. We can just say block is going to be block ID is equals to the active ID. We can duplicate this and just call this hover index and do the same thing, and let's find it with the hover ID. So if it matches this, then what we're going to do is to check if this is -1. So if active index is equals to -1, or yeah, or hover ID is equals to -1, then we just return the previous. So we know it didn't work. So we just console and say block active and block none. We said this is active or hover block is not found. So then inside here, we're going to just go down here. And now we need to remove the active block and from its current position. So let me just define that. So we remove the active block from its current position. So we need to first of all make a copy of the previous block. So updated block, which is going to be equals to the structure of the previous state, which is the previous block. Then we need to say this is going to be equals to updated block dot splice. Since we got the active index, we're going to say active index 1. So now we're going to define the one we are moving to move block. So move block now, then we need to calculate the insertion, like the new position for the insertion. So inside here, we're going to say constant insert index is equals to, we're going to track the position. If the position is equals to above, then we'll say over index. Else we say hover index +1. So it's supposed to be at the position of the hover index +1. So now we are going to now have to insert, let's insert the move block at the calculated position. So this is going to be updated block dot splice insert index 0. I'm going to pass in the move block. So now what we did is just to remove the active block, place it to the position of where the hover, the place, the where the hover index is. So we're going to say if it's above, then we need to insert it to the position of the hover here for index. Else we're just going to add +1 to increase that, and then we're going to just add that to the block. So then let's just return this. So now error should stop. So we've gotten this, the active index, the hover index. Check if the is -1, then we return the previous state. Then now we make a copy of the previous block. Then we get the splice position and get the block from the position where it is based on the index we pass. Then now we insert this by checking if the position is above. If it's above, we know that okay, the insert index will become the hover index. But this is going to be at the top of the current hover index. But if not, so it's going to be below, which is going to be the current index, the hover index plus the +1, which is going to be below. Then we're going to now set insert index 0 and the move block. So we're moving it to calculated space. So let's go ahead and then pass this to our type. So can just pass it here. So let's just pass it here. I'm just going to just say the position block layout active over ID position. Yeah. So let's pass it to the let's pass it here. I'm going to just bring it here. And now I think our error should stop. So inside builder canvas, we should be able to we should be in good position. So let's test it out and see that this actually. So I'm going to also let me try and label this so we know that this let me put a state inside here. So moving existing layout to a specific position. The existing layout to a specific position. So let me set that and let's close this and try this now. So let's move this. Okay. So now we're done with that. So let me select this and let me move this. So let me move it to the top of this and we can see that it works. We can see the selected block is moved to the top. So I'm going to just select this and let me move it now to this bottom here and we can see that position is changing correctly. We can move it to the top and we should see that this is moved to the top. So this is beautiful. So if I move it to the top, you can see it works. If I move it to the top, this is in the bottom. If I move it to the top, you can see it's selected. So this worked correctly. So we are done with this. We're done with the moving existing block layout to a very specific or a specific position. Now we need to also work on moving a new block to a specific position. So once we create a new block, so if I add, so before I do that, let me just select the bottom one first. And let's see, if I move this to this place, you should see, if I scroll down, you should see that it's been added. Okay, it's not working. You see that it's not working until if I move it to this place, it's not going to work until I move it. The canvas need to show. So if this canvas show, I'll just move it down. And if I remove this, I can see it here. So now we don't want to show the canvas shadow, the ring uh, border once you're moving a new item. So the only time the canvas builder canvas builder canvas ring will show or will be displayed is only when there is no item or no layout in on the canvas component. So once there's layout, let's say there is more than one, then we can be able to position it top or bottom, and it should display here. So let's go ahead and work on inserting new block layout to a specific position. So what we're going to do is going to be we're going to use this position here and let's work on that too. So let's go over to the, before we go ahead and work on the tracking, let's go over here and let's set this to, so the ring for the canvas, the builder canvas components will only show once the block. So I'm going to do a check here. So yeah, I'm going to say block layouts, if block layout or length is greater or equals to 1, then we can just show this. So if it's greater than 1, then we can show this. So I think that should be it. Yeah. So that should be it. So let me try it and let's see. So once we move this, you can see that the by showing here, it's supposed to not show. Okay, I think this is greater than 1. So let me see if it's equals to 2. Or we can leave it like this. We can decide that it should be. So yeah, you can see that it's not showing. So it only shows this once we have this. So if this is equals to 2, then it's going to show this. Or we can set it to equals to 0. So once we have no that here, then it's going to show that. So let's go ahead and work on the main thing. Let's so below here, I'm going to define a comment here. So we know that this is for new block. So new block layout to a specific position. So for the new block layout, we need to track, like we did in the previous one, this. We need to track its block elements. We need to know if this is this is a layout. So we need to do exactly what we did here. So how we're going to do that? We're going to define a value here. So let's define a value inside this comment. So we're going to say is droppable layouts block over canvas. You can just copy exactly the check we did here. And let's bring it here. So now we said if this is going to be true, the same way we did here, if this is going to be true, so now we need to check if this. So let's go down here and let's say if dropping layout block over canvas, then we need to get the active the same way we did it. So we're going to just copy exactly what we did here. We said we need to get the active um, block type. Then we need to also get the target block type, which is the hover. So like we did here. So just let me get this. I'm going to get the ID of that. So this is the, so I'm going to change this from we can just set it to hover ID or target block ID. Let's leave it to hover ID since we know what hover ID is. So now we've gotten the block type, which the active item, which the new block, which we draw the layout, which we drag. Then we need to know the position of the hover ID. So we've gotten the hover ID. Remember, we still have the above and below. These are the top reason why I left it here. So we can also use the track. We're already tracking the whether it's above or below. So now we've gotten the hover ID. Then we need to set a new block. So to get a new block, remember we need to create this. So let's copy new block layout and let's just bring it down here. So now we got our new block which we want to create our new instance. Then it's for us to know, okay, this hover block, what position are we placing the new block to? Is it above or is it below? So that is where we need to also do the same thing we did below here. We need to do the same thing we did below here and just do that here. So how we're going to do, let's just let's copy it and paste it so it works like this. Very simple. So say we just said, okay, let me go over it again. Got the type the check which we check here if it's a block element, and if this is a layout, then if this is dragging over the canvas, if this is driving over the canvas, no, not canvas, sorry, this should be um dropping over canvas layout, not canvas, because we're not dropping over the canvas, we are dropping over the canvas layout. Remember, we're dropping over the canvas layout, not the canvas itself. So the canvas is only when you have no block and you can drop new block. So we can drag to a specific position, and this is hover either up or below this, similar to what we did for here. So we did a check here. So once we've gotten this, we've done is block button element. This is a layout, and then if this match any of this, then we can check if this is true. Then we get a block type, the current block type, the active new is a block layout, is a whole layout or so there. Then we need to get the ID over ID, the layout which we are placing it, the new block. Then we need to generate a new block layout. Then we need to track the position if it's top, bottom, or if it's above or below. Then if it's below, or if this is above, then we know that it's above. Then once we've done that, now we need to insert this. So because since this is not repositioning, we are bringing a new entity on its own. So we need to I can call this insert block layout as index. So I'll pass in the hover ID, or we can call it target block ID, but we can leave it like over ID. I will say, okay, this is the new block which we want to place, the new block layout. Then we need to say the position, and let's just return this. So now we need to create this function. So let's go over here and let's paste it, and let's go inside the builder and let's create this function. Let's create at the top of the position constant. So let me just bring it down, or let's just bring it down. Let me close this position and let's put it here. So now let's add this, which is hover ID is a string. Then we have the new block layout, which is the form block instance, and then we have the position, which is above or below. So now let me give this a comment at the top. So insert new layout to a particular index on the canvas. So inside here, we're going to do as usual set block layout, and let's get a previous state. So now we've got the previous state, so we need to get the hover index, just like we did here, the hover index, which is going to be equals to previous dot find index, which is block, and we're going to just say block dot hover id matches, block dot id is equals to hover id. Then we'll do as usual, we check if it's -1. So if hover id is equals to -1, then we just return the previous block. Then now we need to get the insert index. So this is similar to what we have here. I need to get the insert index. So if this is above or below, so we're going to do that. So yeah, and we're going to say insert index if it's a below. Oh, sorry, this is wrong. So let's say over ID plus 1. Sorry, this should be over index plus 1. Yeah. Then the insert position should be if it's equals to above, then over ID or over ID plus 1. Then we need to then get the structure of, so we say updated, make a copy of updated block, which is equals to a copy of the previous block. Then we say updated block dot splice, then inserting it to that position, then inserting the new block layout. So why is this showing error? Plus 1. Argument of string is not. Oh, sorry. This should be hover index. Yeah, so this should work now. And let's return the updated blocks. So now this should work now. We are done with this. So let's add this to the type. Where is the type? So we can add it here. Let's add it. So insert block layer as index. So sorry, this should be hover ID. Over ID string, then new block layout. New block layout is form block instance. So let's do that to match this block layout on position. So let me just pass it inside here as index, and everything should stop the error. So I just hope you got this. It's just similar to what we do in repositioning. So instead of getting to index active and hover, is only just hover index and positioning it. So if it's above, you position it to where the over index is. Then if it's below, we add plus 1 of the current hover index and paste it there. So let's go over to the builder canvas. Scroll over to the builder canvas, and this should stop the error. Now let's test this out. Let me remove this. Let's choose a new block. So let me quickly drag item. So now you should see this as move, so we can move it under. So I'm going to select this. Let me select this one and let's see if this will work. I'm going to move it on top, and we should see that it works. I can move it below, and we should see that the active. You can see these two was added to the top. We can reposition this to the top and it move. We can reposition this to below and this move to the top. So everything works fine. Move this to the top, move this to the below, and move this to the top. Yeah. So and let's delete this. So now we are done with the hover layout. The layout, repositioning it, adding a new block to a specific block layout to a specific position, and also moving existing block layout to a current or existing onto a specific position. So now we are going to start to work on the fields, which is the layout type blocks. So we're going to start to work on the fields. And the first component which we are going to work on is the radio button. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on that. So I'm going to let me clear everything from my editor. Let me close everything and let's go into components and let's go into blocks. So here we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it RadioSelect block and let's do txx. Then we need to do exactly what we did. Remember on the row layout, we are checking if you scroll to the top to create those objects, we need to get the block category, the block type. So we need to set that here, and let's import this. Let's import this. Let's import this. So inside the block type, if we're going to the block type, we see that we have fuse and we have full layout. So let's copy fuse, go into our RadioSelect, and let's set this to the category here is layout of field. So we're going to add our own to field because this is a field. Then we need to add, you need to change this to um RadioSelect. So here is going to be RadioSelect. So it's going to throw error because we need to add that to the block type. So we're going to set or RadioSelect. So this will take all our existing blocks type. So we are done with this now. So it's left for us to create the object. So our object block type. So which we have in the, which is similar to what we have in this row layout. So let's go ahead and work on that. So we're going to just have export constants RadioSelect block, which is going to be equal, which is of type object block type, and we're just going to say equals to object. So now we need to set the block type, block category first, then block type. Then we need to also set the, let's do the button first before the create. So say block button element, which is going to be an object of the icon. So the icon we're going to use is circle icon from Lucy React. Then we have label, which is going to be radio. So now let's do the create instance. So create instance is going to take ID or string as usual, and we're going to just return objects. So this is going to take ID. So this is ID from here. And we're going to say the block type, and then we're going to add attributes. Remember in, so in the row layout we didn't pass any attributes, but it is not going to be the same for the fuse. So fuse we have um attributes. So what does a radio select work? How does a radio select works? So a radio select we have a label. So it's a form, so to have a label. This will be the title of the this is select an option. So it's an example. This is select an option. So then a video layout has different options. So I'm going to give an example of or a placeholder. So say option, let me use capital letter here. Option 1, I'll just give like option 2. And let me just make space here. So this will be the default option. So you can later change that. We'll have required, let's say required to false. So this field we have, let me put comma here. So now we have the attribute. So lastly, I think this is the ID, block type, and the attribute. So this will be what we'll be saving inside the full layout child block. So inside the row layout, this child block is where we'll be saving it into. So then we have the canvas component, the form components, and then let me just do that. And we can create this say function radio canvas, and then I just set this to return div. Let's say canvas radio canvas. Let's do the same thing for the form, which will be displayed, which will be like I also mentioned before, the canvas components will be editable, but the form component is what the final one will publish or preview. This is how it will be displayed to users. So let's return if it's a radio form. Then the last one is the property. So property is going to display these attributes which we specified there. So this sorry, it's not here, it should be inside there. So the property component will handle the attributes. So I'm going to just specify this and let's return. Yeah. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and add this radio select block to the form blocks. So we need to add it. You can see that it's giving error here because we've already added this to here. So we have to block type. So let's go ahead and add this. Let's see. Radio select. This is off. So let's import this. Make sure this radio select matches the type which you put inside here. So it must match with this key here. So let me save this. And once I save this now, we should see the field has appeared. Now we can drag this. But you see that it's not showing anything because remember we track this that this must match the. So if I try to inspect, you should know that this show. So it's not going to show. Block type is going to be different. And let me see. You see drag. And you should see that the active is block button radio select and the ID is the ID is blocking and we have the block type which is radio select and then, yeah, so we'll be able to try this. So now we need to find a way how to place this on the canvas. I mean not canvas, the whole layout. The layout. So we need to make the whole layout a droppable. So we need to make the whole layout a droppable. And in order to handle that, we are going to just go to let's head over to our whole layout. So now let's make the whole layout a droppable here. So I'm going to let's go to the top here and let's add it. So say constant we'll say constant droppable. Use droppable from dnd-kit. Sorry. And let's open this. Let's set the ID, so block instance, then disable. So block instance for the layout dot is not. So we say then data. So we specify this is layout drop area, which is true. So now we're going to add this droppable to a card. So let's add it to the card. So ref is equals to droppable dot set node. So now this should work. So before we go ahead and test that, we need to show like a div or like a placeholder, which not this kind of placeholder, a placeholder will identify that this once we hover over it, it should drop it, it should display that we can drop views on it. So we're going to create a div here. And this div will be wrapped with a check that okay, let me just create the div first before we check so we can see the div showing on the. So I'm going to say it's going to be exactly the same thing with a placeholder. So let me see placeholder. I think it's the same thing here. So let's just do that here. Just go class name And let's do relative border 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 dotted. Then we're going to have border primary. Then we're going to have BG primary opacity of primary 10, width full, and height 28. Then we're going to just have a div here inside here. Let's say yeah, a div. Sorry, a div is a class name of absolute left 1 divided by 2 is 50% top 0. Then we have minus translate x with 1 over 2, text small, extra small, bg primary, text white. Let me drag this here. Text center. Then we have width 28 pixel. Then we have b1. Then we have rounded b4. Then we have shadow md. I think we're done with that. So let's just put drag it here. So this should show it here. So I think I need to add width. This is not showing properly. So we have the absolute, oh yeah, 28. Sorry, 28. Yeah, so you can see this showing like this. You can see showing for all the card here. So now we need to make sure that this shows only when we are dropping an item. So we're going to just say droppable dot is over. Then we check that. We need to also check block instance dot is block. If it's not block instance, it's not. We say and it's an active block. So let me see. I think we set active here. Okay, we need to specify active too. Yeah. So let's specify active. We're going to add active. Let's add active here. So we're going to get the active block. So you know that this should only show for only feeds, not just like the way we did it for the canvas that it will only show the top and bottom will only show for only row layout. So this is going to show, let's just get the active block here. So the active block dot data, which I'm going to drag here. So let's do it here. Active block dot data and say dot current dot is block elements. If it's a block element, if the current one is a block element, yes. You say and it's not a layout, so we need to get the layout. So we can do that. See all, and it's not all block layout dot include active block dot data dot current dot block type. Yeah. So I think we are done with this. Let us say and let's just open this and let's move this inside it. Then for the placeholder we need to do not droppable dot over. It's over. So this will be hidden if um if you are dragging over or if you are dropping over, if the open over is active or is true. So let's try it out here. I'm going to drag the layout. Let's drag the layout. Let's put it below this, above this. Now let's try and move this. So I think it's having issues. So let me try and just remove some for now. So let's just so we can test it. Let me see. Why is it doing like this? So I don't know why it is doing like this. So let me try and test it on a preview mode. So let's try it here. So let's wait for this to load first. So let me just try it here and drag. And let me see. Oh, this is still having some bug here. So let me try this. This is not working. It's still blinking. So let's go ahead and fix this issue. So to fix that issue, we need to look at why it is doing like that here. So before we go ahead, I think the active block is not defined here. So let's go ahead and use the monitor to track the droppable first before we can know if this will work or not. So let me add this. So let's add it above here. Let's add this. Let's add this. Let's add this here. Let me see. Yeah, and let's just say constant. Uh, not constant. Sorry. Use D monitor. I think on drag start. So we can set the so on drag start we are going to get the event as usual. So not mouse events. Let's just say set active. Set active block to events dot active. Yeah, I think. Then for drag end, let's import this. The type, and let's also get the active and the structure, get the active and over. And let's also then to return this. And let's set this to null, active to null. So let me try and console the hover. And let's console the active. So let's test it out again. Let me inspect this and then let's see this. So I'm going to move, drag, and let's see. Over is a rule layout and active is RadioSelect. So I think this is okay. So we're still having some issue with this being placed. So let me make sure that everything I did here is correct. Droppable is the canvas, is the card. Then we need to also check if, yeah, so droppable not, yes, native block is block elements and not block layers if the current or block type. So height full, width full, absolute left top, translate text size, text extra small, width 28 and shadow. And this should be length equals to 0. Yes, why is it not working? Everything seems right. Yeah. So, so I think so. We'll come back to this later. Let's work on the displaying the child blocks, which is the radio select. So we need to display it here. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a component called child. We're going to call it child canvas component. So I'm going to just create that, and this is it. So child canvas components, we just get the key of this. So how we're going to do that? We're going to first of all, we are going to loop through this. So let's loop through this here. Let's say child block dot map child block, and let's just open this, and let's move this inside. Let's move the key from here to here, and let's just set this to child block dot id. So here we're just going to pass in the block, which is going to be the child block dot, not let's just say child block, just like this. Then we also want to also show a button here. Once we so a button here, we just have to display, so we can remove a child block. So I'm just going to say size, which is going to be icon. Then we can just do variant ghost. Then we can just give it a background color of transparent. Now, then let's just put the S icon from Lucy React, and on click will just be empty, so which we're going to come back and do that. So let's go ahead and create this component. So to create this component, we are going to create this component inside. Let's scroll down into our components, and let's just create this child canvas CSX. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to do RAFCE. So inside here, we're going to block as a child block. And then we're going to say block as form instance, form block instance. So now we need to get a canvas component for the block. So we'll get form block and we'll set the block type. And remember, the block type is going to be the radio select. I will get the form block, and inside the radio select, if you go to radio select block, you should see our canvas going to say radio canvas. So let me just save this, and let's import, make sure to import this. Let me go back to my canvas, my radio layouts and let's import this. Let me save this. Let's go over here and let's check if there is no canvas component, there's no point returning this. We just set it to null, and then let's just return our canvas components. Our canvas components we take. Remember, canvas component takes in a block instance. I will just pass in the block, and that is it. So we are done with displaying this. So let's try and see if this will work. RadioSelect. Let me try and reload this. Oh, it's not going to work yet because we've not updated the row layout. But we need to update the row layout inside the builder. So let's work on updating that first. So we need to, so let's go ahead and then complete this drag end for the row layout and get the active and add to the cover child block. So we are going to just get the is block. So I'm going to come down here and let's say constant is button is block button element is going to be equal to active dot data dot current dot is block, yeah, is block button element. Then we're going to just say if it's layout. So I'm going to get the layout. So if it's layout is not if it's checking if it's a layout. So we're going to try to remove. We're not going to try to we're going to try to not add that. So we're going to do a check. I say is block button element and let's just say not all blocks dot include its layouts. So if this is not a layout, then we say hover. So we need to get the hover ID and check if it matches this. So I'm going to get the hover ID here. We say hover block ID if it's equals to the block itself instance dot which one to paste it ID. Then we can be able to do that. So let's create an instance for this block. So say block type, we get a block type. Then we can just get a new block, which is similar to what we have in Canvas here. So let's just write that to say constant new block going to be equals to form blocks from lib. And we're going to pass in the block type and we're going to get, so block type is going to be as form block type. Sorry. And we're going to get the create instance. And let's not forget to just go generate unique ID. Yeah. So we've done that. So now we need to get so we need to update the child block for this whole layout. So how we're going to do that? We're going to get the current child blocks, which is this. So we're going to say child blocks, the current child blocks, and this is we're going to add a new child blocks. So now we are going to just update this here. So to set that, I'm going to just call this update block layout. And I'm going to pass in the ID of the block layout. So block instance.id and the updated children block. So I'm going to just set that. Let's go ahead and work on this. Let's put it inside here. And let's go into the builder. Let's create that. So constant updated this. So yeah, we're going to just have the um, ID, which is string, the row layout, the block layout ID, and the children block. So inside here, we're going to just have the so we're going to have the so inside here, we're going to have the children. Let's call it children block, and the children block, we're going to just say this is going to be form instance, form block instance. It's going to be a list. So very simple here. We're going to say set block layout. I'm going to say previous going to be previous dot map. I'm going to map the block. I'm going to say block ID. So ID is equals to ID. Then we're going to just let's destructure the block, and let's say child blocks. I think this should be child blocks. It's going to be equals to children blocks. Else we just return the block itself. So now if we return the block, it should stop. Okay, we need to add more of this. Yeah, try blocks. So we look through the previous state and get the ID of the current of the ID of the layout you want to just update the children block or the child block. We structure it and just update it to the current. So remember before already inside the whole layout, before already structure it and then update it. So just replace the existing one with the new one. So let's go ahead and add this to the type. So updates so let's go up here and let's say updates. Let me add it here. So let me just add it here. Update block layout ID and the children block with void. So let's add it to the let me add it here. Now inside our whole layout it should stop showing error. So now I think we are done with this. So we can just quickly test this and see that it's dropping the canvas component here. So let's wait for it to load. So now let's click on this and let's drag one layout. Let me drag one layout again. And let me try and drop this inside. Let me try and remove this. I still don't know why this is still shaking. This should work. Let me select that and let me drag it inside. So let me try it again for the last time. Okay, we can see that the radio canvas and the delete and the X is showing there. So let me try and drag this again. So we're trying to go and fix this thing. This is giving issue. So let me try and fix this drop over that is showing that is shaking like this. So let me go ahead and fix this. So I found the issue why we are having this problem dragging the radio button to or radio select to the layout is showing this error. This is because it's giving this glitch is because we if we go over to canvas builder canvas, so let me close this builder canvas, we notice that we have the droppables here too. There isn't droppables here, which this is also a wrapper for the canvas for the radio or layout uh, canvas component. So these droppables are clashing with the one inside the row layout. So that's the reason. So in order to fix this issue, I'll go back to my builder canvas components, yeah, and go to where we have the top corner and the bottom corner right here. So what I want to do is I want to avoid setting the ref before. So I only set the ref when all blocks matches this, and this let's if the active block we have is uh a row layout. So this top corner and bottom corner only works with the row layout button, row layout block type. But if it's a radio block type, it will not work. So let's take this, cut this out here, and let's bring it to the top. Let's set it like this, and let's open it and let's move the whole div inside the check. So this will help us to avoid. So if all block layout, let's say block layouts, which is the row layouts and stuff, and the active block is a radio and select, it will not, it will say, okay, this code is not going to work, it's going to be a false. And then this will not show. But if it matches, it's going to be true. Then we're going to do the same thing for, let's cut this out from here. And let's create a div, a check here. And let's just open this and move the whole div inside here. So now they should work fine. So now this should not clash with this row layouts now. So once we're dragging this will not work. So inside here, inside the row layouts for the droppable, we are going to also do the check here. We are setting it to the content type. We are setting it here. We can also bring it back to the card, but because it's going to cover both the footer, so I want this to be the content. Or we can still leave it here and let's see how it works. Then for the check we had here, so we are going to move this check. So I'm making this all layouts to be at the top and the droppable over to be at the last. So the first check will be the if not block layout matches this. Then if it is not, then we're going to say if not lock, then we're going to say if active block is a block element, and then droppable is over, then drag. So let's test this and see if it works. So I'm going to drag the radio select and hover over it, and we can see that the glitch has stopped. And if I drop it, it works. Or if I drag in the radio layout, we can see that the top and bottom is showing, while the drag it here is not showing. So to see that the glitch has stopped, so now we can be able to work properly now. So this is working fine. So now the next thing to do is to go ahead and let's work on the radio canvas. So inside the row layout, I want to add a width here. And let's go ahead and work on the radio canvas. So let's go into the video. So let's clear everything here since this is working. We have the radio select button block. And inside the radio canvas, we are going to also get the block instance, just similar to the way we have it the for this. So let's come here and then let's get a block instance. So remember, the block instance is being passed from the row layout. If you go into row layout and if you look at the loop, we look through the child block, and here we pass in the child block, which is the instance. And inside there, we get the block and we pass it into the canvas components of the child. which is the RadioSelect. So inside here, we're going to get a block instance. So I'm going to do the type of form block instance. So you can also, inside the folder, we can also change this to avoid this, we can change this to block instance if you want, so to avoid any confusion. So I just change it to block instance, and yeah, we can just say block instance or block type, and they should know. So now we can get the picture of it. So when checking the code, so I'm going to save this, and let's go into our radio layout and RadioSelect, and let's start working on this. So inside here, we need to get the I need to say constant block. Let's get a block. Say block, the block instance here. Or we can just say let's so now, okay, there's no problem with that. So now next thing we need to do, we need to get the attributes, this attribute from the block instance. If you look at over here and you get the dots attributes, if you look at it, let me close this back. We can see that you don't have the type here. So in order to fix this, we should have the type so it matches, so we can be able to get this and add this attribute to the type. We can create a type for that. So I'm going to create an attribute type for this. So it matches with only this word layout, this RadioSelect. So I'm going to do that at the top here. So let me bring it here and let's see. So we have the attribute type now. The attribute type has a label option and required. So we need to set it to the block instance. So how are we going to do that? We need to set the form block instance with the attributes type. And to do that, we're going to create a new instance or instance type. We're going to just set it there and we're going to call it type new instance to combine both the block form block instance and the attribute instance. So we're not going to add it here because this is a type of form block instance. So we're going to have to create it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to, let's say it's to block, then we're going to say dot attributes. Now if we go, no, not dot attributes, as new instance. Yeah, so now if we hover over block, we should see that we have the new instance type. Then we can come down here and let's get the attributes. The attribute is going to be block dot attributes. And inside here, we can just get the label. We can see the type now is working. We can get the options and we can get it required. Great. So now we need to create a div for the, so let's say class, let's class name. Class name is going to be flex column, because we're going to list different options. Flex column. Then we're going to have tab 3. Let's give a space to it and then width full. So it takes up the full width, the div takes up the full width. Then inside here, we're going to create a label. We're going to say label, get label from a UI label. Then we're going to have the class name. So make sure your label is coming from the UI label, not from Reddit. So I'm going to say class name is going to be text base, and we're going to have let's do font normal. Then we're going to also have MB2 to give you some margin below, and inside there we can set our label, and then we can also set an indicator to set that this is required. So I'm going to say required. If required is true, then we're going to just set span inside there with a class name of red, text red 500. And inside, let's go inside the span. We're going to just put asterisk there. So just put asterisk there. So now we need to get the show the radio. So I'm going to use radio group form. Radio group form we install from Shanty UI. So We get the radio group, and now the radio group has some props here, which is disabled. So disabled, we're going to set disable to true, right? Because the reason why we are doing that is we don't want user to interact with the canvas component. So only way the user can interact, the only to change the property is we're going to do that on the RadioSelect property component. So these components, these canvas components won't be interactive. Only the form components. That is when we've published it to use for user to use. So I'm going to say disable true, and let's add some class name to this radio button. We're going to also add some classes here. I'm going to say space. Okay, let's give some space for the options. So space Y. Let's give it a space of 3, and then let's make it disabled. We're going to say cursor default, and we can just say point events none. Point events none. Then you can also just cursor defaults too. So make sure that everything stays. So now we need to look through our options. So say options. So options.map, and let's get the option. Then the option is going to be string because it's what we defined here, and the index is going to be number. So we're going to just say, let's get this, open this, and inside here we're going to create a div, and the div we have key of index, and we'll just have our class flex, set it to flex item center and space x2. So inside the div we're going to call the radio group item from Shadcn UI. Okay, so make sure to import it from the UI radio group, and here we're going to also specify it with disabled, and we're going to give it a value of a value of the option, since the option is a string, and let's just let's give it an ID of option, and let's just close this. So now we have the div, we have the value ID, and so the next thing we're going to do is to show the label here. We're going to just get the label from label which we've used before. Then we're going to put page. Then let's set that to the option. And let's class name. This is not going to be self-closing, this is going to be open. And let's pass in the option here. And here we just say, just give it a font normal. So now we can see that we are done with the components, canvas components. We can see the radio item, and so if we look at our code, let's look at the preview. Let's try and test it out. I'll drag in my row layout, and I'll drag in my radio button. And if we close this, we can see we have these options here. So we can drag as much as we want inside this. It's not showing. Okay, yeah. Can drag as much as you want, and we can see that it is being listed here. Can drag as much as we want, and we can see how it is being listed. So it's not selectable. If you click on it, it's not selectable. So that is it. We are done with the canvas. So let's make this remove this X here to be working. So we can remove any of the child block from the row layout. So to do that, we're going to go back to the row layout. So inside the row layout, remember we specify this block, this button here. And now the only thing I want us to do is this button will only show once we have selected the row layout. So I'm going to, and also once it is not locked. So I'm going to say is selected. Is selected. Remember we specified selected here. We did it. We did so selected block ID and block instance. So let me say selected. Let's go back to the button. It's selected and not block instance dot is lock. So if this does not match, let's just open this and let's move the button inside. So now we need to work on removing the child block. So to do that, we're going to specify a function here, and this function will take in the events, and this events we also have the child block dot id. So let's go ahead and then work on this. We're going to work on this here. So let's do it here. Let's say function remove block, remove child block. We have an E and we're going to use the stop propagation. So the stop propagation is going to make us remember the card is selectable. So this is going to avoid, it's going to remove this selectable from the card so it works. So I'm going to just say stop propagation, and stop propagation is going to be a type of void. And let me just open this. And here it's going to have an ID or string. So now we should go down and make sure to open this. And let's do stop propagation. So stop the handle select from affecting the X or the X icon or the close, the remove button here. So let's go and let's say constant. So we're going to filter out the child we want to remove, the child block we want to remove. So filtered block is going to be equals to, we're going to get the child blocks. Remember, we got the child block from this, from the block instance. So the child block dot filter, we're going to filter child. So where child ID, child.id is equals to matches with the ID. Then we're going to call update block. So we're going to use this update block and update the block. We're going to pass in the block instance, that is the row layout instance. Row layout is start ID. Then we're going to pass in the filter block. And this should update that. So let's test it out and see. So I'm going to drag in some. So let me test it out and let's see. Once I click on this, so then let me try and reload this first. And to check our server is running. So let me wait for this to load. So now we've reload this and let me drag in some row layouts here. Along like 2 row layouts. And let's drag in some radio button here. And let's drag in one here. Let me close this and let's try and see. So we need to select. Remember, the reason we're not seeing the S icon is because we hide it here. If you scroll down, we see if selected. So once I select this, we should see the X, and once I click on it, we should see that it's removed. And if I click on this, then why is it not removing this one? Let's see the reason why it is not working for this. It's supposed to remove the last one. So let me look at why it didn't work here. So we need to filter. We need to filter this. Oh, sorry guys, this should be not the child ID is not equals to ID. I think I always make this mistake. So let me try it again. Let me bring in some radio. three. So we have three here. And let's try and delete the last one, this one, and let's move this one. It should work. So once you select, you can able to delete the radio button from it. So the next thing we are going to do now is to work on the property. So we're going to work on the property which we are going to use. So once we draw in some, or drawing the whole layout of the child block, we select on this, then we need to, we've already worked on the selected, so we display the attributes of the item or the child block we place on this whole layout on the property. Then we can increase the add number of more options, or change the name, the label, and change the radio label. So let's go ahead and work on that. So to do that, let's go over to, we need to work, we're going to first of all work on the radio. Let me close the radio layouts canvas component. So we're going to work on the radio layouts property component. So in order to do that, we need to first of all go over to the builder, the builder block property which we implemented, which will show the preview, the publish, and stuff like that. So what we're going to do here now is to show the actual list of the properties. So um I'm going to show this here. So let me close this side where we have the button. So I'm going to just come down here. So it's a wasteful, yeah. So let's close this and let's try and do it there. So I'm going to say div here. And inside this div, we're going to have, so we need to, not inside here, we're going to drag this up and let's close this one here and let's put it here. Yeah. So let's just call this property layouts properties or property. Yeah. So let's have um our class name here. Then we're going to have text gray 400. We're going to have our gap one text center. We're going to also have our text size to 14 pixels. So this is going to show if selected block. So let's get a selected block from block. So I'll first of all set this to use client block layout. I mean, so use client. So let's get the selected block layout from the builder. Then I'm going to just add this. Let me move the React to the top. Yeah. So here we're going to say if not selected. So let's do a check here. If not selected, not selected block, then there's no point showing the property. So we're going to show a placeholder for this. So I'm just going to open this and let's put the div here for now. So here we're going to have text size 15 pixel. We're going to have our width full. We're going to have flex column, flex before flex column. We're going to have item center, justify center, flex one, and then height auto. And inside here, we're going to just put some icon here. We say mouse pointer, mouse pointer, click icon. So let's select that from Lucy React. And there we just put some text here. Say click the layout. to modify block or fit. Let's change it to fit. Let's just leave it to modify block like this. So inside here, we're going to just have class, which is going to be widthful pt1, padding top 1, then have our div, and this div we'll close that. And let's have class name. Class name is going to be px2, pt3, pb3, border bottom. Then we're going to set the color to border gray 200. Then let's give this an heading here. I'm going to say layout with a header, which will have text large, font medium, text small. Then inside here, so after this, if we're going to display our block, so what we're going to do is to get this. So let's get the whole layout block here, or the layout block. So I'm going to say constant layout property, layout property block. This is going to be equals to if selected block. There's no points us getting this. So we're going to say if selected, we're going to call form blocks, and we're going to say selected block dot block type, and let's get the property component. So let's go below here and let's do it here. Say yeah, you're going to say if this, then we can just call this, and let's set the, let's say, block instance. So we've not add block instance to the type, which is going to be equals to the selected block layout. So let's go over and add block instance to the type. So let's go inside the form block type, similar to what we did here. So let me remove this. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. Not for the form, let's do it for the property. Sorry, let me copy this very well. And let's use for the property. So property has. So now we've already added it to the property. Let's go right over to block property, and now we should see that the error should stop. So once we are done with this, let's try and also remove the hidden here for this so that we can be able to see so we can see the mouse and the placeholder. So if we drag anything, we should see. Let me try and drag a block, and let me try whether it's going to work. Okay, it's going to work. So I'll try and move this inside, move like 2. Let me close this and let me select this, and we should see property component, and this layout block property. So let's go and look at this, and this should be coming from the row layout. So let's head over to row layout, because we need to, before we can work on the radio button property component, we need to first of all work on the row layout. Remember, the radio button is a child block to the so let's get the block instance from here. So it's a block instance, and let's set the type. Block instance is going to be of type form block instance. So inside here, we're going to just put class name. So we're going to create a child property component wrapper, just similar to what we have in the canvas component to list out the child block. So here we're going to also do the same thing. We're going to have child property component wrapper, which we are going to list out and list out the children or the child blocks, so similar to what we have before. So we're going to say pt0 with full. Then we're going to have a div inside here. So I'm going to clear this placeholder here. I'm going to say, or this text, let's say div last name. I'm going to call it a flex with full flex column. Going to have item center. So we're not baseline item center. And let me make sure I close this. And let's just have, let me break this down. Let's have the justify stats. Then we have cap 0, then padding y 0, x 0. So inside here, we're going to look through the child block again. So we're going to also get the child block here. So I'm going to say constant child blocks, which is going to be equals to block instance dot the child blocks. So let's just set this to similar to what we have there. Then we can set this to our empty block. Then let's look through this inside here. I'm going to look through the child blocks. I want to say map child block and index. So we're going to also create a div, and this div will have a class name of flex, item center, justify center, wrap one, height auto. So that is it. Then we're going to call a component here, which we're going to later work on, which is called child property component wrapper. It's a self-cloning tag. Then we have the key. So let's put the key here. The key is going to be index. So in order for this to be unique, we can just put we can put index, and we can call this well, let's use the child block. The child block has a unique ID. Yeah. So let's say index plus 1. We're going to pass the index, parent ID, ID is going to be equals to block instance ID dot ID, then block instance is going to be equals to child block. So now let's go ahead and then work on the let's go ahead and work on the let's go ahead and work on this child property. So let me go over to where inside our components where we have a child block, child canvas components, and let's just create that crc.txx. And let me just close this and say RASCE, and let's just set the type index parent ID and the block instance. So let's just set the type index is going to be number, parent ID is going to be string, parent ID is the whole layout. Then we have the block instance, which is of type form block instance. So we're done with that. So let's get the property component here. Property properties components, which is going to be equals to form block. Let's get the, okay, let's import form block first. So, sorry, form block, yeah. Is it dots? Sorry, not dots. Block instance dot block type dot property component. Yeah. So it said if not property component, let's return null. If there is no property component, so let's return null. Then let's just return the property component, and let's then we're going to just pass in position index, no, just the index or we can leave it with position index. Yeah, let's leave it position index, and let's just pass in the same thing we passed here. Parent ID block instance. So I think the type, we need to add this, we need to add all this inside type. Let's go over to the type and let's add in this. Go inside form block and let's add in inside the property component. Let's add in the position index, which is not going to be, and the parent's ID is going to be undefined and type string, so that we are not going to pass this in all of the property components. So like the row layout. So inside the row layout, I think cannot find. Okay, let's import this. We forgot to import this. Import this, and let's go into this. Then I think we've set our property component, so we should be able to see. So let me drag. We should be able to see some of the definable the child block. So I'm going to select this and you should see radio button property. So now we need to go and work on our radio button property. So let's go into our RadioSelect block and let me close this canvas and let's start working on the property here. So I can just simply move this property here. So I'm going to start with the div and let's tie div. Let's get the type. So I'm just going to go inside child and get the type here. Child property. And let me just copy everything here. And let me go back into my RadioSelect. And let me just paste everything here. And this is just going to be position index instead of index. Yeah. So now so this is string error here because remember this should be undefined with number. Let's set this to undefined and the error should stop here. So now let's begin. Let's get a block. So remember we set a new instance with the attributes because here we're going to display the attributes. So let's add this here. Let's say block is going to be equals to block instance as new instance. So now we're going to also get the updates from the builder. Updates. So let's just get builder, use builder, and let's just say use builder layout. You'll not use builder layout. Okay, we've not specified that. So we're going to create a to update the child block. So let's just leave it there. And now we're going to have to define the schema. So we're going to add result validation to um, attributes. So remember the attributes we have label. So label is going to have an input field which you can use to change the label. And also the options, we have an input field which we can change, and this we have a switch which we can turn off and turn on. So let's just go and create a div, then we'll come back to working on the form itself. So I'm going to say class name width full, then padding 4. Then inside here we're going to get the heading. So we're going to define the heading of the property. So I'm going to say class width full flex item center justify between top 1 then PG gray 100 height auto, then padding 1 px2, then margin bottom, then pixel. Then let's add in the span. The span will have a class of text small, font medium, then text gray 600. Then we're going to have tracking wider. That is linear spacing. Inside here we just say radio. And let's just give it this position. This position is nothing but the index. So you can decide not to show index to. Let me check. Okay, yeah, it's working. So here we just put like an arrow to indicate that this is a job. And just put the arrow there. And if we try to test this out, so it's still loading, let's go ahead and work on the form itself. So I'm going to scroll back and let's begin defining the form. So I'm going to say define form, and we're going to have constant form. We're going to get use forms for React hook form, and we're going to set the type to property validate schema. So we need to create the sort validation schema for this. So let's go up to the top and let's create the schema. So the schema is fine because the property is going to be going to have some validation in it. So type, before we do the type, let's do constant property validation schema. Define the schema first. It says Z, let's import that sort.object. Then we're just going to get the label. So like this, say label sort Z string trim, minimum of 2 and maximum of 255, required boolean and default false. Then option Z array string dot 1. So we're going to test it out. So then we need to create a type for the schema. We say type. So we say let's get this property validate schema type. It's going to be equals to sort infer of type of then the property schema. Yeah, so we've gotten the type now, and this is our schema, which we're going to have some validation for the input field. Remember I said label will have an input field, required to have a switch, and then this we have its own input. which is an array of strings. So let's go ahead and work on the form. Then to see how to use the use form and form with Shadcn UI, you can go over to Shadcn UI documentation and you should see how it is being worked. So we are going to, let's open this and let's put a resolver. So we are going to resolve this with sort resolver. So let's import the sort resolver and we're going to pass in the schema itself. So here we're going to have the default values. So our default value is label, and label is going to be block. We're just going to say block attributes label, which is going to be empty. We're going to have required, and we're going to have option, which is either option or empty. So let's just do mode on blur. So let's move this to the top here. So mode on blur. So once you move your mouse, the input is focused, it will just throw this error. So now we're going to have a set on change, a set change, a function that will be used to set the values for the inputs. So set changes, which is going to have the values, and the values is going to be property type, and then we're going to update the child block. So but we're going to also check if the parent ID is not defined, then we don't know. So it must have a parent ID which we are going to use to update the child. So now before we go over to work on the form, we need to use effects to reset the block attributes when it changes. So I'm going to say use effects, then form dot reset, and let's just open this and let's get the default value here. Let's get all this and let's set it like this, and let's put block dot attributes, and we're going to have our form. So the comment here is going to be set form value when block attribute changes. So let's work on our form. So after this div, let's just get the form. So get form from UI form, and let's structure form inside it. Now let's do our form. Our form we have on submit, So we're not going to use the default on submit. So instead we're going to just set this to prevent default. Then let me just close this. Then we're going to just give it a class name of widthful space y3 px4. So now we need to first of all work on our label field. So this is to label field. We're going to have our form field from UI form. Then let's just close this. This is going to be a self close. Then inside here we're going to have the control. So control is going to come from form.control, which is React hook form. Then we're going to have the name, which is label, and we're going to have render. We're going to render the component, which we are going to destructure and get the feed. And let's just call this like this. Yeah, so we've gotten a feed. So now we're going to do form item, form UI form, and we're going to just say class text ed. So here we're going to have a div with a class name of flex item baseline, justify between width full and then gap 2. So inside the div, we're going to have the form label. So the form label is going to be label. So the label, and the label is going to have in some class, which we're going to say class name text 13 pixel. Then we're going to have font normal. Let's save that. Then below here, we're going to have a div which will wrap the input field. So the class name will have a width full, maximum width of, we're going to give this 187 to. So we're done with that. So let's render our input field. So input, not from input from UI input, self close that. Then let's pass in the field, the structure field. Then let's add in our unchange. So see whether we add in set change here. Okay, yeah, we have set change here. So let's just copy that. So for unchange, we're going to have the event. And let's open it. Let's say feed dot unchange. We're going to pass the E. Then let's pass the set change. And let's destructure it and pass in the form dot get values. Not feed, sorry, form dot get values. And then we're going to pass in the label, which is going to be event.target value. And let's save that. I'm not finding it. Did you mean label? I think we add label here. It's label. Let me see on the set. This is values. This label. Why is not complaining? Okay, yeah, that's stop complaining. So then for the event, for the on key down, okay down, we're going to have our event, which is going to be check if event dot key is equals to enter. I think we even need this one. I don't think we need this, but let's just add it first because it's going to be adding every time current targets. So I think we can skip this one because let's just comment that and let's test it out. Let's go ahead and complete the set change. So for the set change, we are going to update the child block, which we are making changes to. So let's just call this update child block and let's pass in the parent's ID. Then pass in the block instance or the block dot ID. Pass in the block, there is a child block ID. Then we'll pass in the data which we want to update. We'll pass in block, which is this block here. Then we'll pass in the attribute, we'll pass in the attributes which we are changing. That is all the attributes. Then we'll the structure block dot attribute. Then we can the structure our values. So now, since we are going to update here, if you look at here, we're passing the label, we are setting the label, we are setting the form change. Yeah, we're setting everything. So if you look at it here, this is the values, and we are passing it here because here we destructure all the values and passing the current label. So let's go ahead and work on the update child block. Let's bring it from the use builder. So let's save that and let's go ahead and so let's head over to our builder and let's builder provider and let's scroll up where we have here. Let's just do constant update child block, which is going to be equals to remember parents ID child block ID. Then we're going to also pass the updated block. So this one is going to be form block instance. Sorry, not form block. Form block instance. Why is the type not showing up here? Let me try this. Let me put this to string. This to string. Then this should be updated block, which is a child block. So we're going to say this to form block instance. So remember that inside the radio button, inside the set changes, we say that we set the attribute. We've already destructured the block, then try to update the attribute. So this is what we call the block. So inside the block provider, leader provider, I mean. So now let's set the blocks. So set block layout. So we're going to get the previous blocks, which is going to be equals to this. Now we're going to get the parent block by using the parent ID. So updated block is equals to period. Let me see updated blocks. Okay. Updated block is equals to previous block dot map. Okay, we're going to map and we're going to get the parent block. And let's structure. Let's open this. Let's say if parent ID or if parent block dot ID is equals to parent ID. So let's open this. So remember that this is a block layout and this is a previous block. So this is the all parent block. So if the parent block dot ID is equals to ID, parent ID, then we can look through updated children or updated child block. Updated child block is going to be equals to child blocks is equals to parent block dot child blocks dot map. Let me bring this down here. Dot map. I'm going to have for this child block. This is going to I'm going to pass. I'm going to say child block. We are going to say child block dot id is equals to the child block id. Sorry, this should be parent block is okay. It's possible undefined. Let's just do this. I'm sorry. Let's it here. Thank you. This here. Child block is possible undefined. So we have the updated child block. Now we've checked that this match. Then we need to now do a check. So if this id is equals to this, then let me bring it down. So let's open and get the child block. We're going to pass in the updated. So we're going to update the child block. So we're not updated child block, update block, updated block. Let's call this child. So updated child block. Okay, the name is already specifying child update child block, so I'll just leave it as updated block. Let's leave it like this. And let's say if not, we just return the child block itself, which is this. So once we get that the parent ID match, then we use the parent to get the child block, map it through, check if the ID which we pass here is equal to the ID in the child block. So we find the particular child we're looking for. Then we update the data, and then we also passing there. So this updated block and this child block, we need to also destructure the updated block too. So now this is a list for objects, and this is the object we want to update. Else, this is also an object. If this is an object of block, form block instance. So yeah, this is form block instance, and this is form block instance. So we are done with it. So now we need to return so let's close this map and let's return the structure parent block. Let's get the parent block, which is going to be child blocks, and let's get the updated child blocks. So now we've mapped this and we've returned this. So if match, we are going to return this. But else, if it did not match, we're just going to return the parents, which is this one here. We're just going to return the block, so parents block back. Then we're just going to return. Once we are done, we return the updated blocks. So this is now we update the cell block layout. So let me go over this. So updated block, we look through this and like we get the previous block. The previous block will map through the previous block to get a parent block ID that matches with the ID we pass. Then the updated child, then we get the child block from the parent block which match. Then inside the child block, we check if the ID match. If the ID match, then we destructure the old or the previous child block, which is this here. Then we destructure the updated one, so it override the one we already have and update the values of the attributes, yeah, which we have. Yeah. Then if not, we just return back the previous type block with no updates. Then we return the object which have the parents block object, and then we return the child block, the updated child block, which is this. Then return the parent block if this did not go through. Then we return the updated block to the set block state layout. So let's go ahead and add um, update child block to the type. So I'm going to go up here and let's just add it here. So just add, let's add update child block, and let's just put this to, let me scroll down and get this child block ID, parents ID, and updated block. So pass this child block ID and say updated block. Updated block here. So it matches with the argument to pass there. So now we've added a type. Let's go and update it. So parents ID, child block ID, and updated block. So let's pass it here. Then go straight to our radio select, and the error should stop. So the error should stop now. So let's test it out. I'm going to reload my browser and let's see that this works. So let me try and drag in the row layouts and let's test it out. So I'm going to drag in. So let me try it again here. So I'm going to drag in this and let me select this, and we should see the option here. So I can change this here. Let's see what, yeah, you can see that it's changing the label. What's your option? What's your option? So likewise, this can be changed to select the style. So we need to go ahead and make this width full. So I think this should be inside the I think this should be inside the block property. Let me scroll down here and let's not block property, inside the row layout property. Let's see that we're adding. Okay, let's add width full here. And let's add padding to, let's say 5. Padding top 5. No, 5 is too much, so 2. Now let me give it a 3. Yeah, so we're done with that. Let's go over back to the radio button and let's complete this. Let's add the field for a form field for the select, the option. So I'm going to copy this. Let's duplicate this. Let me get the field. Let me copy everything here. Come down. Let's change this to options field. So now we're going to, let's change this to option. And so for the option, we're going to just change the label here to options. So we're just going to remove this. Let's just remove the input field for now here. We're going to copy that later. So let's just remove this class now and let's do flex column. Remember, option, we're going to have to look through options. This option is a list of string. So I'm going to, let's do field dot value dot map options string index of number. Then let's just use the arrow and let's set div if we're going to have the key of index. Sorry guys, we need to change this to the other way around so it stops the error. Then we're going to have a class name of relative flex. Then we have item center, justify between gap 2. Then we're going to get the input. So for the input, let's just get this here. Let me just copy this input here and let's bring it inside here, inside the loop. So inside the input, we are going to have, let's remove the structure here. We don't need it. We have value. Value is going to be index. No, value is going to be option. Sorry guys. Value is going to be option. Then inside here, we're going to remove. Let's leave the unchanged and the one there first. What we're going to do is to get constants updated options, which is going to be equals to a list. Then let's destructure this and get feed the value. Feed the value is going to be empty. Remember that the field is option and the value is array. The value is an array of string. So now we're going to say updated options. We're going to get the index which we are trying to update and set the index to e.target.value. Then inside this unchanged, we just pass in the updated option. Then we set this and change this to option. Then option will have the updated option here. So let me just remove all this. Yeah, so the error has stopped. So let's just add our class. Let's add in the let me add class here of maximum with 180. Then lastly, we need to add the button below. So the button will add more options for us. So to do that, we're going to have button from UI button, and this button, okay, this actual button will help us to close, not to add. So to delete a certain options we don't want. So I'm going to just say X here, and inside there we're going to have type button. Then we have variant boost. Then we have size icon. Then we're going to have a class here. Let's import the X icon from Lucy React. So let's have class name, which is a D0 absolute. Then we're going to also have minus white 1 minus top 1. Then we're going to have BG black rounded full, width 4, height 4. Then that is all. So let's also work on the on-click. So on-click is going to, we're going to get the we're going to remove a particular options. So to say constant updated options, which is going to be equals to feed the value of filter. So we're going to filter the one we want to remove. So we'll say underscore. Let me bring this down. Underscore, we just want to get the index, and this is going to be I, which is the index, is not equals to index. The index we look through here. If you see, we look through this and get the index here. So we're filtering this out. Then we want to update this. Then we're going to say feed dot. So it's not outside, inside here. Feed dot unchange. We're going to pass the updated options, and let's get the set changes. And let's pass the set changes here. Set changes here, and this should show. Then lastly, we're going to just put the error option here. So outside the div, let's just come down here and put the form message. And then we're going to also add the button and that button too. So let me import this. And this button is going to be similar to what we have here. So I'm going to just import the button here. So let me just close this. So this button has a type of button, variant outline, class name, empty2, size small. And this is going to be add option. So for the add option, we're going to add an on-click that does the same thing with the remove. So let's open the on-click and let's say constant parent option. So say feed the value else empty list. Then we're going to get constant new option. So we're creating a new option. So new option is going to be option. So we want to get the value current value which we're going to set. So which is going to be option dot let, and this is going to be +1. So we get the last length, the last option value in the list, and we're going to increment it by 1. Then now we need to update the constant update third options, which is going to be equals to current option and new options. Then we should get the feed to set the updated option. So we're not making any update, we're just only updating this particular feed here. So we're just updating this one here. So now let's set the changes here. So we'll make the changes now. So we'll update the builder or the child block here. So you set changes to update child block. Why here to update the field, the form here. So we've done that. Let's save that, and I think that is all. So the last one we're going to do here is let's go down, is the required field, and the required field is very simple. We're just going to have let me just let's type it here, one item, which is going to be the same thing. So instead of me typing this, let me just get this like this. So from the label, let me just copy this. So I'm just going to just close this. Let's close this. So I think so let me just close this div and close this from item, and let's just close this. So I think everything is set properly. So yeah, so let's so I'll just remove this div here and the error should stop. So inside here, we're going to just set this to required. So let's just set this to required. I'm going to also update this to required feed. Then inside there, we're going to have the form control. Yeah, form control. The form control will have this. Will have the switch from UI switch. Let's close that. Let's say check is going to be equals to feed dot value, and then we're going to say unchecked change is going to be value. And let me just open this. So, oh, sorry, this should be required. To stop this error here. So inside here, we're going to say feed dot onChange, passing the value, and I'm going to set changes too. So set changes is going to have the structure of the form. There's the all values, get all values. And we're going to say required to the value. So to this value here. So let's save this. We just had our arrow here. And let's add in the, so I think that is all. So I think we are okay with it. So let's test this out and then quickly see it in action. So I'm going to just drag my whole layout here. And let me select like one here. And let me put here. So let's select this. Now you should see that we have the add option. If you set to required, we can see the required here. If you turn it off, you can add more button here, making it 3. Or you can remove the option as you want. You can add one. So you can also make this to hide if the option is 1. So it's a must instead of showing nothing here. So you just click on this. So you can just go straight to the close button and check if this hide this button to remove if this is less than 1. If this is less than cosmos, so you can do that. So let's go ahead and let's work on the next thing. So we are done with the radio button. So let's go ahead and work on the preview to display the form which we've created for the so display it in preview mode so it is selectable or is functional. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the preview dialog. So inside the block property, we are going to let's go into the block property and we're going to go over where we have the preview button. So this preview button, we are going to copy it out and let's create a file which will call sorry, capital letter, preview dialog .cxx and let's use RASCE. So let's go ahead and paste the button inside here. So let's import the button and let's import the eye icon from Lucy Reacts. Save this, go inside your builder and let's remove this here. Let's change this to review dialog. And let's save that. So let's go inside the review dialog and let's move this viewer to the top and let's set this to use clients. So let's save that. Then inside here, we're going to just get a dialog. Let's get dialog from UI dialog. And we're going to also set the dialog trigger from UI dialog and set this to as child. And let's move the button inside the trigger. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to have the dialog contents from UI. Then we're going to have some style, which is going to just be so let's have some class name here, which is flex colon flex grow. Then maximum height SVA full VO 0 width screen and maximum width full. Then we are going to have the header for the, so let's have the header. The header is going to be dialog header, which is going to be padding top for, padding left and right for, padding bottom for, shadow small, and background white. So let's import the header, dialog header and dialog title. So I'm going to just do that here. And let's just get dialog title. Yeah. So we are going to also we're going to have a div. So below here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be the content. So let's have class name, which will have the width full, height full, overflow y, photo. Then we'll give it a custom scroll bar which we created in the dots. So scroll bar, then transition all. Then let's give it a duration of 300. Then let's give this a style, which is going to be background color of our default background color. So default um, default background color from Constance. So now we are going to create a div here. So this div is going to have width full, maximum. So this is where we're going to display our form. So it's just like similar to the way we have in the canvas. So width full, height width 650. Then inside here we're going to have a div again, and this div will have a class name of width full, relative, bg transparent, px2, flex column. This will be the wrapper for the form. Item center, justify stats, then pt1, eb14, sorry, eb14. So let me just drag this like this, save this, and inside here we're going to just get our header image or image which we added in the canvas. If we go over to canvas, you should see we added this. Then now we need to get our block layout. So from builder, we just say constant. Let's just open this and say use builder from context, and let's just get the block layout. So we're going to look through this. So here we're going to just say block, sorry, block layout dot length. If block layout the length is greater than 0, then we are going to um loop this. So let's just get div and let's just close this. Let's have our class name of flex column width full and gap 4. So inside here we're going to just look for our block layout, which is going to be map block. And now we need to, so for this we are going to know displace with pan. So what we need to understand is that, so for the preview, we are not going to display the canvas component. Instead, we're going to display the form component, which we specify in the type here. If you go over to the type, we can see that we have the form component. Now, inside the form component, we're going to have to pass in instance here. So let's just copy this and let's add it to the form component. Yeah, so block instance. So let's go over to the preview dialog and let's get the form component. So say constant dot form block component, which is going to be equals to form block from block. Let's get the block type block type dot form component. So let's just get this and let's just set this to the form component. Let's pass in key is going to be equals to block dot id, which is the block layout id. Then we'll put in our block instance, which is going to be equals to block. So now we are done with the form. So let's test it out and see. So I'm going to just drag in some row layout here. Let's say 2. So I'll drag in and let's just drag in like 3, dragging this inside, dragging this inside, dragging this inside. And if we preview this, you should see that we have the form component, form component, form component. So the form component is still empty. So let's go ahead and work on the form component. So the first one we're going to do is to go over to our row layout and let's implement the form component for the row layout, so to show the child blocks. So I'm going to close my property and let's work. So the row layout is going to, the form component is going to be similar to the canvas component. So I'm just going to, without the droppables. So inside the canvas component, let's just copy this. Let me just copy this function here. Let me just copy everything and get the block instance. So yeah, now we need to get the child blocks. So let me get the child blocks as we did. Then we need to get the card. So as usual, let's just get the card from the canvas component. Let's see. Yeah, let's just copy this card and let's go down to, let me just close this canvas component and let's just paste it inside here. So before we paste it, let's just create a div and let's just paste this inside. Let's remove the on click. Let's remove this stuff here and let's leave this like this. Then on the top here, we're just going to also do the same thing we did for the canvas component. Said if block instance lock, let's show border. And then let's just put class name, which is going to be maximum width full. So inside here, we're going to just get the card content. So the card contents. Then we're going to also have a div which will wrap the child wrapper, the child form wrapper, component wrapper. So I'm going to say div flex wrap and wrap. Then we're going to also have a div again. And this div is going to have a class name of flex with full flex colon. Then we're going to have item center, justify center, gap for AY4 and PX3. So we're going to just loop through the child block. So let's loop through the child block. Say child blocks dot map child block. Let's just open this. Let's put our div here, and this div is just going to be item center. Let me close this first. So gap flex item center, justify center, gap 1, height 0, auto, and width full. Then inside here, let's just put our key here. childblock.id. .id. Then inside here, we're going to just get the child form wrapper which you have not created. It is going to pass in the block. Let's just pass in the block here. Let's call this block instance not block. So let's go ahead and create this for the child block. So inside the components, let's just create this txx RASCE. This will just be the same thing with the canvas components. So we can just copy everything here. So let me just copy everything here. Let's go into the newly created form component, child form component, and let's just place it here, below here, and let's just copy this child and replace this here. And let's just remove this. So let's import this. Let's import this. Import the form blocks. And then let's change this from canvas to form. And let's just replace this. Also change this to form, not canvas components. Change this to form. I think that is all. We'll be able to modify that. And let's just move this. So now let's go ahead and work on the child on the let's import this first. Let's import this. So let's go over to our radio select button, and let's work on its form components. So let me scroll up and then close this property. So for the radio select, we're just going to copy exactly what we have in the canvas components. So let's just let me just copy the entire stuff here. Let's bring it down here. So it's the same thing. The only difference is that we need to add validation to it and make the components. Let me remove this. So we've copied this, pasted it here, and changed the name to radio select. Then we should go down here and let's remove the disable true, and let's also remove this class name and set only space y. Let's remove everything here. This is for the form select. So let me just make sure I don't remove the so this should work now. And if we try, let me try and so let me just quickly change these options here and let's test this in preview. So I'm going to quickly update. So now I've updated the values here. If you click here, you can see how satisfied are you with your products and all this other information here. So let's click on preview. Now we should see this. We can see that this is still disabled. So let's go over here and change, remove this disabled here, and now we should make this, it should be selectable. Let me look at it. Yeah, so we can see that this is working. Why is the label not clicking? We set the ID and we set the option there. So look at that later. So but it's working. So the next thing we're going to do is to add our validation here. So we're going to add validation to this review mode. So that once the user does not select any option and it does not correspond, then we will be able to fix we'll be able to display an error for this form, like if a particular field is set to required. If this field was set to required like this, and we click on preview, we can see that it's set to require and the user must select any of this option. So let's go ahead and then work on that. So before we go ahead, I want to also change this option ID and to a unique key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this out here. Let's copy this here and let's just use return and let's just paste this inside. So now we need to get the generate unique ID for each of these or just a unique ID, and let's use generate unique ID, and let's just set the unique ID to this ID here, and let's just set the ID here, and this should fix that issue of not being able to select. So that we might have multiple different radio buttons, so it does not clash with different option the ID. Yeah. So what we're going to do here to add validation to our form is very simple. We are going to add in the handle block. So handle block will be attached to each of the inputs here, and also if a particular field is not selected, then and which is set to require, then error will be shown on the label too. So how are we going to handle this? We are going to handle this by creating an array here. So I'm going to just create an array here. So let me just move this up and let's say constant, not an array, and a state is error, and let's say set is error. This is going to be equals to use state, and let's set this to false. So set it to false. Now let's get this error and let's come to label. Let's copy this out and let's paste it inside. Let's change this and let's put inside it, let's use a dollar sign Let's look at this. Let's say it's error. If there's error, so text red 500, 500, and let's set this to empty string like this. So we're going to also do that for the form group. So for the radio button, we are going to set value. So we know that this we are going to validate this. So what we're going to do here is to set value here. So we can get the value. If the value is empty, we know that the user has not set the value. So say value is equals to empty string. So let's create a function here called validate age, which is going to be equals to the value string, and let's just say if required, then return if required, then return value dot trim the length is greater than 0. Else, if it's not required, let's set this to true. So this is going to always be valid once we do not set this to require. So if not required, always valid. So let's use the validate field on our radio group. So on our radio group, we're going to have an on value change. On value change, we have value, which is going to be, let's say, object in set value is value. Then we're going to know whether we're going to set the error. So let's set its value to this. Then if this is false, if the validation comes out as there's no value there, then we're going to set the error there. So inside the radio item, we are going to also add this style to it. So let's add the style here. Say cursor pointer that will have the this error to border red 500 and then empty string. Then we should also change this to cursor pointer. Yeah. So to display the error message below here, so we're going to do that here. We're going to say if is error, so that's if is error, then we're going to just set let's just put now. Then a p tag with class text red 500 and text 0.8 rem. Then inside here we're going to say if this is set to required, then value dot trim dot length is equals to 0, and we're going to say this page is required. Then also just going to set an empty string. empty string. So that is it. I think that is it for now. So we've been able to so we won't be able to test it with the video button. So we're going to test it out with the text field, which we're going to work on very soon. So the next thing we are going to also handle so we are done with this radio select form but component. So we are going to work on the next one, which is the text field. So for the text field, I already have it's going to be the same thing with the radio select form and the radio canvas radio property. So I'm going to show that we're going to get that from the GitHub. I already have like the boilerplate of the other blocks, which we're going to just copy to avoid this video to be extra long. So this should work. And let me try and click on this, set this to required, and let's preview that. And so I think we'll use that test sheet to test the error handling. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go to our GitHub, which is the link is in the description. So you should come over here and you should see block boilerplate. And you should see some other blocks which I've created already. So text field from heading block paragraph. So we're going to go over them. So let's click on text field. So the first field we're going to work on is the text field. So I'm going to copy that and let's create the component here. And we're going to copy that from there. So I'm just going to remove the underscore and say text.tx. So inside the text field, we are going to just quickly, we're going to get so we're going to get as let's go over to RadioSelect and remember we just have to get first of all get a block category and block type. So let's get a block category and block type for this. So we're going to change this from so let's get this feed. So let's just copy that. Let's move the category to the top and let's set this to feed. Let's import the category. Let's import the block type. So I'm doing this to avoid the video being extra long. We have other parts to cover. So we have the block type. Okay, text field here is not set. So let's go over to our form block type and let's add text field here. So let me close this unless this should stop the error. So now we need to get the form block. So this is the form block for the text field here. The object which we're going to use to create instance. So I'm going to just import form block. So not form block, remember it's object block type. So object block type, this document, this GitHub will be updated. So I'm going to import text also input. Then we need to just we're going to work on this now. So let me just comment let me just do a div. So you're going to be testing this, or let's just do a function and let's just create this. Let's return a div of text canvas. Let's do the same thing for the form, and let's do the same thing for the property. Let's save that. And let's add the text field to our form block. So let's get a form block from the lib. So let's add this here. Text field is text field block. Let's import this. Let's make sure that this is test field we added there. Test field. So let's save this. And if we save this and we go over to our div, we click on this, we should see test field here. You can see the text field showing here. So we can just move the test field to the top. And we can see the text field showing here. So let's go over to our text field and let's complete this. So for the text field, we have label, we have hypertext required and placeholder. So for the components, let's just go over to this place and let's get the, so let's first of all set the custom or the type to match with the attribute, a form block instance, and let's to match with the attribute type. So I'm going to import the form block instance and let's just get the attribute type. So everything I'm doing here is what we've go over on the RadioSelect. So I'm just going to just get the attribute type, and the attribute type is label, hypertext required, and placeholder. So let's get the let's replace this with the text field component. So let's import label from UI label, and let's import input field from UI input field, and you should see that we set this to read only, and we set this to cursor default and height 10. We also set this to let's mute the foreground and test this. So we have our components ready. So let's go ahead and test this. So I'm going to drag the, let me drag this. Why is it not showing the border? Okay. So let's drag test field and let's drag video. So you should see if we click on this, it's just remaining the property. We can remove the test field. We can also add it back. So we're going to also work on this, the form. So let's work on the property first. So I'm going to close this and let's go over to our GitHub and let's go ahead and copy the result validation for this, similar to what we did in the video. So I'm going to just close this here and let's just paste this inside here and make sure to import Zod. So let's import Zod. So let's go down to where we have our property, not the test feed, for property first. So for the property, remember we will position index, parent ID, and block instance. So let's just copy this the entire stuff here. So before we copy that, let's get the let's go down here and let's get this component here, and let me just place this here. So let's go ahead and just let me collapse this, and let's just copy this one. Let's get this. Oh, sorry. Let's just copy this. Copy here. And let's just place this inside here. So I think is the drop down. The chevron down is showing the error. So let's just fix that. And let's just import use builder. Let's import the use form react form. And let's import sort resolver from hook form. So here we have the position index, parent ID, block instance. We set the block, we get the updated child block like similar to what we have in the video. Then we set the the default value after passing the property validate schema. Then we set the on mode on blur. Then we set a reset to update this. Then remember the set change. We say if not parental return null, and we update the child block. Then we set the text field this position index default label. So this is for the label, similar to what we have. We can just remove this. So we have to update the font state and update the builder itself, the state in the builder. You can just leave that. Then for the notes, so I think note is for, okay, not notes. You can use hypertext here, or you can name it as notes. So it's just the label, but this is for hypertext. And hypertext, we have the same thing, and this is like a description of what you want the user to know, or the user dragging and dropping the form or creating the form. So we have the placeholder. The size are the same thing. Placeholder. I'm just going to remove all this. So the placeholder, I set the value. Then lastly, we have the require. So let's import the switch from UI switch. This should fix this. Yeah, so okay. So we are done with this. Let's go over and test this out. Let me drag layout a text field, and let's click on this. And we should see we can test this to what is your email address. And we can just say answer email. You can set this to require. And once we preview, we can't see anything. So let's go ahead and work on the form component. So I'm going to collapse this test suite property, and let's go over to our GitHub. Let's collapse the property, and now let's copy this. Remember that test field form is similar to the canvas component. So I'm going to just copy everything here, and let's just copy let's just paste it. And like the way we have in our radio button, we have the block instance, and the validate feed is the same thing we have for the test feed. We have the value error, the validate field, and the required. We set the value and also set its error. So we add error border to the class of the input. Hypertext is shown here. The hypertext, then required value trim length. This field is required. So we are done with this, with the test form component. So let's test it out. And let's see, we should test the validation now. So I'm going to preview this, and I'm going to move my mouse inside, and let's see. You can see that the error is showing this field is required. This is great. So let's go ahead and, well, we're done with the test field. So we're going to go ahead and work on the text area feed. So now let's also do for the test area. So I'm going to go over to my GitHub, and let's go back to the blocks boilerplate, and we have text area block. So let's just create this component inside here. Dots. So make sure to remove the underscore, and let's save this. So here we're going to also do the same thing. I'm going to click with this. So let's just copy this, paste this, and let me just move this to so let's get the form category type, and let's get the form block type. And let's add it to the form block type. Yeah, so let's go over to TextArea and let's get the form block. So I'm going to copy this. So let's import the icon. Let's icon for this, and this also has. So let me just import this. So this is going to be objects, objects, objects. So let me just quickly get that from text field. Object block type. So let me just import this. So for the TextArea canvas component, so I'm just going to copy this. Let's sit here and let's import form block type, and let's set the type of the attributes, which is going to be at the top here, which has labeled hypertext, required placeholder, and rows. So let's get the canvas. So I'm going to just copy the canvas, and let me just import label and from UI label and TextArea. And let's import TextArea from UI TextArea. So it's similar, we just get the hypertext row columns. Okay, yeah, we're setting the rows and columns. I think we specify only rows here, not columns. So let me remove the column, and we can just set this to 50. So we set the resize, and then we set the hypertext color. Likewise, the label is as usual the same with the required. So we're done with this. So let's go. Let me collapse this. Let's go ahead and get the property from Zord. So I'm going to just import this from Zord, and let me just get the forms. Let's move this to the top. So now let's go, and let me go ahead and copy the property. Let me collapse this form and remove the property. Property is very long. So let's just paste it inside here. And let me import switch and remove this. Let's also import inputs from let me get the inputs here. So this should stop so many errors. I'm just going to remove all this key down. So this is let me go to the top. Let me import this too from Lucy React. Remember, you're using the same thing, so I'm going to import use effects and use state. And let's get the context, the provider, and let's get the use form. So this is just similar to what we have with the label, the hypertext, the placeholder, the row, number of rows, and also the required. So now we're done with the property. Let's go ahead and work on get the form. Let me close this. So remember, the form is just similar to the canvas component. I'm just going to scroll up and copy the TextArea form, and let me just paste it here. And let's see, everything should work fine. We don't have column. Let's import state. Yeah. So let's add the text field, text area block to our form block here. Let me import this. Let's test this now. So you can see the text area. So I'm going to drag text area inside, and if I click on this, we should see that we have what's about you. Yeah, we can see that. We can set this to true. And if we preview this, we can see the also having the validation error to the handling the validation error. So we are going to also go ahead and then work on the next one. So let's go ahead and work on the star. So let's work on the star rating. So I'm going to go over to my boilerplate and let's just copy star rating. Let me just let's create a component here for the block SX. So for star rating, we're just going to let's get the category and the block as usual and move this up. And let's call this semicolon this to fit like we set. Let me import both of them. And let me set star rating to the form block here. So let me just copy this. So I'm going to just change this to object block type. Import this serious. As I said, okay. So we need to save this. This thing should stop. So specify the category. So let me just remove these comments I put here. And the first star rating 5 will require true. So we have the icon and everything here. So let's go ahead and let me work on the, let's copy the component. So I'm going to just get the attribute type and let me just paste attribute type here, label, hypertext, and let's import the form block instance. So now to copy the canvas component. So for the canvas component, I'm going to be using a package which I installed because GeminiAI does not have star rating, so I'm going to import this. We've already installed it. The name of the component is I think it is star rating. So let me just look for rating here. What is the components which I installed? Okay, see it here. So let's just get this. So if I already install this component has its own styles. So I'm going to just paste the styles here. So let's just scroll down to, so we need to get the default color. We need to get the, let's get the StarRating. So you can look at that component on Google. I'm going to just bring in the custom SVG for that. So this should fix the error. Then I'm done with the, I think we're done with this. So the next thing is so this should be in new instance. So let me just close this. And for the StarRating, let me just get the property. So for the property, we're just going to get this. So get the form controllers and everything. So let's just copy this property, which is long. Let's go down here and then just import that. Let me import the input. So let's input and then all of this here. So I'm just going to paste that inside here. Let me drag this down. Yeah. So let's also get the we forgot to get the property type. So ready. So this one has label maximum stars and required. So let's get the use effects from React. They said everything's the same. Let's get the icon. Let me just remove this. So we are not changing the star, so I have to remove that. It's going to exist here. If you want to add flexibility for user to change the stars, you can go ahead. So maximum of 5 stars. 5-star rating. So let's go over and get the form itself. Let's get the, we are done with the property. Let's get the star rating form. I'm going to just copy this here. And let me just paste this inside here. Let's just import the state. And I think we are done with this. So we need to just add this to so I think I'm fine. I'm just gonna say error. Let's check. I think it's from the canvas. Yeah. I think maximum stars. It's not assignable to undefined. I think 5. Let me see. Okay. But we set this to 5 already. No. So it's saying that type must be, so let's just go and set the type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if it will work. Okay. So let's just set this to the form block. Let's add this here. Let's import this. So let's go over and test this out. So we have the text written, so I'm going to just add it here. So it's not showing the stars. So I think let's try and reload this. Now let me try and test this again. And I will layout and let's test only the stars. Yeah, so you see that it works. So you can set this, you can just change the name, so you can put anything here. Rate or service. Let me try and preview this. You can see that you can see the star rating showing up here. Now we can see that everything is working so fine. So we're done with the star rating. So we're going to just work on the last two components, which is the heading and paragraph. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the heading components and paragraph components. So let's get over to our GitHub. So the heading is not going to be as complex as the other ones. So your heading is going to be more simpler. So I'm just going to copy the component name and let's just place this here. .tsx heading component and let's get the block type. So I'm going to move this up and let me say feed and let's import this. Let's import block type and let's set heading to block type. So inside here, let's get the form block. So let's change it to objects, block type, and let's update this to let's get the heading. So now with this one, we have label level 1, font size, and font width. So level 1 is default H1, H2, and stuff. So we have to set the attribute type for that. So if I get the attribute type here, we can see that the attribute type have font size and font width. So we need to set the attribute set type for the font width. So for the font width, we use this. So this normal bold border is from TailwindCSS. So you can use the normal way, normal CSS, but I'm using the classes from TailwindCSS. Likewise for the font size here. So these are small, medium, large, extra large, 2x, and 4x large. So we said that. Let's go ahead and work on the canvas. So I'm just going to go to StarRating and let's just get the attribute type. And let's just set this here. Import the block instance. And let's get the canvas components. The canvas components is smaller. I'm going to just import, let's say, a new instance. And so we need to set the font um, inside the font size class. So let me just import VR first. So we'll explain this. So this is a dynamic creating HTML tag based on the level, no pop to the heading element and the label of the heading element. So this now is that we're trying to get the font size based on what we have here, and we're going to get the value from this. So how we get that? We're going to go to constants and let's go into constants index, and I'm going to let me get the object for, we have this. So this is the font size class, small. So this is a table class for small, medium, large, and extra large. This for to Excel, for Excel. Then for the font weight class, that one is also the same thing. This is normal, font bold, font bold, bolder, font extra. So you can change here and make based on the type which we specify. So this, like the description here, they will use for extra, but for bolder, they will use this font light for lighter. So let me save that and let's import this constants and let's get the font weight. So let's get the property. So remember here, I'm using both the canvas, I call this canvas form components for heading. So let's set it to heading. Let me see what they call this master rating. Heading. You can see here I say heading canvas form component. Heading canvas form component because we are using the same component for both the canvas and the form for the heading because heading does not require selecting or validation. So that's why we're using one component instead of duplicating the same thing. So let's just work on the property. Property, we're going to also get this. We're going to get select, we're going to get form, resolver, and all of this. So let's just go to the top and let me just import that. So let me just get the header icon from here. And let's move here to the top. So I think we didn't install select for from Shadcn UI. So let's add that immediately. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to just open this and let's say npm Shadcn add. I think is this select? Yeah, select. So let's wait for that to add. Why is it okay? Let me use it 2.1.6. So it's going to add the component immediately. So it's installing the dependency and we should wait for it to install. So it has installed completely. It should stop. Yeah, so the error has stopped. So let's just quickly go and copy our property. So copy everything. Yeah, the heading property is long. So I'm going to just import that. So we have the select for H1, H2, H5, H6. For the heading level. We also have the normal bold light for the font weight. Then we have for the font size. So all the styles are the same. So let's just import input. Let me remove this. This one is for the label. So I think we didn't add let's see, we didn't add the validation schema. Yes, we didn't add that. Let's add it here. From Zod. So, yeah, we're just adding label, level, and this is an enum for small, medium, large, extra large, and yeah, this is also an enum, and default is normal. So let's just get new, and let's import this for heading. So let's also import the use effects, and that is it. We are done with the heading. So let's test this out. So okay, we've not added this to the, let's copy the heading component, the heading block. Let's go over to our form block, and let's set heading to be the first thing. Oh, sorry, heading should be here. And it should appear here. Yeah, we can see the heading here. So we can test this. We can see the heading. We can specify for medium, font size medium, extra large, extra large, medium. And here we can set to border, bold, lighter, normal, level to 2. This will not be reflect. We will not be able to see that, but we can see that when we inspect this. So we are done with this, and we can also see it. Why is this border showing? We can also see it when we click on preview. So let's go ahead and then work on the last one, which is the paragraph. So I'm going to just click on boilerplate block boilerplate. Let's click on paragraph block, and let's create a component here. So I'm just going to scroll to where we have blocks. Let me just paste this .txx, and let's just remove this. So for the paragraph, we are going to get the like we did before, the category. Let's move it to the top. Let's import category. Let's set this to feed, not form. Let's import this. Let's set paragraph inside the block type. So let's go over to paragraph block, and let's copy everything here. I'm going to copy this font size font type, and let's import the sword. And move it to the top. And let's copy it. Let's get our form block. Object form block. So objects, block type. Let's import the test icon. So we're going to also use the same thing here. So I'm going to just set it to paragraph, canvas, form block. So let's get it. Where's the heading block? Let's just copy this. Let's get this. Let me import this. Let's get paragraph, verse block. Let me just update this. Let's import the from constant, the font size class and the font width class from instance from constant. So let's go ahead and get the property. So for the property, I'll just get all of this. So let's scroll down to where we have the property. And let's just drag all of this and let's bring it down here. And let me just change the, yeah, let's get this. This should be new, not custom. Let's import the builder. So we have everything like that. So I'm just going to see the label. Let's import SArea. Okay. Font size, font weight, and I think everything is fine. SArea. So let's go and set off our property. I mean a paragraph block to the form block. Let's go down to form blocks. Let's just add it here. And let's import it. And that is it. So we are done with it. Let's test it out. And this will show you in a minute. Okay, it's loading the page. Let's wait for it to load. So let's test it out and let's see. I'm going to just bring this inside. You can see the paragraph. So I'm going to bring my heading, paragraph. So we can see if we click on heading, we can change this to survey form. This will be our title with font size of 4XL. And this will be like a description. So if you preview that, you can see the font survey form and the description of the form. We can also drag the whole layout here. And there we can just put our input field. And just specify its full name. If you preview that, you can see that we can getting everything right. So this is not required. That's why I see there is not training any validation. So we are done with this. So the next thing we are going to do now is to work on we are going to work on integrating the AI into our project, which will generate this block for us instead of us doing that manually. So let's go ahead and work on it. So let's integrate the AI using Gemini AI. So to do that, we're going to let's go to our package.json. So we need to install. Let me check if we've installed so we've not installed anything like the Gemini AI. So in order to do that, let's head over to google.com and let's search for Gemini AI API key. So we need the API key to use to access and get this to access the Gemini AI. So click on get Gemini API key, then click on get Gemini API key in Google AI Studio, and this will take you to where you can create an API key here. So let's just click to create. You can click to create anyone. So I already have an API key already. So just say I already have so many projects here. I'm going to just say search for projects, API key. It's going to give us create a key on existing projects. So I think I already have some projects here. Select project, okay. Let me check new project. Well, let's just click here. Click on create point first, and let's click on get API key. I think this should be. Why is it doing like okay? So I can click on that and it will generate an API key for me. So yeah, we can copy the API key. So just click on it and select Google API and it will generate the key. So copy this key, go over to the env, and we're going to just paste it here. So let me paste this here. Let me replace this my old one with this current one we have here. So I'll copy this and let me just paste it inside here. Let's see. So we have next public Gemini API key. Let me just remove this. So we have next public Gemini API key, which is the API key we copied here, and let's paste it here. So let's save that. So now we have Gemini API key already. So let's go over to create our prompt. We click on create our prompt, and you can just ask anything to Gemini AI. Just you can give it anything. Let me just tell it hi, and we can look at how to copy the code. Let me see. This is not how it is. So there's a way to copy the code if we to see how to use Gemini AI. Okay, so it gets good. Oh, I think they've changed it. This is 2.0 Flash experimental. So the one I used was Flash 1.5. So let's click on get code and you should see how to use the to use it. So let's just copy this. Let's copy this and let's install this in a package. So I'm going to just open my terminal and let me just clear this and let's npm install. Let's so let me paste this again. I think npm install Gemini AI. So let's install that. I think I used 0.210. So let's just test it with these 2 points. Let's see the version for this because I'm using 2 points. Let's click on package.json and okay, same thing 0.21.0. So we're going to create let's go into our leaf folder and let's create a file which we are going to paste the example we got from Gemini AI. I'm going to call this google-ai.txt. Inside here we need to import. Let's import Google generative. If you look at the example they give us there, we can import that. Then we can import the API key from our public next public and set this so as to show to not show error. Then we need to pass the API key inside the generative AI. Then once we do that, we need to get the model. So there we're using Google here is using 2.0 Flash. So we can try it out. But one I used was 1.5. So let's try with this 2.5. And we are going to also set the generation config. Let's just copy this one here. Let's just copy this. Let's paste it here. But yeah, we're going to change that from text to JSON. So I'm going to just let's just change that to JSON. So application dash station JSON. Then we're going to just export this. So let's just export AI chat session. So you just start chat AI chat session. So we're going to export this and use this inside where we're going to implement the chat. So and this is how we're going to use it. We use a chat session, send message, and add the input here. So that's how to use the generative AI. So let's go ahead and work on implementing it. So before we go ahead, we need to look at how to create the prompt. So for the prompt, I already have the prompt inside my GitHub. So I'm going to just go over to my GitHub and let's go walk through that together. So I'll click on this and I'll go into my lib folder and I'll click on prompt. So the prompt is going to be very easy. So let's go ahead and walk through it together. I'll call this prompt .tx. So for the prompt, we need to be able to pass the user requests, that is what the user wants to create, what type of form. So the prompt is going to handle two ways. It's going to be able to add new question if the user already have existing form, and it's going to create a brand new form if the user does not created any form. So we need to pass in the form title, form description, and the current existing block. So we are going to do that so I'm going to set this uh, comment here, this prompt generate question and create or and I'll say create, and this should be or not and or create form with action type called add questions or create form. So this is how Google AI will return it for us. It's going to return either is it an add questions or is it a create form. So we need to create a function called generate. So I'll say export generate prompt, and this prompt will take in let me put the constants here. We're going to take in the user request, which is a string, form title, which is a string, and then form description with the current block. So I'm going to just pass this and let's import the type for current block, which is form block instance. And let's just return this. So this is how it's going to work. So before we can send the current block, because the current block is an object, we need to convert that to string. Convert it to string, we'll just stringify the whole current block. So I'll just say stringify block, JSON stringify current block, null2. So if you hover over this, you'll be able to you can see the placer and the space. So we've done that. So now we need to return the prompt itself. So we're going to go over this. So the first thing is that I'm asking Google AI to if is an expert. So you're an expert. It stands for generating JSON objects for form based on the user request. Generate form using the following structure and approach action type. So you can see that here, you are expert AI assistant for generating JSON object based on the following appropriate action type. Then we are going to give it tags for it to follow. So this is the tags, and I'm going to put space here. So tags to follow is analyze the user request and identify the action type. If the user is asking to add new question to an existing form, return action type question add question. Only return the new question that are not already in the present current blocks. Do not modify the title or description of the form. Ensure each new question is properly on its own role layout, remember, or you can call it layout. If the user is asking to create a form, then we set the action for to create form. Then replace the entire current block with a new block based on the user request, including the heading, clear description, and all new form questions in the output, and completely ignore existing block. So now we've said to follow this task overview. Then we need to specify all the blocks we have. If you look at my GitHub, you see that we specify 1 to 7 blocks and their attributes. So I'm going to copy this. This is pretty explanatory. We are going to tell you to follow this all block, which is the text field, the radio select, text field, text A, and their labels, attributes, the row layout. Earlier does not have attributes, so every question of it must wrap with row layout. We have the heading, we have paragraph, and we have the StarRating. So once we do that, we're going to give it the user input detail. So for the user input detail, we're saying the form title is this form description is this, the user request is this, and existing block is the stringify JSON stringify block. Then we want the output. So we are going to specify the output here. The output is adding the action type and the object. So we're going to use the example of the outputs for adding new questions. So adding a question, we have a row layout, we have a text field here. So this is how it will be with age label. This is an input, this is a text field. And for creating new form, you're going to add the heading, the paragraph, and the other option. So for creating new form, you can just specify to update the existing one. So I'll say example output for creating new form. And lastly, we're just going to just select the generate every block. So I'm just going to paste this here and think we're done. So generate unique ID for every block and try block, maintain consistency with the block structure and instruction provided. So we are done with this. So let's test this out on our Google. So I'm going to just copy this entire thing here. So let's copy this entire prompt. Up small. Let's copy this. Let's go over to Google and let's do constant prompt. This is going to be equals to, let's paste this. So now I'm going to send the prompt. So constant prompt. And I think, yeah, so this is the prompt. Okay, I understand. Ready to. So what we're going to do now is to get the user requests. It's a constant user request is equals to create a contact us form for our sales company. constant form title, contact us form, and then point description, form description, empty. Then we have existing block. Let me see, existing block, existing block, existing block is going to be, we don't have anything for this. So it's going to be string with an empty array. And let's try this and see. So we can see how Gemini AI is generating the blocks for us. This is great. So we have the text area, we have the text field, we have the what's your name, we have what's your name here, then we have the heading, and we have a good descriptive this. And remember, you see we have the action type create form. So this is great. So let's go over and use this in our project. So let's go over to the form block box. So form block box is where we're going to create that. I'm going to add that to it. So we're going to create a component and add it to the form block box. So I'm going to call that AI assistance. So it's going to be here. So we'll call AI assistant button. And let's go ahead and create the component. Let's save this. Let's create it to TXX RASCE. And let's import this. So now inside the AI assistant button, we are going to just have a div that will show the so it's like a popover. So we're going to let's just come down here. Let's make this a fragment. And inside the fragment, we'll have popover from UI component. From popover, we have a state here, which we are going to use. So let's put that here. It's open, and let's import this from components. No, let's import this state from React, sorry. And let's set this to use clients. So we're going to also add in some states here. We're going to add in user request and the set loading. So let's go over and do that. So for the popover, we're going to just have open and then open change here. So let's use that. Then we're going to have our trigger, and trigger is going to have some style to the button. So let's import trigger. So I'm going to just import the trigger from component and import the button. And let's import sparkles from Lucy React. So for the button, we have rounded large, BG primary 20, border none, padding for shadow, small copy. Oh, this is not copy shareable link. Sorry, guys. This is AI assistant. AI assistance. So we're done with that. Let's add let's add the popover content here. So let's import that. Let's remove this. So for the contents, we are going to have a div, and this div we have a style. So let's put the div here. We're going to have a class name, and this class name we have a flex, and we have a flex column. So we have flex column with 390, brown white border 2, border purple 200, rounded large px5, p14 pixel, adding top 18 and extra, and shadow extra large. So we're going to also have a div inside here, which is going to be flex and relative. So then inside here, we're going to also have a div. This div is going to have a class name of, so we're going to have bb5, bb bottom 0, flex with overflow x auto, overflow y hidden, scroll bar height, border b, border grade 200. Then inside here, we're going to also have a div, and this div will have a class name of block, margin x4 and ml0. Then we're going to also have a div inside. We're going to have not a div, a navbar here, and this navbar we have flex space axis mb2 plus 1 pixel. If you hover over it, it's one minus 1 pixel. We have a tag here. We have inline flex item center. We have padding x1, pb2, text x, font medium, text primary, border b2. It has to generate form or questions. Then the last one we're going to add here to wrap this up, where do we have relative? So I think is here. Let's just add this here. So this is just flex absolute top 0, right 0, margin top 6 pixel, white space, no wrap, x extra small, padding y1, padding uh padding x or padding left and right 6 pixel, background gray 100, rounded medium, text gray 600. So now we're going to have the text area. The text area is going to be below this. So we're going to just close this out. Let's see. It's going to be below this. And we're going to just have margin 22 pixel. So inside here, we're going to have our text area. And our text area is going to set the unchanged to the set user request. So for the class name, this is going to be pretty simple. We just have shadow small block block width full and text small, border greatly on the rounded MD focus wing string. And our describe the questions you want to add with AI. Describe the questions of describe the form or question you want to add. You want to add, so you can say generate. You want to generate with AI. So let's import text area. Remember that user request, before you set the state for it in the set user request. So let's save that. Then the next thing we're going to do is to show the button which we are going to trigger. So below here, we're going to have a class which will hold button. So I'm going to just close this. And this will just flex I justify between item center, margin top, or and then just margin top. And we're going to have a separate button to hide and show. So we have button class name, text purple 400, font with the underline, text small, margin left 1, and on click and show and search. So we're going to just create a state for that. So let me just create a state for this, show and search, and that will just to hide some information about the AI. Then lastly, we are going to just set our button. Now button is going to be after this. We have our button here, and button we have our button we have padding X to font medium, padding Y2, and size small. Then we set loader if it's loading. Remember we set the state of the loader, and this will just have class name of animate spin. So now for once it when it is show, so when we click for this to show, we can just do that here. We can just create a div. And this div we just have purple, text white, text purple. So I'm just going to break this down. Flex colon rounded border, border purple 300, background purple 100, text purple 500, padding X, margin top, margin bottom. So here we're going to just say a description here, let the AI know. This is going to just have font semi-bold, text small, margin bottom. And below here, we'll just have a list of describe what we want our AI, what we want the user to know, or a tip on how to ask the AI. So tip options, we have text small, margin X4, space Y2, and then padding bottom 2. Then I'm just going to list out some information there, and we should see here we say what form do you want it to create, e.g. create a booking form for our hotel. What information would you like to collect? Email, name, description. What tone would you like the question to be, e.g. formal or informal? How many questions do you want to ask? So tips on how to add the AI. So we are done with this, so let's test it out. So let's go into let's go load our app. So let's test it out. So I'm going to open and we can see, because if I click on this, you can see ask question, better tips. If you click on tips, you can see let AI know what font do you want to create. So this is not showing there. So in order to fix that, let's go over to global.css, and I'm going to add let's add a style here. So I'm going to just add this. So it shows this inside there. So I'm going to say tip option list style is not important. So if I look at it now, it's showing text there. So I can hide and I can click on that. So the next thing we're going to do is to connect our text field or button to generate the form or the question. So let's go over to AI assistance button, and let's scroll up to, let's come down back. So here we set an on click here, generate form question with AI. So copy that, and let's just say constant, and let's just Okay. So set the function. So the next thing we're going to do is to import. Let's get the blocks layout. So from use builder, and let's get the block layout, which is the current blocks. And we should also have set blocks. Yeah, going to set the block. And lastly, we're going to also get the form data because we need to we need to pass the form by to and description. So for the generative, we're going to set try catch, and then we're going to just set loading to true. And let's just get the form name, which is equals to form data dot name. We should also have the description, form description is form description empty string. Then we need to get the prompt, say constant prompt. Let me use capital prompt is equals to, if we go over to our prompt template, we can copy this, generate form questions, and let's just paste it here. Let's import that, and let's just pass in the user request, form name, form description, and block layout, which is the current block. So we need to also say if not user request, we can post, let's return. So we don't expand the AI, so just say user return preset posts, and we can just set title, enter a question, or enter a request. Default. Okay, let's just leave it like this. So font name is undefined, so I'm just going to set empty string. So yeah, that should work. So the next thing to do is to pass our form or prompt inside AI chat session. So let's set this to async, and let's import this from Google AI.txt. If we go inside here, you should see that we set this. We set the config, the history, temperature, token, and then application JSON there. So just remove this, and here we need to get the response here. So we saw the response, so response text. So this will just give us a response text. Then we need to convert this or pierce the string into JSON. So I say pierce response, JSON pierce response text. And then now we need to get the type, the action type. So the action type, the pierce response action type, and we need to get the block. So let's try and console this and try it out. Console log this. Let me paste up as response. And for the error, let's just console the error. And then finally we need to set loading to false. So let's try that here and let's see. So I'm going to inspect first and let's cancel that. And let's also AI to create a contact us first for us. Create a contact form for uh hotel for hotel and make it detail and long, very long. So let's see. Let's click on this generate and let's wait for the response. So let's wait for it. So it does not long. You can get a response. You can see action type create form blocks. We can see heading, contact us, description. It's really form. I that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 forms. Try block. And please enter your name and other information. So the problem here is that the ID is not unique. Um, Gemini AI is not giving us a unique ID, so we need to manually do that. We need to update this and generate a unique ID for it. So to do that, we're going to create a function here. We're going to say function add unique ID. Add unique IDs. We pass in the form data, which is the form block instance, a list, and we're going to do form data dot for each instead of form data, we just say blocks. And so it does not clash with the form data up here. So say block with the index, and let's look through this. So say block that ID is equals to generate unique ID from the leaf folder or helper. Then we'll say we need to do block dot child blocks dot for each child, and let's just say child dot id generates this, and let's return block. So we didn't use the index, so let's just remove the index. So yeah, so we're done with that. So let's go over and complete this. So what we're going to do now is to get the generated block. So we've gotten the action, then we need to get the blocks. So what we're going to also do again now is to pass the generated block into the add unique ID. So we're going to just do that here. We say add unique ID to generated block. We pass unique ID and we pass the generated block. Then now it's left for us to set the block. So set block layout. Let's get the previous blocks. And say if action type is equals to add questions. If it equals to add questions, then we need to append to the existing block. So we need to append to the existing blocks. So say return an array, structure the previous blocks, and let's structure the add unique generated blocks. Then else, if action type is create form, then we need to remove so we need to remove all existing blocks except with the lock true. No, we don't care about the lock true. So we're going to say remove all existing block. If we go over to the generate, let's go over to our generate form questions prompt. In the example I made there, and I added something here, we set for the create new form, it set lock to true. So for the heading and the paragraph, we set lock to true. So we want every form to have the heading and paragraphs to true. So we are going to also update once we are creating a new form. We will immediately create set this row layout for the heading and paragraph. So let's go back and let's complete this. So we're going to remove existing form. So we're going to we're going to just return the unique ones and else. So we'll just return previous block. So we'll just console. So enable unhandled action type and just return the form. So that's it. So now let's set is open to false and let's set user request. Oh, sorry, outside here. I set user request to, let me remove this, to empty string. So I think we are done with this. So let's try it out. So let's say create a detail form, very long. So I'm going to click on create and this should close. So let's wait for it to complete, still loading. So it's going to, so we are done. So let's click on this and let's close this and you should see that we have first name, last name, email with this phone number, message, how do you about us, and rate our overall experience, prefer contact us, social request to add information, preview this and you should see our form is looking great. So rate from 1 to 5. So it's adding even the helper text for us. So you see, prefer contact time and special requests. This is great. See, and the validation, which is set to true, is working. All our validation is working. So we are done with the AI assistant. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the save form. So let's go ahead and work on the save form. So let's work on the endpoint to save the form. So want to create the action out on endpoints. So inside, before we go over to do that, let's first of all create a component which we're going to place the. So it's a save form and let's do sorry FCE and let's save button. Then inside the where is it block property, Let's copy this save button and let's just replace this with save form button. Yeah, so let's go inside here and let's just place this inside, and let's make sure to import button and from UI components, and let's import save icon. So let's go into actions and let's create um let's create as an export async. I'll say function save form, which is going to be data. We are going to have form ID, string. We are going to have name, string. Then we're going to have description, string. Going to be string, and we have the JSON block because we're going to convert it to JSON to string. Oh, let me see. So string, yeah, we're going to convert this instead of JSON, but let me just change the stringify blocks. So let's just try a catch, and we just structure this and get the all the information from the data, and let's just set this stringify blocks. So we get the user from find. Then we should check if there is no form ID and there is no stringify block. So let's update this stringify block, and there is no stringify blocks. Anyone, you can just call it block or blocks. So invalid input data. So now let's update this. Say form await Prisma dot form dot update where form ID is equals to its form ID. Then let's put the data here. Data, we're going to say name. So we are doing this to just know if name is defined, and let's just put the name also for name, and let's say description, and then JSON block is equals to supposed to be stringify block. Okay, let's just change everything back. Let's just make this similar to what we have already. So name this let's let's make this optional. If name and description was not passed, we can still update that. You can just do it like this. Dot name, then we do like this. Then we can do for description too. Dot description. So if name, let's say we want to just update only the JSON block and we don't want to update the name, we can also leave it like this. So this is how to do it in Prisma. So once we do that, we're just going to return the form and a success message. Yeah, so let's just return this. And if there's an error, you're going to say error occur while saving the form. So which is going to be this. So we are done with this. Let's save this. So we need to also update this create form. So let's do that now. Let's update the create form. Um, or let's finish the save form first. So inside the save form, we're going to create a shopper function here. Let's first of all get the it's loading, and then let's set this to use client. Let's save this. Yeah. So yeah, we're just going to get the we're going to get the builder, the form data and set form data, and we're going to also get the ID. So let's import builder. So form data dot form ID. So now what should we call it? We should call this constants save uh save form blocks or form data. Yeah, it is going to be equal to async. Let's import this use builder, and inside here we just say try catch. Let's say if not form ID, let's return this. Let's set this to set loading to true. And I want to also, once we save, we can also update the form name and form description. So to do that, we're going to get the title, the value from the heading, and the value from the paragraph. Remember, we heading and paragraph is lock is set to true, so we're going to use that to get that. So we say, let's get the lock block. The lock block, which is going to be equals to blocks. So find block layout. So that means we need to also get the block layout here. So let me get the block layout. So block layout dot find block dot is lock. So if we find that, then we need to get the name of the block, the name of the from the heading, which is going to be the name. So say lock get the child block, find child block title heading, then the attribute label as string. So we've gotten the name. We're going to also do that for description. Remember, the log block is the layout. Or let's just call it log block layout. And let's just change so you know that this is a layout. So now we are getting the name, which is the form name and the form description. Now we're going to also stringify this. So JSON blocks, JSON stringify blocks. So now let's block layouts, not blocks. So let's say constant response, which is going to be equals to our weight. Let's see. Okay, save form. Let's import save form from action, and let's just say form ID, name, description, and JSON blocks. So now we're going to say if successful, we're going to just return a toast that is successful. Let's import toast from toast book. So I'm going to import that here. And if that works, then we need to update this. So if there is a form, what we're going to do is we're going to check if form, then we need to update our form. So let me just add this here. Let's see. Why is it showing? Okay. Yeah. So let me just put this and let's set this inside here. Okay. Why is it trying like this? Try. Okay. Yeah. So if you go into our form action, inside the save form, we have we're returning both the form and sources. So I'm checking if it's success, then throw message and else. And if there is a success, we throw the message, we post the message. Then if the form is existing, if the response also return the form, then we update the form in our block. So say set form data. Else, we'll just say that this thing go through. So you'll say this thing go through. So error message something went wrong, or you can just change the message to message like form did not save. Then we're going to throw our error if we catch any error. And finally, we need to set loading to false. So let me just put this to any. So that's it. So now we need to also set disabled here to loading or form data publish. So once it's published, it should not be enabled. So now let's copy this. Need to also set this CL. Let me just place this inside. And let's use this. And let me remove this. So we've done that. So now the next we're going to do, let's put comma and let's say form data dot publish. Then we say cursor default and pointer defense. We can just set this like this. This should work. Then let's connect on click to save form data. Then let's add our it's loading. This is our loader. So once it's loading, we're going to remove the icon. Let me import this from Lucy React. Loading, I will say width, height, and height. I'll show the save icon. So let's test this. So I'm going to test it here. I think we can use our AI to generate a new form. Say create a survey. Let's create a contact us form for our hotel. Very detailed form, long one. So let's click on generate. Let's wait for some seconds for it. And now it has created a form. So let's click on save. And we should see a toast saying that this form was saved. Yeah. Form updated successfully or saved successfully. Form updated successfully. So if I change, let's say I change this to contact help, and I save this to see that this thing is working. If I click on save and save, we should look here, we should see contact help. So this is working fine. So before we go on to work on publish, let's update our create form. So go into action type and let me close this. So for the create form, remember we left a constant JSON block here. So now we need to set the heading and the paragraph like we mentioned before. So I'm going to just get, let's just get this. So we're going to just pass in the name and description of the form here. So we're going to generate, unique ID, block type, attributes. It's not true. Try block. We're going to just have the name or just say untitled form. If a name is unspecified, then for X large, the paragraph is a description. Just simply the same thing what we pass to Gemini AI. It's just what we copied and paste here. Size and small. And let's save that. Let's pass JSON block here. Let me see. Oh, not here. Sorry guys. Yeah. So now let's save that. And we're done. So let's go over to our dashboard. So I've clicked on this. I should see that we have how many forms do we have? 2 forms here. So if we try and create a new form, I'll call this job application, a description, or just click on, okay, I just say this is, or please fill the form to get chances of feedback. Let's click on create. This should be generated. So let's wait for this to create completely. Now it's going to redirect us here, and if we open this, we should see a new form generated, new form created, and you can see job application. If you preview this, you can see please fill the form to get chances of feedback. This is great. We can also ask Gemini to add more questions. So we'll say um, add a questions, not even one question. Add questions for the user to allow user provide job the resume, now resume, uh, they are rating like expertise, 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 name, email, and cover letter. So let's wait for it to just generate and let's see. We can see that it has email, expertise, and cover letter. You see, the AI is working perfectly. Expertise. You can also tell it to say change this expertise to, okay, there's no need, this one is okay. Cover letter, name, email, and that is it. So we are done with, we've tested the save form and we can save this to update. So we'll save this. And if we go back, we can go back and click on contact us form and you should see that we have three form here. And if we click on contact us form or the job application form, the data which we save will show there. So I'll click on, and let's click on job application. And this should not only bring only the job title and description, is going to bring the whole data for us. So this is great. So let's go ahead and make this publish functional. So let's work on the publish. So I'm going to create a component for that. Let's go into this place and let's create inside the common, let's create a publish button to XX. Let's do RASCE. Then let's go into our builder block properties and let's copy the publish button. Cut that and let's just say publish on button. And let's go into there and let's paste our button there. So inside the publish. So we're going to just paste this here. And this publish will be used to toggle. So let's, to publish and unpublish, we're going to use this. So let me just import this. And here we're going to set this to use client. Let me move this to the top. And let's just set this to use client. So here we're going to get the so we're going to get the form set form data and undo select and selected form. So we want to deselect once we publish. So I'm going to just click on this, import that. Then we need to get the it's loading. Okay, undo selected. So let's import new state. Let's input that from React. Then we need to get if it's published. So say if it's published from not published, then we need to set, need to make this disabled. And let's also add variants to this. So we're going to also add variants to this. Let me add variant here. So if it's published, we set it to destructive. So for unpublished and default. Then we need to also add in, let's also update the send publish to this. So if it's loading, then if it's loading, we said loading. Else if it's published, we set to unpublished, then else is going to be published. Then we just change the style, update the style from text white to let's import CN. So if it's published background red, we have background 500 over 500, then else we should just change the color to background primary. Then we'll set text white. I can move this like this. Let me just move it back. Okay. So this is okay like this. So the next thing we are going to do now is to work on our function there. So I'm going to just say on click toggle publish state. So you're going to create our function here, instance, then toggle publish state, async. Let's return this. So this we're going to just show a trial cache. Trial cache here. And we're going to also set the form ID. So let's get the form ID from the form data here. So form ID is form data to form ID. Then we're going to set it's loading to true. And we're just going to put finally to it's loading to false. So we are going to also toggle the we are going to also toggle this toggle publish state. You say new publish state not form publish is true. Then we want to update it to false. If the form is false, then we want to set it to true. So if it's true, we are setting it to false. If it's false, we're setting it to true. That is really not there. So now let's go ahead and work on the server action for publish. So this is just going to be simple. Let's just go into our server action, and inside the server action, I'm just going to close this down, and let's just say export async function, and let's just say update form. So update publish form. So here we're going to just have a form ID, which is string, and then publish, which is boolean. So this can be true or false. So let's just say try or catch. Try or catch. Then we're going to first of all check if the session is user as is login, and again if the form ID is not now, then we're going to just this is going to be simple. Just want to update the form ID where and pass it publish, and then we're just going to return the response saying true message form successful and form publish. Then we can just return this. So fail to update publish status. So I'm going to just copy this. So this is just very simple. If publish is true, publish. If it's unpublished. So let's go into our publish button, and let's just do response instance response always publish with a form ID. Let's import update publish, and let's set this to the new publish state, which is this here. Then we'll say if success, we'll just send a response post this with those success and description response message. Then else you're just going to update this. We're going to first of all set if for anyone is selected, we're going to set it to null. So handle selected to null. Then we're going to also update the set form to the response or publish, or set it to false. Then we're going to say else if this did not go through, then we know that the form is let's say else. Then we just set error and something went wrong. And lastly, we're going to just set toast. We're going to say cache. We're going to set the toast to under the cache. We say error, and let's just set this to any, so it does not give error here. So it's simply what we did. Form ID, set this to true. We set this not form published. We call the server action update publish, passing the form ID and the new form state. If successful, we set the toast. We deselect anyone. We set the selected layout to now. Then we update the set form publish. Then what we do here, we set this to if things save or the updates, we set the error. Then we catch the error. So I think we are done. Let's test this out. So let's go and clear some things from the property. Let's go here and let's clear this. Let's clear this. So let's go into our publish button, and now let's try and publish this job application. So I'm going to click on publish, and you should see that this will publish. I'll click. You should wait for that to. You should wait for some while. Okay, you can see unpublish. Then this select to not work once it's published, so we can't edit anything. So we need to also go and fix this thing, this draggable and stuff like this. So we can say unpublish and unpublish. So you can also do that. It should not be editable once we've published it. And save, right? Save will not be save will not work once we publish it. Also, we need to if it's selected and we click on delete this, we need to deselect this. So let's go over to our builder provider, and where we have remove this. Okay, we said that if this is not, if selected dot id is equals to id, let's select it to now. So that is great. So let me select this and remove this, and it's selected. So let's go ahead and work on the share. So once we publish, we need to have a share button that will give us the link to share the form. So let's go ahead and work on that. So I'll just click on my contact form, and let's publish the contact. Yeah, so let's close this and let's try and go and work on the button. So let's work on the form share. So share is going to be a button that we can use to copy the link, which we can share to people to fill up. So we're going to dashboard, then click on form, click on no, not form builder, click on component. So we're going to place the float. So the button is going to float over on this side here, going to be floating here. So what we're going to do is, because of the sidebar close and open when on the large view, so we're going to pass in if the sidebar is open, so we can move the button a little bit so it stays in the center. So how are we going to handle that? So inside the button, inside the builder, I'm going to create a component here. So I'm going to just call it floating share button. And this will take in the if sidebar is open. So let's go ahead and create this component. So we're going to create the component inside the common.txx RASCE, and let's just import this. So we've imported that, then we should be able to, okay, let's go into our floating share button and let's go ahead and then work on that. So the first thing we are going to do is to get the prop and the data so we can get the form ID. So I'm going to get the prop, the sidebar is open, and let's make this a use client. And inside here we are going to say if it's not published. So we don't want to show this when it's not published. We're going to just say it to no return. So now we need to set a div. So div will make this to float. So it's going to be fixed. I'm going to set the bottom 5 text and transition transform and duration 500 is in out. Then we're going to try to check if the sidebar is open. Hopefully 41% plus 150 pixel, or we just set to 41%. Transform, let's say 50 minus 50%. Then let's just create the button. So this button we have we're going to let's import the button first. So I'm going to import the button, and let me so we can explain this. And we should have here, let me import the icon from Lucy React. So we have outline large, rounded full, background primary, text white, padding for shadow SL, transition or duration 300, hover scale 105. So once you hover it, you scale it, and the attribute label, copy, share link, and icon 5, height 5. Let's save this and we should see the icon show. Let's click why is it showing. Let me reload this. This should not show any error. So let's wait for this to just load. So we can see shareable link here. I think this is showing because this by view that's what's been shifted here. I'm not tracking the side, the right one, but I'm tracking the left one. So we can see this once we move to the let's move to the preview, and we can see that it's positioned to the center here. If we click on this, you should see that it moves. If you close this, you see that it moves. So that's the reason why we added that sidebar to it check to it. So I'm going to move back to my code, and let's just leave it like this. And let's make this once I click on it, you should copy. So let's enable this. Let me set this to clipboard. Then I'm going to just set this function here. Then we're going to get our shareable link. So shareable link is going to be we're going to set the next app URL, which is going to be public, submit form, and form ID. We can change this to external form. Let's leave it to public. Let's create this part in our code. Let's first of all add the dot public app URL in AMV. So I'm going to just edit here, and then we're going to put every okay, let's put localhost HTTP localhost 3000. So this should work. I'm going to close this, and let's head back to our form here, and we should be able to pass the form ID. Hope remember we pass the form ID. We get the publish some submit form, and we've not created this part, so we're going to do that later on. So let's use navigator clipboard to save this navigator clipboard.